Amazing meal, Sirius, Remus Lupin said, folding his napkin after wiping his mouth of any remnants of food. When did you learn to cook so well? Since he's been cohabitating with women of particular tastes. Amelia Bones smiled up at Sirius, who was clearing the table. Susan and I could only tolerate stew for so long. Maybe he thinks by preparing such fine meals for you, he might be able to get into your knickers. Tonks grinned at her former boss. Remus snorted as Sirius looked offended. It can't hurt his chances. Amelia grinned, and Sirius turned a rather stern glare at Amelia and Tonks, though the effect was ruined by the spark in his eyes. Keep it up, you two, and there'll be no pudding for you. Sirius spoke threateningly. Oh, come now, Amelia smiled, looking over her shoulder at Sirius and winking flirtatiously. Would you truly deny me something sweet and warm? My dear Amelia, if I were ever permitted to indulge your desires, I would open your eyes to a whole world of pleasure that you never could imagine existed. My dear Sirius, Amelia smiled as she rose from her seat and caressed the man's cheek softly. If I were to allow you to indulge my desires, you'd likely be too shocked that you'd finish the deed before you disrobed. Tonks fell off her chair, clutching her sides as she cackled madly. Remus was pounding the table, tears falling down his cheeks as he roared with laughter. Sirius could only stare blankly at what had just happened. He couldn't believe what Amelia Bones had just said to him, and in front of others. He still couldn't figure the woman out. She flirted with him so blatantly, but he wasn't ever sure if she meant any of it. Many was the night that he thanks the gods for cold showers. Sirius finally grimaced and turned away while Amelia kept smiling. Oh, how I love flirting with that man. She grinned softly, returning to her seat. You're going to give him a complex one day, Tonks said from the floor, where she was now gasping for breath. Maybe, but I think he's tough enough to take it. Besides, he's a good man under all his bravado. Tonks' head came up and she eyed her former boss suspiciously. Are you saying you might let him into your bed one day? Amelia merely shrugged noncommittally, and Tonks covered her mouth with her hand in awe at Amelia's candor. She had really been getting to know the woman over the last few months ever since her escape from death, and she was truly coming to love the woman. She was a truly remarkable person. Bed, kitchen counter, in front of the fireplace, on the beach at sunset. Amelia laughed at Tonks' look of pure awe. The fact is that no one can truly see into the future, and this war can't last forever. Who knows what might happen? Have we heard anything from Shacklebolt or any of our other agents lately? Remus asked, trying to turn the conversation though he was still chuckling and wiping at his eyes. He loved Sirius like a brother, and had a deep respect for Amelia Bones. He just didn't want to have to picture the two of them getting more friendly than he'd witnessed over the past few months. Truth was, he could smell their pheromones whenever he came to the Flamel house. Nothing new. The Death Eaters have all but stopped their attacks, Amelia confessed, a puzzled look on her face. I still think that they're preparing for a major assault, and we're clueless as to when. Unfortunately, even if we did know, it would be a bad idea to tip our hand. You heard Snape at the last meeting. He thinks you know who believes Narcissa might have spilled her guts. Which she did, Sirius said, setting a pot of water on the table along with several mugs. Both her and that waste of a son of hers. Bad they gave us nothing that we didn't already know. I still think that kid should be thrown in prison. He'll pay for his crime, Amelia said soundly. There is no statute of limitations on murder. Dumbledore said it was an accident. Tonks looked confused. He said that the girl wasn't the target and had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Be that as it may, Amelia looked saddened. The boy still took a life. He has to own up to what he's done. I know he feels terrible over it. I talked to him at length and he seemed truly remorseful. But he is Lucius Malfoy's son. I hate to say it, but part of me thinks it was all an act. Well, despite that, it's probably a good idea for you to keep a low profile for now anyway, Remus said. The Death Eaters still think you're dead. So long as they think that, it does give us a bit of an advantage. That it does. However, I feel terrible for Susan. She's so lonely and she can't even write to her friends. The term's almost over. Surely we can get one or two of her friends here, Tonks said with hope in her voice. She'd been tutoring and training the young Hufflepuff girl since she'd arrived at Christmas time. Susan Bones had shown a great deal of progress in her studies, and her aunt was sure she would be able to sit her newt exams today, if it weren't for the war and the fact that most of the world believed them both dead. I'm afraid letting anyone else know we're alive would be very bad, at least until the war is over, Amelia said sadly. It's completely unfair to her and I hate it, but what choice do I have? We'll figure something out for her, Sirius said. Harry and the others will be arriving in a few weeks, and that will help. Once there are other teens to hang out with, things will get better for her. We'll even be able to arrange a few trips to the mainland for them. Hello, Sirius. The four adults rose at once and went into the sitting room to find Bill Weasley standing there looking anxious. I just got word. The Ministry has been taken. Voldemort himself led the fight. There's word the Hogwarts has been taken as well, but we can't get confirmation. Bill looked very worried as he spoke. Sirius guessed that he wanted to storm into the castle and make sure his baby sister was all right. What about Dumbledore? Amelia asked. Surely he wouldn't have let Death Eaters storm the castle. Bill shrugged, unsure what to say. Like I said, we haven't gotten any confirmation. We do know that there are kids showing up in Hogsmeade asking to be flued home. Harry, Sirius asked, his voice turning to steel and his hand going for his wand. He'd been itching for a fight for a while, but the Death Eaters had been very unwilling. The moment he heard the school was under attack, he could only think about getting to his godson. I don't know. Bill lowered his eyes, trying to hide his own concerns. His youngest and most favorite sibling was still in the school. So far as I know, he hasn't been found. Okay, Amelia said quickly, putting a comforting hand on Sirius' shoulder. She stepped around the man who'd been sheltering her and her niece since Christmas and stood before them all, making sure she caught their eyes. We need to get to Grimmauld Place and prepare for the worst. Bill, get word to all our operatives and tell them to prepare to go under. If Dumbledore is defeated, we will lose Grimmauld Place. Remus, you and Tonks need to reinforce the wards here before joining us. It's likely that we will have more company here before the night is through. Sirius, you're with me. Amelia turned and ran up the stairs to check on her niece, who was reading in her bedroom. What is it? Susan asked the moment she saw her aunt's face. Since she'd come to the Flamel house, Susan had learned all about the rebellion her aunt was leading, and had often seen Amelia leave to go fight the Death Eaters. Susan had helped on several occasions with wounded, and was sure there would be a place for her in the Order upon her 17th birthday in a few weeks. It was difficult to have nearly everything taken away from you and not have a desire to retaliate. She just hoped she could be as brave as her aunt when the time came. Hogwarts has come under attack. The Ministry as well. We're going to Grimmauld Place to prepare for the worst. I need you to stay here until we return. Hannah, Justin. Susan sat bolt upright on her bed, fighting back tears. She hadn't spoken to her best friend or her boyfriend since before the Christmas holiday and had missed them terribly. Hearing that they were in danger made her heart pound furiously in her chest. There's been no word yet, Amelia said honestly, and pulled Susan into a tight hug. Do not let yourself fret over anything until we have the facts. We're all going to headquarters. As soon as I have word, I will call you. Susan nodded against her aunt's shoulder, and Amelia released her and went to leave. Sirius stood in the door, watching the whole scene. He'd become quite fond of Susan in her time here. She was bright, funny, and could hold her own in a battle of wits against him. He hated to see her looking so frightened, but knew there was nothing he could do to help her, especially since he himself was worried for the young man he thought of as a son. Grimmauld Place was a flurry of activity. Sirius went straight into the large sitting room, which had turned into the information center over the past 2 years. Everything regarding Death Eater movements, identities, people who might become a target. Basically everything scrap of information the Order had was posted haphazardly in this room. Arthur Weasley was busy removing all the lists and notes that had been put up on the walls, while Molly Weasley was assisting Daedalus Diggle with making emergency portkeys. Any word? Amelia asked as she and Sirius entered. The Ministry was overrun in a few moments. You know who himself led the battle, Mad-Eye Moody said, stumping forward. Wounded have already been taken to safe houses. Why wouldn't he lead the assault on Hogwarts? Amelia asked, puzzled by the news. Dumbledore. Arthur Weasley said, he's never been able to beat him. That may be true, but there has to be another reason. I wonder if Malfoy was the only young recruit at Hogwarts, Amelia reasoned. You think there's another assassin? Moody cocked an eyebrow. Another student? Oh dear, Molly Weasley said, looking up. What about the students? What will happen to all those children? Amelia shook her head in frustration. There were quite a few children that were at risk, and from what Susan had told her, many of them would try and fight the Death Eaters. The image of faceless children lying dead in those hallowed halls turned her stomach. I'm sure Dumbledore is doing his best to evacuate them all, Arthur said, coming to his wife to comfort her. There came a call for help from the kitchen, and Moody stomped off to find out what was happening. The wards have fallen, Sirius said suddenly. As a member of the Black family, he was keyed to the wards protecting Grimmauld Place, and he could feel it the moment the protections fell. He swooned on his feet a moment, as it was a rather disorientating sensation. Amelia looked grave as she reached out to steady him. Silence fell heavily around them as everyone understood what it meant. Albus Dumbledore had died. "Okay, listen to me," Amelia said, putting on her most commanding tone. "We have 10 minutes to clean this place up and get out. There's no doubt that Snape will have to give the location of this place up. You all know the plan, so stick with it. Move." Sirius felt his chest tighten. It was as if a lead weight had fallen into his stomach, and it was everything he had to keep from vomiting. Dumbledore was dead, and Harry was still in that school. Sirius tried to comfort himself that Harry had the map he and his own schoolmates had made, and knew that castle better than any other headmaster since the founders themselves. He also reminded himself that Harry had some very good friends who were clever and resourceful. Sirius just knew that Harry was going to be all right in the end. But none of those thoughts could do anything to ease the mounting tension he felt. Unless something major happened, it was likely that the Dark Lord would finally succeed in killing Harry Potter. "Sirius," Moody called from the kitchen. "You'd better get in here." Never had mere words had a stronger affect on Sirius Orion Black than those. His chest constricting with fear, he slowly turned and began making his way into the kitchen where Moody was waiting for him. At least a quarter of the population got out before the Death Eaters managed to close off the tunnels, Francis O'Malley said to Jonathan Greengrass. He had called his friend and associate as soon as he had learned of the attack on Hogwarts. Word was spreading quickly, especially as the escapees got home to report all that had happened. "You're sure they had help from inside?" Jonathan asked. "Sarah saw it herself. Most of the older students from 4th year up," she said. Francis said, rubbing his eyes. "She's still pretty upset. She must have seen something pretty horrible. I don't know what's happening to the ones who didn't escape, but I reckon he'll ransom them or something. I'm sorry, Jonathan." "Thank you, Frank. Let me know if you hear anything else." Jonathan nodded his thanks, and the head in the flue faded away. Jonathan felt his throat constrict a bit as he fought to control his emotions. "Tori, Daphne." The voice of his wife sounded faint and weak. Jonathan couldn't make himself turn to look at her. He knew that if he did, he would be unable to control himself, and he needed to be strong right now. At the very least, he felt he would be able to get Tori, his youngest, back. The ruse the Greengrass family had established over Daphne's betrayal was far too good to be able to negotiate her return. "What can we do?" Aurora asked, her shaking hand taking her husband's. "For now, we wait for word. Dumbledore told us that this might happen, and we've prepared. Our daughters are still alive as far as we know," Jonathan said firmly, finally turning to look into his wife's teary eyes. His heart pounded in his throat now that he saw the anguish on her face. "Our job now is to be patient until we know anything further." Aurora brought her hand to her mouth to keep from sobbing, and Jonathan brought his arms around her, holding her tightly. "I know you're worried, but think about it for a moment. We have 2 extremely intelligent and feisty daughters. One of them is deeply in love with Harry Potter, and if we know anything about that boy, it's that no matter how dangerous the situation, he and his friends do manage to come out safe. And then there's Tor." Aurora laughed in spite of herself. What else needed to be said about their youngest? The older Astoria got, the more surprised they were that she had been sorted into Slytherin House. She was as cunning and ambitious as any other Slytherin, but she was also outspoken and courageous and unwavering in her beliefs. How she hadn't ended up in Gryffindor always shocked them. On top of that, their youngest daughter had enormous talent with spells and was always looking up and learning new hexes and curses. The Greengrass parents always assumed it was something to do with sibling rivalry, as Daphne was quite similar. But the girls never boasted or tried to get one over on the other. "I suppose that I should actually fear for the Death Eaters if Tori is still inside." Aurora smiled, wiping at her eyes. "I know that I do." Jonathan smiled softly. "She'll make their lives very difficult for as long as she's able. Now, we'd better make sure we are ready to leave if he decides we don't fit into his grand vision," Aurora spat out. Jonathan could only nod as he turned back to the fire, secretly hoping that his 2 girls would burst out of it. He knew beyond doubt that Daphne was going to stay at Harry's side. He had seen such devotion in her that it stirred him. He was extremely proud of his eldest. He prayed the gods would watch over her. Tori, on the other hand, was the one he worried over the most. She was not one to be silenced easily. If they were both still within the castle walls, Jonathan Greengrass knew in his heart that he would receive their bodies soon. And when that happened, There would be no force in nature that could stop him from killing every single last one of his followers. Nothing. It had been easier than he had hoped it to be. The Ministry was far too unprepared for a full-scale assault, especially given the time his Death Eaters had been ordered to attack. There was hardly anyone in the Ministry. Scrimgeour had been there, and the Dark Lord had to respect the minister. He hadn't begged or pleaded. He had simply accepted his fate and died like a real wizard. The campaign at Hogwarts had been equally successful. His Death Eaters had managed to defeat the Aurors and round up the students. He had heard that a handful of students had been able to escape, including Potter and his friends. The Dark Lord was surprisingly fine with the result, as he hadn't yet been able to solve the problem of his ailing magical core. He would never even allude to it in front of any of his followers, and was having extreme difficulty even admitting it to himself. But he was unsure that he would be able to beat Potter should they met. That problem was about to be remedied this night. Lord Voldemort marched purposefully through the iron gates of the castle that had once been his home. It was now his, at last. "My lord," Snape bowed low before the Dark Lord and waited to be addressed. "Rise, Severus. Tell me, my friend, were you the one to end Dumbledore's life?" The Dark Lord already knew that Severus Snape had not killed his greatest foe. "No, my lord. It was young Theodore not. He was the one who killed the old fool. He is afraid that he failed you, however, as he could not stop Potter from escaping." Snape spoke flatly. "I wish to see the boy at once before I enter the Great Hall. He awaits you just inside with a few others, all Slytherins who took up wands against the Aurors," Snape said coolly, turning to walk with his master into the entrance hall. Many of his faithful waited his entrance. Among them stood a few of the new faithful. Standing in front of them, hood down, and mask off, stood Theodore Not, who looked rather shaken. At once they all knelt reverently before their lord and master. "Please rise, my faithful. I must tell you how truly pleased I am, especially you, Theodore. You have done what no one thought possible. You have killed that old Muggle lover, Dumbledore, and paved the way for our kind to move forward." He looked at all of his robed followers, a sadistic smile on his serpentine face. "Many things are about to change, and each of you shall play a major role. Some of you will remain here at the castle to help mold the minds of our next generation. Others of you will fill vital roles in our new ministry. But we haven't the time to discuss all the details right now. It is time I address the students." Lord Voldemort strode up the stairs and into the Great Hall where his Death Eaters had assembled all of the students and teachers. There was a collective shiver throughout the student body as every single eye was on him. He kept his blazing red eyes upon the head table where the surviving teachers stood, each of them being held at wand point by members of his inner circle. Voldemort stood before the students and smiled as they all waited for him to address them. He thrilled at the palpable fear that permeated the room and drank it up like the sweetest ambrosia. "Tonight is the start of a new age for us all." He spoke with the same charm he'd used on teachers and fellow students when he was young. He had been extremely charming and had always managed to get what he wanted through sheer force of will. "Starting this very night, we get rid of antiquated and useless teachings. There will be no more houses, no more separation. You will be taught the most noble beliefs of Salazar Slytherin, and you will become the leaders of my great vision. I intend to weed out any undesirables and wash away any doubt of what it truly means to be of magical blood. Fear not, my young disciples. Should you follow me faithfully, you shall receive reward beyond imagination. Do not fear for your teachers either. I have the deepest respect for them, and they shall continue on, though they will have assistant to aid them in your education. Now I bid you all good night." The students began to rise when the Dark Lord called their attentions again. "I should very much like to see Miss Amanda Brocklehurst, Miss Cho Chang, Mr. Cormac McLagan, and Mr. Terry Boot." Murmurs broke out among the students, and his Death Eaters stood at the door to make sure those students didn't try to escape. That was, if they hadn't already. After a time, 3 students were brought before him and brought to their knees by the Death Eaters they had been unable to sneak past. "Please introduce yourself," Voldemort said with a smile. Cormac McLagan and Terry Boot both did their best to appear proud and defiant. The girl, Cho Chang, couldn't even look at the Dark Lord. "And the 4th?" Voldemort asked. "We believe she managed to escape before the passages were closed, my lord," one of the Death Eaters admitted nervously. "Then we will have to make do with 3. Voldemort said as he looked upon the 3 students he'd chosen above all others to return his power. "Tonight, you will have the great honor of helping your new lord with a rather unique experiment. Should it work as I hope, you shall be remembered for your great sacrifice. Shall we?" The Dark Lord motioned for his Death Eaters to bring the 3 prisoners along to the room that would become exactly what he would need. Tonight, he would finally rid himself of the cursed Potter blood, and his power would be restored. Then, the hunt for Potter was going to be his full priority. It was with a start that Daphne Greengrass awoke. The sun was only starting to rise, and its great gold light was beginning to shine into the room. Harry's arms were wrapped protectively around her waist, and he was leaning against a wall made of brick. Daphne thought he looked very uncomfortable. As she glanced around, she thought that her other 2 friends looked much more comfortable. Hermione was curled up in the middle of a rather elegant-looking rug with Neville spooning her, his arms around her and his head resting on hers. Despite all their trouble, Neville and Hermione actually looked peaceful. Daphne remembered that Hermione and Neville had become quite intimate. She also remembered how the 2 had been unable to be that close again since the Christmas holiday. Daphne couldn't help but wonder if they had copulated during the night. However, the fact they were still dressed pretty much blew that theory away. Daphne began to pull away from Harry, slowly so as not to wake him, as she doubted he'd slept all that well to begin with. "I take it you're ready to get up," Harry whispered. "Thought you were sleeping," Daphne said softly, reaching up to caress his cheek. "But I have to say, you look terrible. Sleeping against a wall, sitting up while holding your very beautiful though distraught girlfriend, let's see if you look any better," Harry said as he opened his eyes and kissed Daphne's cheek. "Thank you." Daphne smiled and kissed Harry before finally getting to her feet. She held out a hand for Harry, who got to his feet. "Should we wake them?" Daphne whispered, nodding towards Hermione and Neville. "No need," Neville said groggily. "This floor is not as comfortable as it looks." "I don't know," Hermione's voice sounded. "Having you next to me all night certainly made things a bit more pleasant." "Okay, so we're all awake," Harry said quickly. "So I think we need to figure out where we are, and then we should try and get in touch with Sirius." He looked around the small room they had arrived in. It looked as if it were a small study. There were a few shelves of books and 2 rather comfortable chintz chairs, similar to the ones Harry had seen Dumbledore conjure. His stomach churned a bit as he thought of the headmaster. "Some food might not be a bad idea," Hermione suggested as Neville helped her to her feet. "Good idea," Daphne tried to smile. Okay, Harry smiled despite his anguish. "Let's find out if there's any food around here, then we'll figure out the rest." As it turned out, there was a fully stocked pantry and icebox in the kitchen, which turned out to be right across the hall from the room they had arrived in. The 4 teens worked together and made eggs and toast. They ate in relative silence, none of them wishing to bring up the events that had led them to find themselves in wherever they were now. Once they finished up their meal and cleaned up after themselves, they began to explore the house. It was a very nice-looking home, with simple but comfortable furniture. The sitting room was spacious with a large window looking out on a very lush lawn and a simple cobblestone street. There were several bedrooms and a medium-sized library. It was the library that the 4 teens found some of their answers. "I know that church," Harry said as he stared out the window. From that vantage point, he could see the steeple of a church that he recognized almost at once. He turned to his friends. "I think we're in Godric's Hollow. Why would Dumbledore send us to Godric's Hollow?" Hermione asked. "Maybe he told us in this letter," Daphne said, picking up a sealed envelope with Harry's name written on the front. "Where'd you find this?" Harry asked as he took the letter. "It was here on this desk, along with this stuff." Daphne nodded towards a small pile of items along with Dumbledore's pensive. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Hermione urged, looking at the envelope in Harry's hands. Harry took a deep breath and broke the seal of the envelope. "Dear Harry, if you are reading this, then I have truly failed and must do what I never wanted to do. I must pass on the task of destroying the remaining Horcruxes and then putting an end to Lord Voldemort once and for all. The task that lies before you now is one that may seem impossible, but I must stress to you that it can be done. I have given you everything I could to prepare for this, including all my notes and memories regarding Voldemort and his Horcruxes. But even better, I have made sure that you are not alone. Your friends will be with you every step of the way, and it is my deepest hope that all has gone according to plan. And as you are reading this, Miss Greengrass, Granger, and Davis, as well as Mr. Longbottom, are reading over your shoulder." Harry smiled as he felt Daphne's hand on his shoulder and could hear Hermione's breathing in his ear. "I am sure that you have many questions, and I will try my best to anticipate them here. First, you are in my own home, which I have left to you. It will serve as a very good base of operations for your mission. It is heavily warded, but not by me, as in the event of my death, those protections would fail. I did not send you to Grimmauld Place of the Flamel House for those reasons. Also, Godric's Hollow would be one of the last places that you might be hidden. Lord Voldemort will expect you to show up there, but not to already be hidden there. The flue is not connected, so you will have to use apparition to move about. The backyard will prove to be the best place to do this, as it is covered under the protective enchantments. You and your companions will be unable to access your Gringotts accounts, as I assume that Diagon Alley will be heavily guarded. I have taken care of any monetary needs you might have. I have left all of my wealth to you. There is a magical safe within the study that is password and blood protected. It is keyed to you alone. You will have more than enough for anything you might need. There will be a small leather bag amongst the items where you found this letter. It has been enhanced with extension charms. Inside you will find several notebooks with my many notes and theories on the Horcruxes that I believe Miss Granger and Miss Greengrass will be able to help you to understand. You will also find the Sword of Gryffindor, which you must use to destroy the remaining soul anchors. As we've discussed, there are surprisingly few methods which can destroy such evil. Now, I have one last thing to ask of you. As I have mentioned, I have left you my home and my wealth. I have also left you all of my worldly belongings. I have done this to keep many rather special items out of the clutches of the Death Eaters. It is my wish that, when the war has ended, that you donate much of my legacy back to Hogwarts or the Ministry for the betterment of our kind, especially my personal journals. I think that many people would find them informative and mind-opening. Perhaps between the two of us, we might be able to prevent future generations from repeating our own mistakes. I know that you and Professor Snape have had your problems in the past, and I have tried many, many times over the years to get him to explain why he treats you the way he does. Alas, he holds much too tightly to his anger and hatred. Despite his appearances, he is truly a good man, and I ask that you put aside your personal feelings and trust him. One day, perhaps, he will open up to you, and you will finally understand what made him the man you know. Harry, you are a very remarkable young man, and I know that I am better for knowing you. I know that I will never be able to correct all the mistakes I made with you, but I hope that now you at least understand why I chose to act the way I did. It is not forgiveness I ask, but only understanding. Trust in your friends. They have chosen to follow you because they believe in you. You are a natural leader. Use this. Voldemort fears you just as the rest of the country fears him. Use that as well. Remember that your ability to love, to forgive, and to inspire are your most powerful weapons. They are the powers that he knows not. I have come to the end of my journey in this world, but yours has just begun. Good luck and farewell, my friend. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry slowly folded the letter back and slipped it back into the envelope. Silence reigned over the 410s for a few moments while they all silently grieved for their fallen headmaster. Inside, Harry felt something stirring within him, something powerful that he couldn't really remember feeling before. It was filling him with determination. Too many people had died trying to oppose the Dark Lord. Too many children had been robbed of having known their parents, and too many parents had lost children. Many more would die so long as Tom Marvolo Riddle was alive. This was no longer acceptable. We have a lot to do, Harry spoke softly, turning to face his friends. He strode over to the small table where Daphne had discovered the letter. He picked up the leather bag and reached inside to pull out several notebooks. He handed them to Daphne. I want you and Hermione to start going over these. We need to figure out exactly what Horcruxes are left. We need to know what they are and where they might be located. What about the fake? Hermione asked. Harry reached into his pocket to pull out the fake locket he had gotten out of that cave the night before. Now that he saw it in the light, he couldn't help feel that it seemed familiar to him, though he couldn't think why. The only thing we have to go on is the initials. I don't think we have the resources to discover who RAB might be. So for now, let's try and figure out what the others might be and where. What about me? Neville asked as Hermione and Daphne began to settle themselves in and started looking through the notebooks. You and I are going to try and figure out what exactly we have in this house, and then figure out what might be useful and what's pointless to us. Then we need to figure out how we can contact the Order and learn what's happening out there. We won't be able to make any plans if we're blind to what's going on in the world. Neville nodded, and he and Harry left the library to really explore the house. They found the remainder of Dumbledore's possessions in the attic, all neatly packed and catalogued. Apparently, the old man had been preparing for his death for a long time. Most of what had been packed looked to be useless to them, though there were quite a few potion ingredients, some of them quite rare. Harry and Neville brought everything that was related to potions out of the attack and into the library where the girls were still sitting, though in the 2 hours they had been gone, the girls had accumulated quite a stack of notes. "Anything?" Harry asked. "Yes," Daphne said brightly. Dumbledore was quite meticulous with his notes. He had a full list of potential Horcruxes and even crossed off ones that were destroyed, she said, pointing to a list the headmaster had made. Harry took the leather-bound journal and read. A diary destroyed. The ring of Slytherin destroyed the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff, the gauntlet of Gryffindor in goblin possession. The diadem of Ravenclaw destroyed the ring of Ravenclaw, the star pendant of Ravenclaw, the serpent. With Voldemort, Harry Potter destroyed. He thought I was a Horcrux, Harry asked softly. Yes, but don't you remember what happened last summer? Hermione asked. He got it out of you, Daphne reminded him. And he said it wasn't a Horcrux because you hadn't gone through the ritual that makes a Horcrux, Neville added. Harry nodded as he remembered the discussions with the old headmaster. So the serpent will most likely be the last one we get to, Harry reasoned. I can't imagine being able to get to it without having to face him, so we need to figure out which of these things are the real Horcruxes and where they might be. I think that we're going to have to speak to the goblins, Daphne said, and possibly my mother. She's kind of an expert on Rowena Ravenclaw. She might know what happened to the pendant and the ring. We can't risk a letter, Neville said. Maybe we can. I thought I heard Fawkes last night, Harry said. It's possible, but I think it's unlikely, Hermione said sadly. Fawkes was Dumbledore's familiar and phoenixes rarely ever bond with humans. We can try to call him, but I think we should figure another way to contact people. Harry nodded, thinking hard, then a smile broke out on his face. What's on your mind, Harry? Daphne said, feeling a bit of a chill at her boyfriend's smile. Dobby. There was a soft pop, and the 4 teens turned to see the house elf standing shakily behind them. Both his ears were bandaged and he was holding his arm awkwardly. There were a few long cuts that looked fairly nasty, even thought they were dried and beginning to scab over. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is so pleased to see you are safe. Dobby, what happened to you? Harry asked, kneeling in front of the little elf. Dobby is being punished for trying to help students escape. Dobby was about to be punished when Harry Potter is calling for him. Harry Potter has saved Dobby again. Why did you come when Harry called you? Daphne asked, looking suspicious. Have you bonded with House Potter? Harry's eyes bugged out, and he turned to Daphne, who was still watching the elf shuffle his feet. No, Dobby said softly. Dobby wishes to serve the noble House of Potter, but is too afraid to ask to be allowed. Dobby promised he would serve the great Harry Potter should he ask, even without being bonded. Harry, can I speak to you for a moment? Daphne asked. Harry stood, while Hermione knelt in his place to get a good look at the weak-looking elf. Harry, I know how you feel about servants and all that, but you might consider allowing Dobby to bond with you. He's obviously willing to put himself at risk just trying to uphold your beliefs. He was trying to help kids escape. If you let him bond with you, his magic will strengthen, and he'll be able to do things for us that we're unable to. Like set up meetings with the goblins outside of Gringotts or find and relay messages to the Order. But can't he do that without bonding? No, the goblins won't acknowledge him without the bond, Daphne said pointedly. Hermione's not going to like this. She will if Dobby ends up saving our Arcees at some point. Harry knew that Daphne had a point and kissed her softly. Dobby, would you do me the honor of serving my house and my family? Dobby's big green eyes grew in size and he began nodding slowly in awe. He very slowly stepped forward and bowed before Harry. Dobby pledges his life willingly to the great House of Potter. Dobby held out a hand, and Harry took it and felt a tingling sensation run up his arm. Dobby looked up with tears in his eyes. Right before Harry's eyes, Dobby's cuts began to heal, and Dobby began to look much healthier than Harry had ever seen the elf. I'm guessing you weren't treated well by your former family, Daphne said, and Dobby shook his head as he wiped at his eyes. The Malfoy family was very unkind to Dobby. Wait, I thought you couldn't speak ill of your family. Harry looked confused. Dobby is not bound to the Malfoys and can speak his mind on them now. What would you have Dobby do, Master? First, never ever call me Master. Harry smiled, placing a hand on his smallest friend. Second, I need you to find my godfather, Sirius Black. He'll likely be at the Flamel House. I need you to let him know that we're alive and that I need a way to speak to him. Tell him all my things were left at Hogwarts. Dobby can retrieve masked Harry Potter's belongings. Dobby can get all of your belongings and bring them here. But you might get caught again. Hermione began to argue, but Dobby turned to her, a wide smile on his face. Dobby is a very clever elf and feels stronger than he has since he was a youngling. Dobby can do it should they still be intact. Death Eaters were destroying many things in the castle. Dobby, don't worry about that stuff, Neville said. There's just things and can be replaced. Harry agreed with Neville, except for the photo album that Hagrid had given him, filled with photos of his parents. He sadly nodded his agreement. Don't worry about out trunks or anything like that, Daphne said, her arms sliding around Harry's waist. They're right, Dobby. Just get that message to Sirius, then we can figure out what we should do next. There'll be plenty of things for you to be doing. Harry noticed Hermione's look of displeasure, and Harry smiled to himself. We'll also discuss your wages later as well. Hermione's smile made Harry grin wider. Dobby nodded and with a soft pop disappeared. So what do we do now? Daphne asked Harry. Well, we're in a war that we're losing, but that's going to change right now. To fight a war, we're going to need an army. I think it's about time we raised one. Build an army. Hermione said flatly, as if she hadn't heard her best friend correctly. Harry was still smiling at them all, as if building an army would be the easiest thing in the world. Daphne found the mischievous smirk rather infectious and began to smile in turn. How exactly do you propose we do that? I don't know if you've noticed, but we're more or less isolated here, she asked. Voldemort's going to make it difficult to recruit people to our cause, Neville remarked. People are afraid, and after last night, they'll be too terrified to do anything but run. No one in England's going to fight with us. Then we'll go abroad and recruit help, Harry said flatly, turning back to his friends. I've been told more than a few times I should use my fame. I think it's time to do that. We'll contact Victor and Fleur and see if they can at least point us in the right direction. If we can get the French and Bulgarian ministries on our side, then we might be able to inspire our own people to stand up. A few good strikes against Death Eaters might help that as well, Daphne remarked. It might not be bad to try and offer some kind of olive branch to the goblins, if we can show them that not all wizards are prejudiced, narrow-minded, greedy arseholes. Daphne, Hermione looked affronted, which only made Daphne grin. They might be willing to lend us a hand. I think we should wait on that until we see how they help us with the Horcrux. The goblins prefer to stay out of our affairs, so unless Voldemort tries to subjugate them, they may just rather remain neutral, Neville said as he took a seat and resting his head hands. We need to find a way to keep abreast of what's going on out there. He nodded towards the window. It would be really stupid to try and make plans with no information about what he's doing. Harry nodded. And how do we contact these people? Hermione asked, still unconvinced. She folded her arms over her chest as she eyed each of them. If you send out Hedwig, she'll be followed or worse, and it'll be incredibly difficult for us to get out of the country right now. We'll use Dobby to send messages. He should be able to apparate. You're going to make Dobby apparate thousands of miles to deliver messages. What do you suggest, Hermione? Harry snapped. Should we do nothing? Hide out here and hope it all goes away. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but bit back her retort. Neville came up behind her and rested a hand on her shoulder. She turned to look into his big brown eyes and felt her chest tighten as he smiled gently. What's wrong, love? He asked softly. He knew that she wasn't trying to throw a wrench in Harry's plans, but that something else was going on in that big brain of hers. She started to say, her voice shaking a bit. I'm afraid of what's going to happen to us. It's all real now. We've trained for it, of course, but we never actually had to, she said, her hand covering her mouth as tears began to fall from her eyes. Kill? Harry asked. All anger vanished from his voice. Hermione nodded and Neville held her to his chest. Of the four of us, only Neville and I have actually taken lives, and both times it was a life or death situation. 3 times, Neville said softly. Everyone looked at him suddenly and he shrugged. Sebastian Lestrange cornered me in the castle last night. He took my wand but didn't check my pockets. I kind of stabbed him in the throat. Wow, Daphne sighed as she sat down again, staring at Neville. Rudolphus is really going to be out for your blood now. He'll be the last of his line. They started this feud by torturing my parents, Neville reminded them. This is what I mean, Hermione said, sniffling. Are we just going to become soulless killers? I don't want to take anyone's life if I have a choice, Harry said quickly. I didn't want to do it, Neville said. But if I hadn't, he would have killed me. It's war, love. People die in war. We're going to do what we have to do in order to survive and to protect people who can't protect themselves. He's right, Daphne said. If it comes down to protecting the people I love or a bunch of wankers who have no regard for human life. My choice is clear. Unless one of you has the gift of sight that you haven't told me about, none of us can see into the future, Harry said, staring at them all in turn. But I do know that at some point we're going to have to do things we'll regret later on. But so long as we're together, keeping each other sane, we're going to make it through this war. We just have to remember what it is we're fighting for. Our future and the future of our children. Daphne stood and hugged Harry while Neville gave Hermione a reassuring squeeze. Whatever you think we should do, I'm with you, Hermione said, wiping her eyes. But we can't forget our priority, Hermione pointed out. The only way to end this once and for all is to find the remaining Horcruxes and get rid of them. I think we're all in agreement there, Daphne said. So what's first? Neville asked. Well, since we're going to be living here, we should get settled and claim bedrooms. It looked as if there's enough for us to have our own. Hermione blushed a bit and looked at Neville, who was staring at the notebook before him. Harry had a sneaking feeling that there would be one empty bedroom. He completely missed his own girlfriend's questioning look. We can worry about that later, Harry smiled. We should maybe think about lunch. Once Dobby returns, we can figure out what we should do next. Hermione nodded and took Neville by the hand and led him downstairs. Harry was about to follow when Daphne held him back. Harry, I don't want to be alone. Would it be all right if we? Daphne started to ask. She was clearly nervous, and Harry understood because he felt very nervous all of the sudden. Yeah, of course, he said, answering her unasked question. Daphne's face brightened and she hugged him tightly. Harry didn't really want to be alone either. With Daphne close to him, it might help to keep his mind imagining horrible things that might be happening to the people he cared for. I could hardly sleep last night, Daphne sighed against his chest. I kept dreaming about Torrey and Tracy. I don't want to admit to myself that they're gone. We don't know anything for sure, Harry tried to say, but Daphne began shaking her head. You weren't there, Harry. I know, but I know how strong and resourceful both Tracy and Astoria are. I've seen them both fight. If they were together, I can't help but think that they found another way out. We have to keep up hope for them until we know for sure. I never thought that we'd be this cut off from the world. We won't be for long, Harry smiled. Once Dobby gets back, we'll be able to find out exactly what's going on out there. Lord Voldemort stared at the 3 lifeless bodies that were lying at his feet, 2 males and a female. They had been his hope to resolve the problem with his wanting power. It hadn't worked. He had wasted months on Resea. He stood in the large silver tub he had conjured to hold the blood of his young victims. He had followed the ritual to the letter. He had drawn the runes upon the floor in dragon's blood. He carved the corresponding runes into the flesh of his intended victims while reciting the incantation. Then he had stripped his robes, opened his own veins to empty himself of the tainted Potter blood, while levitating his victims and spilling their blood onto him. The ritual had worked. He had cleaned himself of what he had felt was tainted blood once, and for all and taken in new, young, powerful new blood. But his magic had not regained its former level. Anger like had never felt ran through him like the new blood in his veins. If it was not the blood that was the problem, then what could it possibly be? What was worse was that if the blood was not the problem, then he had just relinquished the protections Potter's blood had allotted him. He felt as if he were now more vulnerable than he'd ever been. However, there was no other options left to him. He had felt no further drains on his power, but he could not risk it happening again. He would have to use subterfuge to keep anyone from learning of his weakened state. Though he was sure that he was still far more powerful than any other, he was not what he had been. Fortunately, he had spent many years cultivating fear as a weapon. It still thrilled him to see people cower at the sight of him. Even his most faithful and powerful followers could not look him in the eye without a shiver of fear. There was nothing to match the power he wielded with fear. Not even Dumbledore's belief that love was the most powerful and least understood of all magic. He had never seen anything to show him that love held any power at all. It was a useless and wasted emotion. Lord Voldemort thought briefly of his weak mother, the witch who had died giving birth to him, and left him to rot in a Muggle orphanage. If love was truly as powerful as Dumbledore had believed, why hadn't she lived? Voldemort pushed those thoughts out of his mind. There was no need to waste his time contemplating his parentage. So far as he was concerned, he was born of magic to lead the wizarding world to its rightful place as rulers of the world. And now that Dumbledore was dead, there was only one further threat to his glorious vision: Harry Potter. He had already freed his followers from Azkaban, as well as quite a few more prisoners, all of whom had pledged their loyalty to him. Those new followers were being sent to key places in the country where Harry Potter and his friends might appear. Their orders were clear. Capture Potter by any means necessary, but take him alive. His friends were useless. The Dark Lord slipped into his rooms, not even bothering to clean the blood from his skin. He had no more time to solve the riddle of his lost power. It would have to wait for now. There was much to do at the moment. "How are the refugees?" Sirius asked as Amelia joined him on the porch. He hadn't slept at all since they had first heard of the Death Eater's siege. Amelia handed him a cup of tea, which he sipped gratefully. "Sleeping." Arthur slipped some sleep potion into Molly's tea. She was really upset, Amelia Bones said, leaning against the porch railing so she could look at Sirius' face. He had never regained the handsomeness he had once had, but he was still very attractive, especially when one took into account his 12 years in Azkaban. "I can't blame her. I imagine she's not alone. I still don't understand why he kept them all." "It's not for ransom," Amelia sighed. "He's even allowing families to write to their children." "Then I think that the only other possibility is that he's going to re-educate them," Sirius said, turning to look at Amelia, who was clearly upset by that thought. "He's going to make them into a new army. And we don't have the manpower to attempt to fight him, not to mention what he might do to the children." "What do you think he'll do to the Muggle-borns?" Sirius pondered. "Given his distaste for them, what do you reckon? Practice dummies for the rest to perfect their curses and hexes?" Amelia shivered as she imagined some poor faceless first year strung up with a line of students waiting to test out their spell work on him. Sirius noticed her shudder and took her hand. "Be thankful that Susan wasn't there. She's safe." "I am. I wish we could save them all. None of them deserve that sort of thing." Sirius nodded and turned back towards the forest that hid the seashore. It was as if he were watching for something, or more specifically someone to come through those trees at any minute. "You know he's all right, don't you?" Amelia asked, looking up into his dark eyes. Sirius smiled softly and nodded ever so gently. "I do. If he'd been in the castle, we'd have heard about it by now. Voldemort is nothing if not dramatic. He'd want the whole world to know how he managed to kill a 16-year-old boy. He'd probably have Harry's corpse tied to the gates of Hogwarts." "That's pretty grim even for you." Amelia made a face. "But it's true. We both know it is." "We should have waited to cast the new Fidelius. Harry might have been trying to get here. Now we have no idea where he might be." "I told you already. We'll wait a few days, and if no one's tried to get Grimmauld Place, we'll have Bill Weasley cast a new Fidelius charm. We've also got plenty of people out there keeping their eyes open. He'll turn up at some point." Sirius nodded once again, and Amelia gave him a tight hug. "People are looking up to you. I can't have my right hand falling to pieces on me." "Your right hand," Sirius quipped. Amelia pulled away, a look of determination on her face as she began to speak. "There's a reason I always have you backing me up when we go out. You're a strong fighter, and I know that no matter what, you'll do what needs to be done to protect me. Spending time with you over the past few months has been good for me. It's opened my eyes to a lot of things, including things I've missed because of my work. You've become more than a friend to me." Sirius's smile faded a bit as Amelia opened her heart to him. "I never believed you were the one to betray the Potters. Even when I arrived at that street and saw what had happened, none of it made any sense to me. You were one of the best Aurors in the Corp. You were on track to break Mad Eye's arrest record. You were a lot of things, Sirius Black, but a killer was not one of them." "Thank you," Sirius smiled again. "Thank you," Amelia replied. With a smile, she pulled him closer and placed a gentle but firm kiss on the old dog's lips. Sirius was stunned for a moment at the gesture, but as Amelia lengthened the kiss, he began to relax into her arms and allowed the kiss to deepen. It had been a very long time since he had felt a woman's lips upon his own, and it was just as amazing as he had remembered it to be. Amelia reveled in his taste. She didn't care that there was 9 years difference in age between them, or that she had been his superior at one time. He had always stood out to her as being a man of integrity, despite his knack for causing chaos. Over the past few months, he had proven beyond a doubt what kind of man he truly was. She knew he would do anything for his godson, and anyone else he cared for. Along with that, he could make her smile. And had awakened something she had thought lost years ago. Her sense of fun. Despite all that was going wrong in their world, he could still make her smile. It was war, and their lives could end the very next day. Amelia Bones was going to be damned if she allowed herself to ignore her growing feelings anymore. She owed it to herself to try and find some piece of joy. Sirius gave her that joy. If they managed to survive this war, then they could figure things out. But for now, she just wanted to live in the moment with no regrets and no remorse. Sirius broke the kiss and smiled at her. She stared into his eyes and saw his conflicting emotions. "I promise you, Sirius, we'll find him." Sirius touched his forehead to hers and sighed. "I know. Come on, we could both use a bit of a rest," she said, leading him back into the house. It was late in Dumbledore's house, and the 410s were all beginning to yawn. They had been poring over Dumbledore's extensive notes, trying to discern some clue about which of the items on his list were the actual Horcruxes and where they might be hidden. All they knew for sure was that RAB had made off with the original locket. They couldn't know for sure if it had been destroyed. All that was left was Nagini, Voldemort's serpent, and one other item. They all agreed that it must have once belonged to Helga Hufflepuff or Godric Gryffindor, as they knew the locket belonged to Slytherin, and they had destroyed Ravenclaw's tiara. "We have the sword, so we know that can't be it. That only leaves his gauntlet," Hermione reasoned. She had a biography about Gryffindor opened in front of her where she had found a picture of the gauntlet. They learned that both the gauntlet and the sword had been a gift from the leader of the Goblin Nation for Godric's assistance in a battle against a very vicious dragon. The sword was impervious to anything that might weaken it, and actually would take in anything that might strengthen it. The gauntlet, it turned out, allowed the wearer to fly without the assistance of a broom, and would act as a long-distance portkey. One simply had to say their destination and the rather large ruby with their wand. "That'd be really handy in a pinch," Neville said, admiring the picture of the gauntlet. Unlike the sword, the gauntlet disappeared. It was thought to be buried with Godric in Godric's Hollow, but no one knows for sure. Hermione finished reading the passage. "Well, we're in Godric's Hollow, and we could go look for his grave, but how would we know if the gauntlet is there or not?" Harry asked. Silence reigned them for a few moments before Daphne cleared her throat. "Surely Dumbledore checked that for himself," she said, flipping through one of the notebooks again. "If it were there, I doubt it would have been on his list." "That makes sense," Neville said. "Why bother putting it on the list if it were still buried with Gryffindor? If Voldemort had managed to get it, it wouldn't be there when Dumbledore looked." Harry was about to speak when there was a small pop, and a very tired and upset elf stood before them. "Dobby, are you all right?" Harry asked, going quickly to the little elf's side. "Dobby is so very sorry, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby could not find Harry Potter's godfather. Dobby tried and tried, but could not feel his presence. Dobby remembered Harry Potter say he was on an island, but could not find the island. I told you he was at the—" Harry's mind blanked and he looked to his friends, who all looked similarly puzzled. "Why can't I remember where Sirius is at?" "The Fidelius," Hermione said, her eyes widening. "They must have recast it. We can't remember where Sirius is." Harry's shoulders sagged at the news, but patted Dobby's little shoulder. "You did fine, Dobby. Thank you for trying. We'll have to think of something else. Dobby also tried to get Harry Potter's belongings from Hogwarts. We told you not to worry about that stuff," Harry said. Dobby's looked pitiful as he began wringing his hands and shuffling his feet. Dobby thought that Harry Potter and his friends would like to be able to change clothes and have their things, but Dobby was unable to retrieve them. The Death Eaters had destroyed all the belongings of students who had escaped. Dobby is terribly sorry for disobeying. "You have nothing to apologize for, Dobby. It was very kind of you to be thinking of us and trying to take care of us." Harry smiled at his little friend. "You should rest up, Dobby," Neville suggested. "You're going to have plenty of work over the next few days." Dobby actually looked energized by that, and after Harry told him to get some sleep, the little elf scurried off to rest up. "Well, that puts a kink in our plans," Daphne said as Harry rose to his feet. "We can send Dobby with a letter to my family tomorrow. At least then we'll get some kind of information." "That's a good idea," Hermione agreed. "We can also send a letter to my Gran. She might have some information we could use. She's pretty well connected in the Wisengamot and the Ministry." Neville offered, forgetting that Daphne's father was on the Ministry as well. "Dobby was right. I would like to have something else to wear," Hermione said. They all agreed on that point. "We won't be able to do anything until we figure out where these damned things are," Harry said bitterly. "Okay, tomorrow, we send messages to Neville and Daphne's families. We'll also get messages to Victor and Fleur and see about getting some kind of network built. We can also see about getting into Muggle London for clothes and supplies. It's getting late, and we're all a bit knackered," Hermione said, taking Neville's hand. "We should get some sleep. Good night." Neville couldn't help but give a small grin as his girlfriend led him away. 10 Galleons says it's a few hours before they actually do any sleeping, Daphne said. Harry turned to look at her with a disgusted face which caused her to giggle. I'm so glad we took the room on the other side of the house. I'm glad she's so good at silencing charms, Daphne countered. So how about it? Are you ready to turn in? Harry saw her look away nervously as she asked the question. He was suddenly nervous as well. He couldn't say why. They'd been together a few times now, and each time they had pushed their boundaries a bit further each time. In truth, he desperately wanted to be with her, but he was unsure if this was the proper time. She looked up at him when he didn't answer her question. Harry. I love you, you know that, right? Daphne nodded, her face looking puzzled. I want it to be perfect when we, Harry, Daphne said, rushing to him and placing her hand over his mouth. I don't want to push you into anything. I don't want to push myself. But we don't have all the time in the world anymore. The world has changed and people are dying. We could be next, and I don't want to face death not having given myself to you, the man I love. I am asking you to make love to me, not because I'm afraid that we may not ever get the chance, or that we may die, but because I love you and I want you to know just how deeply I love you. She took his face in her hands and pressed her lips to his. When she broke the kiss, she could see his love for her shining in his emerald green eyes. He smiled softly to her and without a word led her to the bedroom they had claimed as their own. Daphne locked the door behind them, and Harry swished his wand over her head, casting silencing charms. Daphne turned back to Harry and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling herself up to kiss him. He held her waist in his arms, lifting her off the floor. She slinked her legs around his waist as he turned and took her to their bed, where he carefully laid her down. I love you, Harry Potter, Daphne said when their lips parted. He kissed her quickly before staring into her eyes. I love you, Daphne Greengrass, he said. She pulled him back to her for another kiss as her hand slipped down his chest to the hem of his shirt and tugging it up. Harry tore his lips away from hers as she pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it behind him. His mouth found the soft, supple flesh of her neck, and he began to gently trace his lips along her collarbone, eliciting soft moans of pleasure from his lover. Harry began to unbutton Daphne's blouse, his fingers gliding across her soft, creamy skin as her fingernails traced along his back. Daphne gasped as Harry's hands ran up her stomach and across her breasts. His fingers curled around the straps of her bra and pulled them down her shoulders. She felt a charge as Harry's lips sucked softly on her scar. Daphne pushed Harry away and sat up so she could undo the hooks of her bra before allowing it to slip away from her chest. She then reached out for her boyfriend and turned him so he fell back on the bed with her straddling him. She bent forward and captured his left earlobe between her teeth and gently pulled on it before trailing small kisses down his neck. Harry's hands cupped her breasts, his rough palms doing wonders on her nipples. She hissed in pleasure as he gently tugged on her left nipple as he rose up to nibble at her collarbone. It was one of her most sensitive spots, and Harry loved the noises she made when he kissed her there. While he was occupied with her neck and breasts, Daphne began tugging at his belt, determined to get him out of his jeans. She could feel his excitement and wanted to remove all the barriers between them. She couldn't help but smile to herself as she swore she heard Tracy cheering her on. She had finally gotten his jeans opened when Harry grabbed her waist and flipped her over. Apparently he wanted to have a bit of control for a while, and Daphne was not really willing to give up on her mission. That was until she felt his hands at the waistband of her jeans. It looked as if he wanted the same thing she did. It wasn't long before they were both quite bare. Daphne was once again on top of Harry and was sliding herself along Harry's length. It was truly intoxicating, the pleasure she was getting just from that act, but she wanted more. She bent to kiss him, while grasping her boyfriend and positioning him. Slowly, as she continued kissing Harry, she began to lower herself onto him. She took a deep breath as he pressed into her maidenhead. With a gasp, she had lowered herself, forcing him to break the very last barrier between them. She sank onto him, burying Harry inside of her. She saw him looking terrified and shook her head before he could protest. Tracy and Hermione had both told her about this part. She had expected it, the stinging pain of it. She also knew it was temporary and knew that once she began to move, the pain would go away. Still, she felt she had to take a moment. Harry watched Daphne as she lowered herself onto him and nearly leapt out of bed when she had hissed in pain. It was clear by her expression that she was hurting, but she shook her head before he could do anything. She pressed her palms into his chest to keep him right where he was. At the same time, he couldn't help take stock of what he was feeling. She was so warm and velvety soft. She was tight around him, but not uncomfortably so. He watched her face as she opened her eyes and stared into his. Slowly, she began to move on him. It was indescribable, the sensations she was giving him. Harry reached up to cup her breasts again as she moved up and then slowly back down on him. She began to almost purr with the waves of pleasure that she was now feeling. Daphne let out a low growl of pleasure as Harry sat up and took her nipple into his mouth and began sliding his tongue across it. She held his head tightly to her chest as she ground against him. Harry tore his mouth away from Daphne's chest and captured her lips, swallowing a long moan of pleasure from Daphne, who was now beginning to speed up her rhythm. She had started to feel something building in her stomach. It was growing as the pleasure intensified. She knew exactly what it was, thanks to listening to her friends talk, and wanted very much to experience it for herself. She could tell that Harry was also approaching his own climax, as he was gripping her waist more and more tightly. Harry suddenly gave out a groan, and his hips rose up off the bed, driving his manhood deeper inside of her. She could feel his climax inside of her, and on his third deep thrust, her own orgasm crashed down on her. She threw her head back and her eyes rolled back as she cried out. Her thighs spasmed, and she clutched at Harry's chest, trying to keep from falling backward. She fell forward onto his chest, gasping for breath, as he snaked his arms around her waist and held her tightly to him, kissing her face, breathing just as heavily as she was. Her whole body was tingling with sensation, and she could still feel him inside of her, though he was beginning to slip out of her as his excitement ebbed away. "That was," she tried to speak, even though she could still hardly breath. "Why did we wait so long again?" Harry began to laugh as he fully understood what Daphne was talking about. His laugh proved infectious, and Daphne joined in his little giggle fest, kissing him softly. "I was trying to be noble and not go further than we were ready to go." He smiled. Daphne kissed him deeply. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you for always thinking of me first and caring about how I feel. I love you." "I love you, too." Harry smiled at her, kissing her again. Daphne lay her head on his shoulder, finally catching her breath and running a hand through Harry's hair. "Do you think this is why Voldemort's such an arse?" Daphne asked, smiling softly. "What?" Harry asked, turning to look at her smiling face. Daphne began to laugh again. "Maybe if he felt what I just felt, he wouldn't be such a wanker. Maybe if he just made love to someone, he'd loosen up and the war would be over." Daphne was now laughing hard, which caused Harry to laugh all the harder. "Maybe, but now that Bellatrix is dead, I think you'll be hard-pressed to any witch willing to make love to that snake-faced bastard," Harry said between fits of laughing. "Oh, now I have really disgusting images of the two of them." Daphne's laughter died away as her face soured. Harry was still laughing and kissed her passionately. "Maybe I can try and get those out of your head for something more favorable," he said, rolling her onto her back. "How are you going to do that?" she asked, running her hands up his chest and around his neck. She then felt his manhood pressing into her pelvis, and she grinned. "I think I might have a way." He smiled before capturing her lips with his own again. "Harry," Hermione said softly as she approached her friend in the small study they had arrived a few days ago. Harry was looking over some of Dumbledore's notes while Neville and Daphne were sparring. "What's up, Hermione?" Harry saw his bookworm best friend fidgeting nervously. "I know we've planned to go to London tomorrow to get clothes and things, but I was wondering, since we'll already be in London and all, if we could go see my parents. I haven't been able to talk to them since last year, and they must be worried. I thought about sending Dobby, but—" "You want to see them for yourself." Harry smiled, and Hermione sighed with relief. She knew at that moment that she was going to get to see her mother and father. Hermione knew how high Harry valued family, especially since he had never really had his own. "I'm just so worried for them. They have no way to defend themselves." Hermione began as she sat in one of the comfortable chintz chairs. "You know that there's probably Death Eaters staked out there waiting for us to show up," Harry pointed out. Hermione was so overjoyed that she missed the glint in Harry's eye. "I figured that," Hermione said, standing up again and began packing. "I thought we could go at night. We could disillusion ourselves, since there's no way we'd all fit under your cloak. Then we could cut through the Myersons' yard and into my parents' backyard. If we go to the front door, any Death Eaters watching my family's home would likely notice the door opening and no one knocking on it, or my parents leaving. It'd be rather suspicious. The backyard is fenced, and there are no trees for them to hide in. A few quick revealing spells, and we should be able to get in to see Mum and Dad with no problems." "How long have you been thinking about this?" Harry smiled. It was clear that Hermione had probably had a whole speech prepared in case he was unwilling to allow them to go to her parents' home. "Just a few days since we got here," Hermione replied. "Hey," Neville said as he and a very tired and sweaty-looking Daphne joined the two. "I think Neville and I are about dead even." "He's powerful, but I think I have a better repertoire of spells to draw from," Daphne grinned, giving the boy a playful shove. "You have got to teach me that leadening spell. Making it near impossible for a Death Eater to move or raise his wand would be so awesome." Neville grinned, wiping his brow on his sleeve. "What are you two walking about?" Daphne asked as she kissed her boyfriend. "Making grand plans to take down our enemies. Actually, we were discussing going to see my parents tomorrow." Hermione smiled. She was very happy that Harry had agreed to her plan. Daphne's smile, on the other hand, melted away. "What? Why does she get to see her family and I don't? Why are we going to her house and not mine? What about Neville? Will he get to see his grandmother tomorrow, too?" "Daphne, calm down," Harry said, reaching out for his girlfriend's hand. Daphne snatched it away quickly as she grew angrier. "I'm not going to calm down. I've lost my best friend and my sister." "Why does Hermione get to go see her family? Neville and I want to see our families, too." "And you will," Harry snapped. Daphne, who was on the verge of tears, looked up into her boyfriend's irritated face as he got out of his chair and came to her. He took her hands gently and made her look into his eyes. "You're going to see your mum and dad very soon. I promise you that. But we can't just go marching up the front walk." "Before Hermione asked me, I was already trying to figure out how we could get to visit all your families, especially yours and Neville's. We've sent Dobby with letters, but we couldn't send him to Hermione's parents because they're muggles. It might freak them out a bit, and we can't send Hedwig. Her family lives just outside of London, and since we're already planning a trip there tomorrow, it won't be too difficult to stop by. I promise you we're going to see you parents as soon as possible." Daphne's anger faded and she nodded. She looked to Hermione. "I'm sorry, I know," Hermione said, crossing the room to hug her friend. "I completely understand. I'll make sure that we get to see you parents and yours to Neville." She smiled over her shoulder. "We don't need to worry ourselves." Neville smiled easily. "She more or less told me to stay away unless it was an emergency. So long as I can send letters, she's fine." "Okay, now I want to run through our plans again." Harry smiled at them all. The next morning saw the 4 teens preparing for their trip into London. Dobby had cleaned all their clothes. With the exception of Harry, they had been wearing their school uniforms. Hermione had managed to transfigure their clothes to look as muggle as possible, so as not to draw attention to themselves. The previous night, Harry had managed to open the safe where Dumbledore's letter had indicated he'd left them money. He'd been worried that it was all going to be wizarding money, which would have made shopping very difficult, but it seemed that Dumbledore had foreseen the need for muggle money, and Harry was pleasantly surprised to find a very large stack of pounds. They decided to wait until 11 o'clock, as London would be very busy, and they could blend into the large crowds. They had only one problem. Neither Neville or Daphne had really spent any time in London outside of Diagon Alley. Hermione and Harry had thought about using King's Cross Station as an apparition point, but Daphne had only ever used the flue on platform 9¾ so it was decided that Harry would side along apparate Daphne, while Neville would let Hermione lead him into London. At 11, Harry, Hermione, Neville and Daphne stepped into the small garden behind the Dumbledore house. "Remember, if we get separated for any reason, apparate right back here," Harry said, making sure his wand was hidden up his sleeve. The others nodded their understanding. "This isn't a pleasure trip," he looked at the girls. "We get what we need and we move on as quickly as we can. I think we can all agree on that," Neville smiled. "Though it's highly unlikely that Death Eaters will be roaming Muggle London. Let's do what we need to," Hermione said, eagerly anticipating the visit to her parents. They had all decided that once they were in London they wouldn't use magic, except to shrink their purchases. They thought it best to do all they could not to draw attention to themselves. "All right," Harry said, offering his arm to Daphne, who took it with a smile. Harry had chosen the point where they would apparate to, a small hamburger restaurant that Hagrid had taken him to what felt like a lifetime ago. It turned out that Hermione knew the place as well. The two couples appeared with small whip cracks in the alley behind the restaurant. "What is that awful smell?" Daphne said, gagging. "I'm going to guess it's urine," Harry said with a small smile. "It's likely homeless people come here to rummage through the trash for food. We should get moving," Hermione urged, leading Neville out by the hand. Harry and Daphne followed right behind. The teens allowed themselves to be swallowed up by the steady stream of muggles on the march to whatever errands they needed to accomplish. Daphne had never been in Muggle London before. She'd been in a few Muggle towns before, but never a city like this. She couldn't stop from gaping at the buildings or the lighted signs. Even the hundreds of cars clogging the streets captured her mind. Several times, Harry had to tug on her arm to get her to move again. "You're nearly as bad as Mr. Weasley," Harry smirked. "It's just so busy," Daphne said, waving around her. "We're here," Hermione shouted over her shoulder. She was standing in front of the entrance to a small shopping mall. "Should we split up?" Neville asked. "Girls go to the girls area and we get our things." "Not a bad idea," Harry shrugged. "We could get our shopping done quicker," Daphne pointed out. "Okay," Hermione nodded. 2 hours and we met over there in the food court. "Any trouble, apparate out and then activate your DA galleon," Harry reminded. He gave Daphne a quick kiss, and then he and Neville began searching for a men's department while Daphne and Hermione went off to find something a bit more feminine. "Whoa, Harry," Neville elbowed his friend. "Should we take a look?" Neville had spotted a sporting goods store with a large display of survival knives in the window. "You're becoming really obsessed with edged weapons," Harry grinned. "Saved my life twice now. Can you blame me?" "Not really. It might not be bad to stop in and take a look. We might find some stuff we can use, besides knives, I mean. Like that crossbow. Clothing first, Neville. Man, does Hermione know you pine over weapons?" Daphne was truly having life at the moment. As they were on a timed schedule, she knew she would never have the time to truly browse and even try on all the clothes that the store offered. The first thing the two girls did was go right for the lingerie area. Knickers and bras were top priority for the two. Hermione did allow them a few minutes to peruse some of the more tasteful offerings, saying that it would be a nice treat for the boys at some point, especially if they might have something to celebrate. Daphne admitted that she really missed her favorite black slip that she would often wear for Harry in the room of requirement. Then it was on to the rest. Jeans and shirts of all kinds. Daphne even slipped a dress or two, as well as a few choice skirts that she passed. The two took adjoining dressing rooms to make sure their choices fit well. "We haven't really had a chance to talk with all that's going on. How are things with you and Harry?" Hermione asked while she pulled on a pair of jeans that turned out to be a bit snug. "Well, you've pretty much seen. He's always going over Dumbledore's notebooks, like it's going to change and all the answers are going to come spewing out. He does get pretty focused, but that's not what I meant. You guys kind of forgot the silencing charm last night." Daphne froze in the middle of trying on a new bra. She felt her whole body burn crimson. I'm happy for you guys. With everything happening around us, it's really good to have that strong connection. I just never had any idea how much stamina Harry had or how strong your lungs were." Daphne wanted to disappear. She heard Hermione struggling to not laugh from the next room. "I am so going to hurt you," Daphne growled. "Like I haven't heard that before. I could tell your parents about your living arrangements with Neville. Perhaps your father would be interested to know exactly how well Neville uses his wand." "You wouldn't." Hermione's voice sounded horrified. "Try me," Daphne chuckled, realizing she had Hermione in her clutches. "Then there would be only one thing to do. I'm sure Dobby would be up for taking a very special letter to your father with a few of the more interesting things I've heard you shout." Daphne began laughing. "I don't shout anything." "You're right," Hermione agreed. "There's no way you could form words be that lacking in breath." There was a pause, and then Hermione said, "Okay, is it bad that I just kind of creeped myself out with that?" The two girls broke down into a fit of laughter as they finished trying on clothing. When they were done, they took relatively smaller piles of clothing out with them, and both selected a few pairs of shoes, best suited for running or hiking, though Daphne did select a nice pair of 4-inch heels. "What?" she asked Hermione, who was giving her a rather pointed look. "They go with my skirts and the dress. When are you ever going to wear that stuff? You might be surprised." Daphne smirked as she made her way to the counter, followed by Hermione, who had selected a pair of simple black pumps. "What?" Hermione asked when Daphne gave her a grin. "It never hurts to be prepared." Both girls began laughing again. Neville and Harry, in true male fashion, were able to get jeans, shirts, jackets, shoes, sock, and even underwear and get back to the sporting goods store in under an hour. Neville had already chosen 3 knives before Harry was finished looking at rucksacks and survival gear. "And I'll throw in sharpening stones," the proprietor was telling Neville, who was testing the weight of one of the bigger knives. "What do you think, Harry?" he asked, handing the knife to Harry. "Not bad," Harry said, hefting the blade. Do you have first aid kits? Yeah. The older man smiled, walking down the counter. He pointed out a few different kits, each having more or less the same stuff. Harry asked for half a dozen of the largest kits, and a few other items that Harry thought might come in handy, including a rather nice knife with a no-slip handle that looked rather nice. Smart thinking. Neville whispered out the corner of his mouth as Harry paid for his items. The old man then took care of Neville's choices. It's not like we can go into Diagon Alley for healing drafts and the like, Harry said as they left the store. I don't know how extensive your healing knowledge is. Now that I think about it, we should all try to learn some. Snape did show me a good one, but I think it's for more severe wounds. I hope I never have to use it, to be honest. Me too, Neville said, his good mood fading. Are you sure we should be going to Hermione's tonight? You're worried. Of course I am. I feel like we're about to walk into a trap. Except we're going to be springing the trap. Neville looked sharply at Harry and a smile broke onto his face. You're expecting a fight. Hopping for it, Harry shrugged. I've been thinking a lot about Hermione, and I think it's time she sees what it means to fight a war. She's scared about fighting, which I understand, but there's something else going on. It isn't just that she's afraid to kill. I think she's afraid she might like it. How can you even think that about her? Neville turned, blocking Harry's path and looking very angry. Calm down, Nev, Harry said, raising a hand. I know that she would never feel that, as do you. But somewhere in Hermione's humongous mind, she's afraid she might become like them. She hasn't had to do what we have. She hasn't truly been forced with that choice. I hope that she never has to make it, but you and I both know it's not going to happen. My first goal is to make sure the Grangers are safe, and maybe talk them into leaving the country or something. Hermione needs to have a clear head. But you think we're going to have a fight on our hands, don't you? Harry grimaced a bit, and then nodded. I think it's time we start thinning his numbers, even if it's 1 or 2. If we can capture one, maybe we might be able to get a bit of information out of them. You don't really think we'll be able to break one of them, do you? No, and I'm not going to torture anyone. I'm not one of those bastards, and I'm going to do everything in my power to see that myself, and the rest of us never become like them. I'll ask, but I won't beat it out of them. I'm hoping that they might want to brag, you know. Neville smirked and nodded, as he returned to Harry's side as they headed to their arranged meeting area with the girls. Should we get some food while we're waiting for them? Harry asked. Neville's mouth was watering simply from the sensuous smells around him. He barely nodded before following Harry to one of the restaurants. By the time they had their orders, the girls had appeared. Oh, thank you, Daphne kissed her boyfriend. We were just talking about getting lunch. The teens ate quickly, each of them keeping their eyes open for anything suspicious. It seemed that luck was with them, as nothing appeared at all unusual. When they finished, they decided to find a vacant alley where they wouldn't be seen to deal with their purchases. Okay, Hermione said as she took out her wand. Since you and Neville still have the trace on you, I'll shrink the bags. Wait a second, Neville said, diving into one of the bags and pulling a couple of the knives he had purchased out. You should be able to hide this under your shirt, he said, handing the smaller of the two to Hermione. She gave him a questioning look, and he simply shrugged. I'd rather you have it and not need it. The bushy-haired girl gave a soft smile and tucked the knife in the back of her jeans, pulling her jumper over it. Daphne made sure it wasn't obvious, and then Hermione went to work on shrinking their shopping. Once they had each stuffed their pockets with their now diminished purchases, they waited a few moments, in case they might be tracked. Once they were sure that no one was coming, and there'd be no fight, Hermione led them out of the alley and down to the nearest subway station. The trip was long, especially since they were going as Muggles. 3 trains and 4 buses, with some rather long waits in between. Harry and Neville both nearly had rib injuries from laughing when they actually missed a connection, and Hermione swore. It's not funny, she said. We have to wait 45 minutes now. It was with serious relief that the 4 teens departed from the final bus. Mum and Dad won't be home for another hour, Hermione said, looking at her watch. There's a park not far from the house. We can go there and wait. I don't know about being in the open like that, Harry said, and both Daphne and Neville agreed. Well, there's public library not far from here. Is anyone surprised that her second suggestion was a library? Daphne chuckled. I'm actually shocked it wasn't her first. Harry admitted with a grin. Hermione simply huffed and began leading them to the library she had spent so much time in as a child. They weren't bored by any means. Both Neville and Daphne enjoyed getting to listen to some Muggle rock music, while both Harry and Hermione scanned the Muggle newspapers for any news that might give them a clue as to what Voldemort was up to. Unfortunately, there were no suspicious accidents or deaths. It looked as if nothing had happened at all. Kind of strange, isn't it? Harry said, folding up a paper. Not really, Hermione sighed. It's likely that he's busy reorganizing his new government. He may not have anticipated all he would have to do and the appointments he would have to make. Although I'm sure you're still his #1 priority. All this speculation and guessing makes me kind of long for the days of glimpses into his head. Thwack. Hermione's angry gaze sent shivers down Harry's spine, and he had to look away at once. Sorry. You'd better not let me ever hear that again, Hermione warned. Harry nodded his understanding, and Hermione checked her watch. They should be home now. We should get the others and start making our way there. Harry agreed, and they sought out their significant others, who were listening to a CD of the Beatles, and discussed the music quite thoughtfully. Do you think we can get one of those things and some music to listen to? Neville asked as they stepped out into the street. It was really fun listening to such diverse music. I still like the Rolling Stones the best, Daphne said, taking Harry's hand and looking up the street for any signs they were being watched. That's because you're mental, Neville grinned. The Beatles were clearly better. Oh gods, what did we let happen? Harry asked, looking at Hermione, who looked just as befuddled. Finally, she shook her head and began leading the group again. Thankfully, it wasn't a long walk, and when Hermione judged them to be about halfway, she guided them into a small area between 2 hedgerows and disillusioned them all. As they could no longer see one another, they had locked hands, and Hermione once again led them out into the street. The Meyerson house was a very elegant-looking home, with a large, prim front garden. Hermione led them beside the large cream-colored house and into the back garden where a large wooden fence separated the Meyerson property from the Grangers. Humani's Revelio, Hermione whispered. Harry was peeking through 2 of the slats of the fence and saw 2 red outlines showing through the Granger home. One of them looked to be busy in the kitchen area, while the other was still in another room. Dad's watching the news. Looks like Mum is making supper, Hermione said. Hold it, Harry said, noticing something else. Over by the woodpile. They all did their best to try to catch a glimpse of what Harry had spotted. Stay here, he said, reaching up to the top of the fence and pulling himself over. Neville finally caught on to what had Harry's attention. Another red glowing figure was behind the woodpile. As Harry jumped the fence, the figure stood, and Neville realized they were either hidden with an invisibility cloak or disillusioned themselves. Petrificus totalis, Harry snapped. Figure locking up and falling over with a loud thud. Hermione and the others were over the fence in an instant. Damn it, Harry, the trace? Oh, I forgot. Harry sounded remorseful. Hermione took away the disillusionment charms on them all, and Harry bent over the still glowing figure on the ground. He checked for a cloak, but only felt the person's face. Disillusioned, Harry said. Hermione countered the charm, and they found themselves staring into the eyes of Stan Shunpike. I don't believe this. Harry groaned. Stan! Look at his eyes, Harry, Daphne pointed out. Hermione! The 4 teens turned and saw a woman that looked very much like Hermione. Mum! Hermione shouted, running her mother's arms. He's Imperiused, Daphne said to Harry as she watched Hermione reunite with her mother and father. So what do we do? Neville asked. Obliviate him, send him away from here, Harry said. Daphne nodded and did the deed. Stan, under Daphne's orders, recast the disillusionment charm and left. I think it's time for introductions, Hermione's father said, still hugging his daughter. Let's do that inside. Harry smiled, taking Daphne's hand. The whole group went into the house, and Mr. Granger greeted Neville like a very old friend, giving the younger man a firm handshake and a hearty back slap. Mum, Dad, this is Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. Hermione smiled, introducing the 2 newcomers. At last, we finally get to meet the infamous Harry Potter. Mrs. Granger smiled, offering her hand. We've had a few debates over the idea that Hermione was making you up. Then Neville gave us a bit more insight, but it still seemed as if you couldn't be a real person. Mr. Granger smiled, shaking Harry's hand when his wife had finished. I'm sure they exaggerated a lot. Harry smiled softly, feeling suddenly warm in the face. Hermione gave him a rather offended look, and he simply smiled at her. So why are you here now? Mrs. Granger asked. I thought school didn't let out for the summer holiday for another 3 weeks. It's kind of a long story. Hermione hesitated. Do you remember the long talk we had at Christmas time about the wizard terrorist? Both adults nodded, and Hermione looked sheepish. I wasn't entirely forthcoming about some pertinent information. What do you mean? Mr. Granger asked, looking between Hermione and Neville suspiciously. We'd better sit down. Neville suggested. Over the next hour, the Grangers got the full story about the Wizarding War and Hermione's role in it. To say they were shocked was an understatement, and yet they both admitted to being very proud of their only child. "As frightened as I am for you, sweetie, I can't help but being so very proud." Mrs. Granger smiled, taking her daughter's hands affectionately. "So you're going to build an army to fight this maniac all by yourselves?" Mr. Granger asked. "I've become kind of connected over the last couple of years." Harry shrugged. "But we have another problem right now. You're both in danger from Voldemort's minions. He'll do anything to get his claws on me, including killing you. He knows Hermione's my best friend, and he'll use anything he thinks might get me to come out of hiding just so he can finish me off. So what are we supposed to do?" Mr. Granger asked, feeling a shiver of fear run down his spine. He would do anything to protect his family. "Leave the country as soon as possible," Harry said. "I am not leaving without you," Mrs. Granger said to Hermione, who began tearing up. "You have to," she said. "Harry's right. To Voldemort, you're nothing more than cattle to be slaughtered." Daphne suddenly stood up and began looking out the front window into the darkening street. Harry noticed and stood as well, going to her side while the Grangers discussed the idea of fleeing. "What is it?" Harry asked Daphne. She shook her head, still keeping her eyes focused on the street. "I don't know. I swore I heard something." "What do you think it was?" Harry asked, now scanning the street as well. Before Daphne could answer, however, a flash of purple light caught Harry's eye. Moving on instinct, he grabbed Daphne and tackled her to the floor while shouting for everyone else to take cover. The front window and much of the wall holding it exploded as the spell made contact. Shards of glass and splinted wood and chunks of plaster rained down on them all. "How'd they find us?" Hermione shouted, pulling her wand. "Harry," Neville shouted, "we still have the trace." "Damn it," Harry cursed inwardly. "Hermione, Daphne, protect the Grangers. Neville, you're with me." Neville began to get to his feet when Daphne shouted him back down. "Oh no, you don't. Neville can protect Hermione's family." "I'm going with you, and don't even try to say no, or you'll never see me naked again." Harry didn't even want to try and argue, as this was not the place or time. He simply nodded and got to his feet with Daphne right behind him. They had barely taken 3 steps when the sliding glass door that led to the back garden exploded inward, and Mrs. Granger shrieked in fear. Hermione spun on her knees and sent 3 stunning jinxes, all of which failed to make contact. Neville backed her up with a powerful blasting hex, which caught the lead Death Eater in the face, sending bone and flesh all over what remained of the Granger's wall. Neville had no time to celebrate, as he was thrown off his feet as a blasting hex landed just in front of him, sending him sailing through a wall and into the Granger's study. "Neville!" Mr. Granger shouted, getting to his feet to check on the boy. Hermione placed herself between her mother and the 2 Death Eaters who were taking aim with their wands. "Hermione!" Mrs. Granger said, her voice shaking with fright. Hermione raised her own wand. All she could think about was protecting her mother and father and Neville, who might be badly injured. "Confringo!" The curse hit the first robed figure in the chest, knocking him into his partner. Hermione rushed forward so as not to give the Death Eater time to recover. She sent a cutting jinx at the robed figure, catching him above the wrist of his wand hand. There was a terrible high-pitched shriek of pain, and the figure fell down, clutching their suddenly amputated wrist. Hermione kicked the figure over and tore the mask off the Death Eater, shock stopping her cold. "Pansy!" Daphne was right on Harry's heels as he launched himself into the front yard where 4 Death Eaters were waiting them. Daphne was able to sneak a spell around Harry, catching one of the Death Eaters by surprise. He was knocked sideways into the Death Eater next to him, and the both fell in a heap on the lush lawn. Harry began trading spells with the largest Death Eater, who apparently was the leader of this little group. The last robed and masked terrorist appeared confused on what should be done. It looked as if he was waiting for an order, which gave Daphne the opportunity to disarm him and snap his wand. Lead Death Eater didn't waste his breath trying to taunt Harry. In fact, it appeared he had listened to stories and was keeping his focus solely on the boy who lived. That had been his fatal mistake. Having forgotten about the girl, he didn't realize that she had gotten behind him and stunned him cold. However, the first 2 that she had knocked over had regained their feet and sent stunners of their own. Harry's shield was quite formidable, however, and he managed to get one up before Daphne was struck down. Daphne, remembering the spell that Neville wanted to learn from her, made a quick slashing motion, and the electric blue spell hit the Death Eater in the forehead. He suddenly toppled over, his head making a rather deep impact in the soft soil of the Granger's lawn. I can't move my damned head, he shouted, his arms flailing about. Daphne turned in time to see Harry blasting the last Death Eater into a car, his head snapping back rather violently before he slumped to the ground. If you want to live, I'd suggest you leave and never come back. And I mean don't bother going to your master. He'll kill you a lot slower than I would. The Death Eater that Daphne had disarmed, and who had pretty uselessly watched the battle, stared for a long moment at Harry before turning and running away. Why'd you let them go? Daphne asked, taking the wand of the Death Eater, whose head was too heavy to lift, and snapping it in two. It was a kid. Couldn't you tell by how they were too shocked to do anything? When Hogwarts was taken over, we saw a few Death Eaters that might have been pretty young, Daphne sighed. Dumbledore and I ran into a bunch of kids when we got there, 4th years at the least, Harry said as he checked the pulse of the Death Eater by the car. He'll live, maybe, Harry said, handing his wand to Daphne. Do you want to see who it is? No, Harry said quickly. I'd rather not know. I think it's better that way. So what do we do with that one? Daphne nodded towards Leadhead. Stupefy, Harry shouted, knocking the Death Eater out. He then led Daphne back into the house. Neville and Mr. Granger were emerging from a rather large hole in the wall, Neville being supported by Mr. Granger. You okay? Harry asked. Neville nodded, though he grimaced. I don't think they liked me killing their friend. Where's Hermione? Daphne asked. We're out here, Mrs. Granger called out. They all went into the backyard where Hermione was standing over a shaking girl who was clutching a bloody stump. Hermione's eyes were wide and intense as she aimed her wand right between the girl's eyes. Hermione, sweetie, Mr. Granger asked, slowly approaching his daughter. Neville also came to his girlfriend's side and placed a hand on her shoulder. It's over, love. We won. Everyone's all right. You did good. Slowly, Hermione's arm lowered and slowed her father to embrace her. The Grangers went back into the house, while Harry, Daphne, and Neville tended to the girl. I don't believe it, Daphne said as she recognized the girl. Is he getting that desperate that he'll let anyone join his army? Harry, too, had to wonder about the Dark Lord's recruitment as he looked at a very scared and pale Pansy Parkinson. I'm going to give you one opportunity, Parkinson, Harry said, crouching in front of the girl. Tell me what's going on with your master. How did you find us? The name's been tabooed, Pansy said shakily, though she was still trying to sound tough. I thought you weren't following Draco anymore. I thought you were over him. Why'd you take the mark? Daphne asked. I didn't have a choice. Pansy began to break down. He swore to end the lives of my family. He said all Slytherins had a duty to join him and made it clear that it wasn't a request. What's happening to the rest of the students at Hogwarts? Harry asked. Re-education, Pansy said. They'll learn to follow his law or they'll be killed. What about Tracy and my sister? Daphne asked, falling to her knees before her former roommate. Pansy merely shook her head. I haven't seen them. Daphne began to cry and Harry pulled her away. I can't let you go back to him, Harry said, and Pansy looked up, fear shining in her eyes. Are you going to obliviate? Harry and the other teens didn't allow the Grangers time to pack more than their wallets and a few essentials. Harry handed Hermione's father a stack of pounds, and with one final hug to their daughter and her promise to let them know when it was safe to return, the Grangers got in their car and headed for the airport, just as the sound of police sirens were getting louder. Hermione watched her mother and father drive away until they were out of sight before turning to her friends, who were patiently waiting for her and leading them all back into her house. We're just going to leave these guys, Neville asked as they passed the lead Death Eater, who had been thrown bodily into the Grangers' car. I'm not taking them with us, Daphne said, following Harry back into the ruined house where Hermione had already headed. They're not going to bother anyone, Harry said flatly. We snapped their wands, and only one of them is in any condition to answer questions. Once he wakes up, that is. Harry nodded towards old Leadhead, who was still bent over with his head stuck in the lawn. Neville regarded the Death Eater for a moment before shrugging and following his friends. Hermione was in the backyard, staring at Pansy's now unconscious form, pointedly avoiding the boy next to her. Her whole body trembled as she recalled blasting the boy's chest apart as he and Pansy had stormed into the back door, intent on killing her and her mother and father. Hermione, Neville asked softly, we have to get out of here. I did it, she whispered shakily. I killed that boy and I didn't think, Let's go, Harry said. We'll deal with all this back home. Neville nodded and wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and apparated her away, with Daphne and Harry behind them. The four went inside and sat down in the sitting room. Hermione had broken down and was sobbing in Neville's arms by the time Harry had sat down. "I didn't mean to do it," Hermione gasped. "I just acted. I didn't think about what I was casting. And because of it, you and your parents are still alive," Harry said, leaning forward to look into Hermione's tear-filled eyes. "Now you understand what it really feels like, and now you know that this isn't some sort of game. If you hesitate, if you try to think of a humane way to stop our enemies, we die. You didn't kill anyone out there," Daphne pointed out. "And what was with obliviating them? They were kids. I think most of them might have been younger than we were," Harry said. "I obliviate them first because if they go back to Voldemort..." Daphne had slapped her hand over Harry's mouth. "Didn't you hear, Pansy? The name's taboo." "What does that mean?" Harry asked, pulling Daphne's hand away from his mouth. "Sort of like the trace," Neville said. "If you say his name, then they can track your location and come for you. It's really old magic. But we've said his name tons since we've been here," Harry pointed out. Hermione sat up at this, and they all looked at each other. Immediately, they all went through the house, looking for any signs that someone had been there, before congregating in front of the picture window in the sitting room again. "Could Dumbledore have warded this place against something like that?" Harry asked. "I don't think it was Dumbledore who did the protections on this place," Daphne said. "Huh. When he died, any wards or protections fueled by his magic would have fallen. Magic like that is tied to your life force. When you die, so does the magic. I think he had someone else cast the protections on this place," Hermione explained. She still looked very upset by what had happened earlier that evening, but having an opportunity to explain something complicated seemed to do her a bit of good. "That doesn't answer the question about if we're protected from the taboo," Neville said. "Even if we are, I think we should get in the habit of not saying that name. If we slip while we're out, we could find ourselves in a load of trouble," Daphne said. "Fine," Harry said. "Just so we're clear, is this our plan?" Neville asked. "I mean, are we going to obliviate anyone we don't kill?" "We're not going to kill everyone," Harry said, shaking his head. "We're not butchers, they are." "I know that," Neville said as if he were insulted. "You said we needed information, and I had every intention of stunning whomever I could, but that's..." "I'm sorry, Nev," Harry said, cutting the other man off. "I didn't mean it like it sounded. If it means we can get information from someone and possibly protect them from torture or worse by obliviating them, then yeah, that's our plan." "I don't see why," Daphne sighed. "They wouldn't give us the same consideration." "I know," Harry smiled softly. "And that's why we're far better than they are. Master Harry is being home." Dobby's delighted squeaky voice came from the kitchen as the little elf poked his head out and beckoned them all with his hand. "Dobby has prepared supper and had brought news." The 4 teens didn't hesitate and followed the diminutive creature into the kitchen, where a wonderful-looking supper of roast chicken awaited them. As they sat down and began dishing themselves, Harry invited Dobby to join them. Dobby's excitement was quite evident as he hugged Harry's leg so tightly. It felt as if the circulation had been cut off. "So, Dobby, you said you had news?" Daphne asked once everyone was settled and eating. Dobby nodded his head excitedly and popped away for a brief second before reappearing carrying 3 letters. He handed one to Neville, Daphne, and Harry respectively. Harry's letter came from Victor Crumb. "Harry, I have been in contact with several high-ranking officials in Bulgaria's ministry, and they seem very set on keeping out of your country's troubles. I am sorry, but I am not as important as you believe me to be, and cannot rally an entire country to your cause. Do not despair, however, as I have been able to gather more than a few sympathizers to your plight. We are ready to fight at your side at a moment's notice. I will continue to do all I can to rally more supporters, but it is a difficult thing to do. Relations between our 2 countries has not been very good in these last 2 years. If I can help you in any way, please send your house elf again, and I will do all in my power to help. Your friend Victor Dam," Harry said, passing the letter to Hermione, whose face mirrored Harry's disappointment. "Well, at least he's trying," Hermione said, passing the letter back. "And he might be able to get us things we can't get for ourselves. We need things, potion ingredients, and the like. Dumbledore's potions lab is stocked pretty well," Neville said, still reading his own letter. "Not for making healing drafts and blood replenishes and things like that," Hermione pointed out, returning to her supper. "Yes," Daphne shouted, launching herself out of her chair and dancing about the kitchen. "What?" everyone asked in surprised curiosity. "Torai's alive." "Daphne, it is such a relief to know that you are indeed alive and well. We have been so extremely worried over all that has transpired. At the moment, we are still at home, as there has been no need for us to flee, not to mention the simple fact that I do not wish to leave. I think your choice to stand and fight has stirred something in both myself and your father. He has been meeting with other individuals lately, though I am unsure of what they are discussing, and you know your father, he will not say. But if I had to guess, there might be a little friction in our new Lord's government. I only write this because I know it will not be intercepted. Brilliant idea using the elf. Now, I must warn you, my sweet daughter, if you find yourself in trouble or just need a place to go, do not come here at all. Your father has learned that we are being observed. He does not believe our ruse has worked. But there are places you know that should be safe if you think about it hard enough. In closing, stay safe and look after yourself and whomever might be with you. Give your love our very best and know that we are very proud of you. I was just about to finish this when an owl flew in. Your sister is alive and safe. She would not say where she is, but she has sworn that she will contact us again soon and not to worry. Clearly the fates are smiling upon us. All my love, Mum. How? Hermione asked. Daphne shrugged. But I have to believe that if she's alive, then Tracy is as well. They made it and they're safe. Harry got up and swept Daphne into his arms, swinging her around. He was just as happy as she was to learn that Astoria was alive. He vowed that he would see them reunited if it took his dying breath. What was in your letter, Nev? Harry asked as he and Daphne returned to the table. Gran says not to come there. She's seen Death Eaters all around. She thinks that they expect us to show up there sometime. Neville sighed. You think she's in danger? Hermione asked. Neville grinned and shook his head. I'd actually be more worried for the Death Eaters if they try anything. Neville let the thought hang, grinning madly. What's our next move? Daphne asked, still giddy from the good news. I don't really know, Harry admitted. I want to get out and do something, but without some kind of information, I'm not sure exactly what to do. It's times like these I really miss. Harry's eyes grew large and he suddenly smacked his head. So stupid, he shouted. His three friends and a rather frightened-looking house elf all stared at Harry. If there's anyone who might know where Sirius is or how to get in contact with him, it's the Weasleys. Oh my gods, Hermione shouted, her hands going to her mouth in embarrassment. I didn't even think of them. Dobby, I know you've done so much, but could you deliver another letter me? H.R.I. asked. The tiny elf puffed out his chest gave a small salute as he hopped off his chair and followed Harry out of the kitchen and into the study where Harry scribbled a quick note. Please take this to the Weasleys. Do not give it to anyone except Mr. or Mrs. Weasley, and only if you're sure that no one is watching. Let them know that we're all right, but we need their help. Stay there until you get a response, and help them if they need anything. Dobby will not fail his friend and master. Dobby said sternly and with more conviction than Harry believed possible. Dobby clutched the letter to his chest and with a soft pop vanished. Harry stood up once again, confident that he would be seeing his godfather quite soon. Lucius Malfoy had only been out of Azkaban a week. He was desperately tired and felt sick nearly all of the time. That's why he was surprised when his master had given him the very important task of killing 2 traitors who had defected the Death Eater ranks and fled the country. Lord Voldemort wished to make an example of the traitors and told Malfoy to bring back their heads. When Lucius had asked the identities of the traitors, his master had merely smiled and assured his servant that he would recognize them as soon as he saw them. He then ordered a very angry Rudolphus Lestrange to accompany him in his task. Following the instructions his master had given, and fueled by the fear of failure, Lucius followed his companion to the Hogwarts grounds and out the great iron gate. Once they were outside the wards, Rudolphus produced a portkey that would take them close to their prey. Still severely weakened from his stint in the wizarding prison, Lucius vomited up nearly everything he'd eaten in the last week upon landing. Rudolphus merely chuckled at the former rich man's plight, taking great joy in seeing the once arrogant Malfoy reduced to looking no better than a drunk beggar in the street. Let's move it, Malfoy. I've got much bigger fish to fry, and this is keeping me from tracking down Longbottom. It still stuns me that both your wife, who is admittedly one of the most powerful witches I have ever known, and your brother, who is no slouch himself, were down in by a boy. A boy that is supposed to be only a step above Squib if the rumors are to be believed. Malfoy choked out, still heaving on his hands and knees. Rudolphus violently haled Lucius to his feet and pressed his nose to Lucius as he snarled. Listen to me, you son of a bitch. Longbottom didn't use magic on my wife or my brother. He stabbed them, slaughtered them like they were pigs. No one could have beaten either Bellatrix or Sebastian. The little shit got lucky, but his luck is run out. I'm going to get Longbottom, and then I'm going to take great pleasure in cutting out his heart with the very blade he killed my wife with, all while making him scream under the cruciatus. That's nice, but until then, get your filthy hands off me, before I end your line once and for all myself. Rudolphus felt something tapping his crotch, and looked down to see Malfoy had his wand pointed right at his jewels. He roughly shoved the Malfoy sire away from him with a disgusted look. You always were a prick, Malfoy, Rudolphus grimaced, pulling his hood over his head. This way. Lucius followed his companion through a heavily wooded area up a small hill. They eventually came to a tiny village with 2 shops and a pub. Lucius could see a few houses nearby, but everything else was obscured by trees. If I may be so bold to ask, where are we? Switzerland. Rudolphus smiled. Our lost sheep were sent here a few weeks before Dumbledore was killed. We've had people out looking for them, and someone in this village reported their whereabouts in a small house not too far. We're going to see our informant and get the exact location and make sure they're still there. Once we find them, I will dispatch them just as our Lord has ordered, Malfoy said firmly. Rudolphus began laughing quietly to himself, and Lucius felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He suddenly realized something else was going on here. As subtle as he could manage, Lucius gripped his wand tightly and tugged it ever so slightly out of the ornate walking stick it normally resided in. The 2 men stepped into the filthy pub, and Lucius was at once overcome by the stench of stale beer and what he was sure was urine. Covering his mouth to keep from gagging, he followed Rudolphus into the pub, where he noticed only a handful of patrons pointedly ignoring the newcomers. Rudolphus spoke in a heated whisper to the bartender before giving Lucius a wave to follow him. They stepped into the back room where a very skinny and dirty-looking man, who couldn't have been more than 17, was sleeping on a large wooden crate. Hey, Rigby, Rudolphus shouted, slapping the young man and knocking him to the floor with a loud, heavy thud. What the boy shouted, scrambling to his feet, readying himself for a fight. He forgot that idea the moment he saw who had so rudely awoken him. Did you come for he began, but Rudolphus cut him off by presenting a large bag to the youth. Your reward, provided that the information proves accurate. It is, they're still up there now, saw them both just this afternoon. How do we get there? Rudolphus asked. I can show you, the boy said, going for a cloak on a peg just behind Lucius. Just tell us, Rudolphus snapped. The boy nodded and then explained how to get to the house. Once he was finished, Rudolphus handed over the bag of gold and promised that if their targets were not where they had just been told they were, he would be back to collect the gold again. Lestrange and Malfoy headed off into the darkening night to track down the defectors once again, Rudolphus chuckling to himself as they walked. Lucius was now certain that he was not fully informed as to what was going on. Taking no further chances, he took his wand out and gripped it tightly, keeping a wary eye on his companion now. We're close, Rudolphus said, pointing to a chimney that was just visible above the trees. We got quickly and quietly. Make sure you check for wards. They're clever, these 2. Lucius nodded, and he and Rudolphus split up, having decided that it would be for the best. This way, their quarry couldn't escape easily. Lucius used a few spells as he approached the house. There seemed to be no wards protecting the house, which surprised him to no end. If he had been trying to hide from the Dark Lord, he would have used every ward he could think of. Perhaps his prey had simply trusted someone else to protect them, or perhaps they were expected, and he and Lestrange were walking right into a trap. Slowly, he approached a window. Keeping himself low, so as not to be seen, Lucius peeked into the house. What he saw nearly stopped his heart cold. She was beautiful, more beautiful than he had ever remembered her looking. Tears sprang to his eyes as he suddenly realized why the Dark Lord had insisted that it must be him to carry out this assignment. He was not being given a chance to correct his past errors. He was still being punished. His loyalty was being called into question, and he knew now without a single doubt that he would fail. He could not kill his wife. Mum! Lucius' eyes followed the voice of his son, and his heart jumped into his throat. They were together, his precious Narcissa and his son, Draco. He had been told they had died. He had grieved for them, desperately wishing he had only had a chance to tell them what they had truly meant to him. It had only been during his incarceration that he had finally understood and realized just how much his wife and son had truly meant to him, and now that he had seemingly lost them, his only desire was to set things right. And here it was. He had his chance to save them and run away from all the deception and death. He could save them and show them that he had changed. But time was short and he had to act now. Lucius was on his feet and in an instant he had smashed through the front door. Narcissa shrieked while Draco went for a wand. "Wait," Lucius cried out, holding up his hands. "I don't have time to explain, but we have to get out of here, now." "You've brought them, haven't you?" Narcissa accused. "No, I was sent to kill you, but I wasn't told that it was you. He told me you both had perished in the siege," Lucius said adamantly. "I've been a fool, I need to make things right. We have to go now." He was looking into his son's eyes as he spoke. Draco kept his wand trained on his father, not daring to believe the man to be serious in his overtures. He saw something different in Draco. His eyes were haunted, almost empty, as if there was something eating away at his very soul. Unfortunately, that mystery would have to wait for now. Time was not their friend at this moment. "Please, Narcissa," Lucius turned to his wife. "I know that we've had our problems, and that I put things ahead of our family and ahead of our happiness. But please believe me when I tell you I want to fix it all. If you ever trusted me, I beg that you trust in me now." Narcissa stared with hopeful eyes at her husband, searching his face for any sign of deception. It was clear to her that she was looking at a broken man. Tears were beginning to fall down his unshaven face, and his shoulders sagged as she took a tentative step towards him. "Well done." The three Malfoys jumped at the voice of Rudolphus, who was leaning in the doorway. His wand was at the ready. Draco wasn't about to just roll over and allow anything to happen to his mother. He rolled to his right and was on his feet, his wand raised, the spell on his lips. Lestrange was much faster. "Avada Kedavra!" "No!" Narcissa shrieked as Draco was thrown to the floor, his life having been snuffed out for good. She ran to her child's side and lifted him into her arms, pleading for him to somehow wake up and return to her. Expelliarmus! Lucius and Narcissa both found themselves without wands in the blink of an eye. Narcissa began sobbing while cradling her only child's head in her arms. "You bastard!" Lucius grimaced, his own guilt and sorrow overwhelming him. "That was my son you murdered, my son. Oh, get over it, Malfoy, you're about to see him again." "Why?" Narcissa wailed from the floor. "Because you betrayed him," Rudolphus shouted over the hysterical woman's sobs. Lucius knelt beside his wife, wrapping his around her, tears streaming down his face. He looked up at Lestrange with bloodshot eyes and all the contempt he could muster. "It is my dying wish that Longbottom kills you and takes his time doing it." Rudolphus snarled, and with a flash of poison-green light, Narcissa's sobs were silenced as she died in her husband's arms. Lucius gripped his dead wife's body tightly and wailed up to the heavens before he too was silenced forever. Rudolphus stepped over to where Lucius had fallen and delivered on final kick to the dead man's face before stomping out of the little house. Just before he activated the return portkey, Rudolphus set the house ablaze and watched it burn for several minutes. The kills had been unsatisfactory. He longed for a real fight. He wanted Longbottom. If only his master would allow him to take that old crone, Augusta. Surely the boy would come for his only family. He was Potter's friend after all. Hell, it might bear unexpected fruit and Potter would accompany the pig. "Patience," he told himself as he tapped the portkey with his wand. He knew it was only a matter of time before Longbottom lay dead at his feet and his vengeance would be satisfied. The boy couldn't hide forever. It had now been 1 entire month since Lord Voldemort had taken control over magical Britain. So much had changed in those few weeks, and many families had been broken, and in a few instances, destroyed entirely. On a small island, just off the coast of southern England, a small group of people dedicated to fighting this new evil oppressive regime was taking stock of how truly overwhelmed they were. Amelia Bones, leader of the Order of the Phoenix, was going over the latest intelligence reports from their spies in the new ministry. There was very little new information as many of their spies had been rooted out and killed, or imprisoned. It was rumored that Azkaban was now overflowing with undesirables, as the ministry was calling them. Many witches and wizards were being put on trial regarding their ancestry. "You might want to look at this," Sirius Black said as he sat across from Amelia and handed her a copy of a foreign paper. The Daily Prophet was still in circulation, but it had become something just shy of full-on propaganda. Amelia quickly scanned the paper, not clear about what she was supposed to be looking for, and then, near the bottom, a headline caught her eye. "Family found burned to death." Amelia looked up at Sirius, who was looking quite grim. "Why did you give me this?" Amelia looked up at Sirius with a puzzled expression. "Because of where it had happened. Didn't you read it?" Sirius asked. Amelia shook her head, and Sirius sighed. It happened in Switzerland, just north of Olten. Amelia's eyes began to widen as she understood what Sirius was telling her. It all came back to her in a rush. One of the very last times she had spoken to Albus Dumbledore was actually about a place just north of Olten. A safe house had been set up there for some important refugees, namely the Malfoys, Narcissa and Draco, and a third. They were burned beyond recognition, but I think it was the whole family. We know Lucius was released. Sirius groaned. Amelia let the paper fall and rubbed her temples. Amelia sighed and rested her head in her hands. She was caught off guard by the wave of emotions she felt. There had never been any love lost between herself and Lucius Malfoy. In fact, even before she knew of his affiliation with the Dark Lord, she thought he was scum. The way he was always able to manipulate the Minster of Magic had always irritated her to no end. Even worse was his innate ability to cover his tracks, so that there was never any proof that could be used to prosecute the man. Yet, despite her hatred of the man, no one deserved to be burned. She fought against the images of Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco's bodies blackening and crisping in the heat of magical flames. "We knew it might happen," Amelia said. She felt Sirius's hand on her shoulder and she looked up to see him giving her a small, comforting smile. "It isn't your fault." "I know," Amelia said softly. "I just hate feeling this way, like we're stuck. Everyone is being monitored. We can't even meet and try and plan any kind of activity. And now he's telling people that none of the students at the school will be allowed to go home for the summer. Not to mention that they're already seeking out 11-year-olds. Sirius nodded. The adults are going to be killed, while the children... Sirius shrugged. No one knew just what the Dark Lord was planning, especially given his hatred of Muggleborns, yet he seemed intent on gathering the young. "What is he planning for the Muggleborns?" Amelia asked rhetorically. "I just wish we had some idea as to what he's doing to them or how we might help them. You need to take a break," Sirius said, pulling her out of her seat and dragging her out of the house. "Sirius, I don't have time for games," Amelia complained, though she wasn't really fighting him. "Amelia." "We have nothing but time right now." Sirius gave a pained smile. "We're blind. We've been effectively locked out for now. Until we can manage to make contact with our people, who I am sure are keeping their eyes and ears open to everything, we can't do much." "Aren't you worried about Harry and the others? I mean after what happened to the Grangers?" Amelia asked, allowing him to drag her out of the house and through the woods that hid the shoreline. Sirius grinned. "What happened is that 2 Death Eaters were killed. The Grangers weren't there, and haven't been seen in a month. I told you my theory." "Yeah, I know. Harry and his friends went to see Hermione's parents and send them away and fought a few junior Death Eaters." Amelia rolled her eyes. She still refused to believe that 4 17-year-olds had done all that damage and killed at least 2 Death Eaters, despite the fact that the Death Eaters were little better than children themselves. That girl, Parkinson, clearly she had fought someone. For Merlin's sake, her hand was magically severed, and then she was obliviate. The boy said he fought Harry. He could have been confused, Amelia pointed out. They'd had this argument several times, and Sirius just would not be deterred. His faith in Harry was that strong. "Aren't you supposed to be reassuring me that he's alive?" Sirius chuckled as the two emerged from the woods onto the beach. Amelia actually smiled as Sirius took her hand and gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. "I'm sorry." She sighed as he pulled away and gave her that roguish smile she had truly fallen for. "I just want it all to end. I don't want anyone else to lose their life. I feel so helpless right now. This isn't the world I imagined for Susan. None of us wanted this. And can you even imagine how Harry must feel? He's the key to victory, if you believe Dumbledore. Our whole world seems to be waiting for him to do what he's destined to do. That's a ton of pressure for a young man who's not even of age yet. He's by himself, cut off from all of us. But he seems to be doing all right," Amelia pointed out. "As you said, Harry fought those Death Eaters at the Grangers. Oh, now you believe that." Sirius grinned, rolling his eyes. "Can we not talk about war for a while?" Sirius smiled softly and clutched Amelia's hand. They walked the shoreline for a few moments in silence. They watched as Susan and a few refugees from Hogwarts who had managed to escape the siege play in the surf. Amelia had to smile as she watched her niece just being a teenager. Susan had become somewhat of a leader among the few teens that had managed to escape. Most of those escapees had adjusted well to life on the island, though every one of them missed their families. However, there were a few that had chosen to remain isolated from the rest. Susan had done much to try and include everyone. She had become a den mother of sorts, looking after her peers and the younger ones. Amelia was very proud how Susan had stepped up and become kind of a head girl for the island. She's happier now than she was a few weeks ago, Sirius said, looking towards Susan, who was splashing a younger girl and laughing. She'd be happier if her friends were here, or if she at least knew they were alive. She and Hannah have been friends since they could talk, and I think she and Justin had a bright future in front of them. Then we need to do all we can to reunite her with those people. Sirius smiled, kissing Amelia's hand. She smiled and kissed him gently. He had truly been a rock for her during the last month. She could never even attempt to express to him what he had come to mean to her. "Hey, Amelia, Sirius." The two adults turned to see a shining silver lynx running across the sand at them. It stopped just short of them and sat primly. "The Weasleys have just arrived. Their home was just destroyed. They also say they've heard from Harry." Sirius barely blinked before he was running back towards the house with Amelia on his tail, calling out to all the children to come in. "My department was eliminated, and I was told that I would have to go through a review to decide if I still had a future within the ministry." Arthur Weasley sighed, holding his wife's hand, who was dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Nearly everyone who lived at the Flamel house had congregated in the sitting room to hear how the Weasleys had escaped. Word had gotten out that they had heard from Harry Potter at some point and were all anxiously awaiting any news regarding the Chosen One. "I knew that it was pointless to stay. I've been under observation since the ministry's fall. I knew it was a matter of time. I had no idea they were planning on wiping us out," Arthur continued. They destroyed everything," Molly Weasley sobbed. "We lost everything. If the twins and Bill hadn't shown up when they did, it would have been the end," Arthur confirmed. "It was clear they weren't expecting a fight," Bill said, coming into the sitting room with a cup of tea, which he handed to his mother. "The twins were already fighting them into a corner by the time Fleur and I arrived. The last time we were home for a visit, we thought it'd be a good idea to hide some of our spy products around the house. We've been keeping a watch over Mum for the better part of 2 weeks." Fred smiled. "Turned out to be one of our best ideas ever." George smiled. "Has there been any news from Ginny?" Amelia asked. Molly broke into fresh tears as she shook her head. "They've got the castle locked down pretty tightly. Has Snape not been in contact?" Sirius shook his head, while Amelia sighed heavily. "We haven't heard from anyone in a while. I imagine that the Dark Lord's keeping his teachers pretty close, especially those who weren't in his circle to begin with." "When did you hear from Harry?" Sirius asked, finally getting to the one thing he truly wanted to know about. "The first time was nearly 3 weeks ago," Molly said, finally calming down thanks to her tea. Sirius guessed that Bill had added a liberal amount of brandy to that cup. Her cheeks were taking on a rather rosy hue with every sip. "I was baking in the kitchen when a house elf appeared with a letter from Harry. It said that he and Hermione, Neville, and Daphne were all safe, but they needed some things. He also asked for a way to get in contact with you. We couldn't send word to you because we were being watched, and we couldn't just write down the location of this place. We weren't the secret keepers." "How are they?" Amelia asked. "So far as I can tell, they're fine. They asked for a lot of potion supplies as well as some rather rare healing items. We were able to get him most of what he asked for. We've also kept him as informed as we could. But now that our home has been destroyed, I don't know how we're going to keep communicating with him." "I have an idea." Everyone turned to look at the speaker, who suddenly went pale at all the attention. The girl suddenly felt as if her throat had constricted, and when she tried to speak, all that came out was a strained choking sound. "Calm down, kiddo," Sirius said as he stepped forward. "We all want to know what your idea is, Astoria." Hermione sat staring at the steeple of the Godric's Hollow Church as the sun set down behind the tree line, casting a strange, beautiful purplish glow behind the steeple. She was holding herself tightly, trying to keep the tears from falling as her mind kept flashing the image of the Death Eater's chest exploding from her spell. "Hermione!" Hermione didn't turn around as Neville approached her. She heard him sit down on their bed, his eyes on her back. Finally, he let out a huge sigh. "I think that maybe it would be better if you joined your parents." Hermione's eyes nearly popped out of her head at his words. She spun to stare at her boyfriend, her heart breaking at the look on Neville's face. He looked so dejected and helpless. She ran to him, falling to her knees in front of him, taking his hands in hers. "I don't want to leave. I need to be here to help you all. We are probably going to have more fights like we did at your parents' house, and it's likely we'll have to kill Death Eaters again. I've watched you pulling away from us since we saw your parents, and it's killing me that I can't take away your guilt over it. We've all told you 1,000,000 times that you did the right thing. You didn't hesitate, and you saved your mum and the rest of us." Hermione sighed, and her head hung at his words. "I just can't stop thinking about it. I keep thinking I could have done something different." "Yeah," Neville agreed simply, lifting her chin so she would look into his eyes. "There are literally a million different things you could have done. But if you'd stopped to think or hesitated at all—" He let the rest of the thought hang, and Hermione nodded. "I've been trying to move forward, but I just can't stop analyzing it. One of the things I love about you is that you do think about things so much, but thinking about things you can't change, it's so useless. It's killing you, and you don't even really realize it. You barely spend any time with us, and I can't remember the last time we even held each other." Hermione's eyes widened again as she realized that Neville was right. She was suddenly overcome with a different kind of guilt, and she lunged into Neville's arms, knocking him back on the bed. "Neville, I'm so sorry. I just wasn't thinking about anything. I let myself be consumed by what I could have done." Neville grasped Hermione tightly and kissed her very passionately, holding her body as close to his as he could. When he finally broke the kiss, he stared at her soft brown eyes and brushed some of her curly brown hair behind her ear. "You need to learn to let go of your guilt, love, or it's going to eat you alive, and you'll be worse off than if a Dementor kissed you. And I don't want to watch you deteriorate like that. It's war, and we're all going to do things that we can't take back." Hermione nodded slowly and rested her head on Neville's chest. "We're all here for you. We're all going through the same thing. We'll be here for you just like we know you'll be here for us." Hermione, eyes shining with tears, reached up and began to kiss her boyfriend softly, relishing the fee of his lips on hers, and wondering how she had gone so long without it. She became angry at herself for allowing her guilt to rule her for so long. Neville was right. They were all right. It was war. She vowed during that kiss with the man she loved that she was not going to allow it to rule over her anymore. She remembered, as Neville's hands brushed against the bare skin of her back where her shirt had ridden up a bit, exactly what she was fighting for. A better world. A world that she would be proud to raise her children in. Her and Neville's children. That thought made her smile for the first time in a month, and she deepened the kiss she was sharing with Neville and began to pull his shirt up. Both Harry and Daphne, who were in the sitting room, reading over Dumbledore's notes once again, looked up at the ceiling as the noises grew louder. They hadn't really paid any attention when it had began. They were barely noticeable. But soon, the volume grew, and the utterances became impossible to ignore. "I think he got through to her," Daphne grinned. "Did I hear that right? Did Hermione just swear?" Harry asked, a look of utter bewilderment upon his face as he stared at the white plaster ceiling, wondering if he might be able to see it shake. He glanced to Daphne, who had a tight-lipped smile on her face, her cheeks growing redder by the second. "What the hell could he possibly be doing to her to make her sound like that?" Daphne asked, loving the look of discomfort on Harry's face. She knew he was embarrassed by it all, but Daphne knew that she had been given a gift that she could lord over Hermione for years to come. "She's so loud." Daphne began to laugh as a long series of sounds made their way into Harry and Daphne's psyche. "I'm never going to get this out of my head," Harry said, making a disgusted face. "It's only fair," Daphne said, trying to catch her breath. "They've heard us before." Harry's face went crimson, and he looked horrified at Daphne's admission. She nodded confirmation, and Harry hung his head. "We forgot silencing charms one night, and Hermione made fun of us. I think it only fair that the tables have finally turned. Now I don't have to. OMYGODS. Daphne had fallen over onto the floor in a fit of hysterical laughter as a very long series of obscene sounds echoed throughout the house. Harry had to join his girlfriend in her mirth, especially after Daphne remarked that the end had come for them all. Judging by what they had just been forced to hear, Harry had to agree with Daphne's statement on a number of levels. Daphne finally started to calm down as the noises from upstairs had faded. Daphne got to her feet and crossed the room to her own boyfriend, climbing into his lap. "I think she really needed that." Daphne smiled, wrapping her arms around Harry. "She's been so miserable." Harry nodded. "Neville and I talked about it yesterday. Hermione's been so distant. He's been so concerned about her. He was thinking about sending her to be with her parents, that maybe she'd be better off away from all of this." "What did you say to that?" Daphne asked, a bit surprised. "What could I say?" Harry asked. "She wouldn't talk to any of us, and we've all been worried. I told him that maybe just suggesting it might shock her enough to make her open up. Seems like it worked," Daphne said, rolling her eyes. "Now I won't feel any guilt when I tear your clothes off and crack. Harry Potter, sir." Dobby is so sorry. Daphne was nearly thrown off Harry's lap as he got up from his seat. Dobby the house elf was standing in the middle of the sitting room, his large bat-like ears drooping. Harry had sent him on another errand to the Weasleys earlier that day and hadn't been expecting him back for several more hours. What happened, Dobby? Dobby went to the Weasley home, just as Harry Potter asked him to do, and it was destroyed, sir. Burned to the ground. Dobby saw several of He Who Must Not Be Named's followers sifting through the ashes, though Dobby still doesn't know what they were looking for. Were any of them? Harry began, a lump forming in his throat as he tried not to imagine what may have become of the red-headed family. Was anyone? Dobby heard the Death Eaters complaining that they had not managed to kill the blood traitors. They were very upset and frightened, probably afraid of what punishment awaited them when they reported their failure. Daphne remarked. She was rubbing Harry's back, trying to help calm him down. Relief washed over Harry, and he let out a breath he wasn't even aware he was holding in. "We heard a crack," Neville said, having come from his bedroom. He had put his pants back on, but that was it, and his hair was actually messier than Harry's. Hermione was behind him, wearing Neville's shirt. "The Weasleys were attacked. The burrow was destroyed," Harry said flatly. Hermione's hands went to her mouth in horror, but Harry smiled. No one was hurt. "Oh, thank gods," Hermione said. "Why were you sorry, Dobby?" Daphne asked, looking at the little elf to keep from looking at Neville and Hermione, afraid she might burst out laughing again. Harry Potter wanted Dobby to get more supplies from the Weasleys and see if they had managed to contact the Sirius. Dobby was not able to do his job. Dobby averted his eyes from his master, ashamed of himself. "But you did the right thing, Dobby," Harry smiled, patting the little elf on the shoulder. "You remained out of sight and you returned here and told us what happened. I'm very proud of you." Dobby's ears perked up and the little creature beamed with pride, puffing out his little chest. "So where does that leave us? The Weasleys were the only contacts to the Order that we had," Hermione said. "We can get information from Neville's gran and my parents," Daphne said. "But we probably won't get the information we really need. Maybe. Your father's still in good standing in the Ministry, so far as we know," Harry commented. "He might be able to get us information the Order couldn't. Maybe this is a sign that we should focus on the Horcruxes for now," Hermione suggested. "We can't exactly wage war on his followers with no information, but we might be able to find the last Horcruxes and get rid of them." Harry nodded his head. "You're right." "So where do we start?" "RAB," Hermione said plainly. "We need to find out who they were. That could lead us to the real locket. Then we need to speak to the goblins and try and narrow down the list and figure out what and where the last Horcrux is. Once they're gone, we can figure a way to get the snake." "So how do we figure out who RAB is?" Harry asked. "I might have an idea about that, but my gran won't be happy about it," Neville said, looking almost like the shy, chubby first year that had lost his toad on the train. It took a lot of planning, and 3 weeks of sending Dobby out for reconnaissance. Each day, Dobby would report all that he had witnessed, and had even started working with the Longbottom elves to prepare for their master's return. The Longbottom home was indeed being watched, just as Neville and the others was sure it was. It was evident by the Death Eaters' tactics that they expected Harry Potter to show up at night. There were always more Death Eaters watching the premises at night than during the day. There was no question now about when Neville and the others were going to pay a visit to Neville's grandmother. Finally, they felt they were ready. Neville was nervous. Not because they were about to fight Death Eaters again, but because he was about to disobey his grandmother, who had expressly written to him not to come home. However, they had no choice. They needed Augusta Longbottom's expertise. Daphne and Hermione were both anxious and angry. Somehow Harry and Neville had convinced them that they would go first, as Neville was the only one who knew the location of his family's home, and he wasn't powerful enough to apparate them all at the same time. A portkey was discussed, but the idea was shot down almost at once when Neville warned them that there were anti-portkey wards over his family home. "Okay, I'll take Harry and be right back for Hermione, and then you, Daphne," Neville said, checking his wand holster. "No funny business," Daphne warned. "You stay put until we're all there with you, Harry." "I said I would," Harry said, looking a bit exasperated. Daphne had spent most of the night telling him that he was not to do anything stupid. "I know you did, but I also know you well enough to know that you'd rather fight this whole war on your own to protect all of us. I'm serious about this, Harry. Wait until we're there to back you up. As for you, Neville, you drop him off and come right back. No funny stuff." Neville took Hermione's slender frame in his arms and kissed her lightly on the cheek. "Would I do anything so stupid?" Hermione gave him a look of disbelief, and Neville tried to look innocent and irresistible. Unfortunately, Hermione wasn't going to be swayed by his boyish charm. "Give it up, Nev," Harry said, recognizing Hermione's look. "Right," Neville said, kissing Hermione one more time. "Let's get moving." The 4 teens headed for the small back garden of what had essentially become their home over the last 2 months. Neville offered his arm and Harry clasped it. "I mean it, Neville. You come right back here and get us," Hermione scolded one last time. Neville nodded, then shut his eyes tight as he imagined the exact spot in which he would be taking himself and Harry. With a resounding crack, the 2 boys were gone. "You know they're going to take out every single Death Eater they can before Neville comes back, don't you?" Daphne asked sarcastically. "To be honest, I would actually be surprised if they didn't and Neville reappeared just as we planned," Hermione confided. "We should be really upset by this macho overprotectiveness." Daphne frowned, and Hermione nodded. "We should, but their hearts are in the right place. Besides, we'll be able to hold this over their heads for a very, very long time. I'll make a Slytherin F you yet, Granger." Daphne grinned, and the 2 girls broke into soft giggles. There was no question that the sound of someone apparating onto the grounds was going to be investigated. Neville and Harry knew they had a very short amount of time in which to get themselves disillusioned before someone came to investigate. As it was, Neville had believed that based on the intelligence work from Dobby, he had picked a spot that would give them the most cover and the greatest amount of time in which to get under it. The pond was nothing spectacular, just a shallow pool of water that Neville had learned to swim in when he was growing up. It wasn't deep by any stretch of the imagination, but during the summer, it was one of his most favorite places to be. The pond was surrounded by tall trees and huge boulders, perfect for an ambush. "Crack! Over there!" Neville pointed to a large, muddy boulder. Harry quickly pressed himself against the stone and tapped his wand on the top of his head. At once he felt the cold sensation of the disillusionment charm. A quick glance showed him the Neville was doing the same. Just as they thought, they heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching hurriedly from up the hill. 2 robed figures emerged from the woods on the thin path down from Longbottom Manor. "Someone definitely apparated," the first said, and Harry was happy to hear that this voice sounded much older than 17. "We should wait for the others," the second figure said, a woman by the sound of it. "Forget it. I want to be the one to bring Potter before our Lord. Why should Lestrange and Snape get all the glory?" "What about the rest of us? He's not as helpless as all that. You saw what he did to those kids he sent to the Blood's house." "Kids," the man roared. "They were kids and not even fully qualified at that. And Dolohov and Bellatrix, what about them? Were they by any means weak?" "Enough," the man snapped, his wand flashing towards his companion. "I'm going to find the brat and bring him before our master personally. Now keep your eyes open and your wand ready." The 2 Death Eaters began searching for Harry, while he watched them from behind his boulder. He was trying to hold in his laughter as the 2 robed figures began scanning the area, as if he was just going to pop up and say, "Here I am." A twig snapped, and the 2 robed figures spun, each firing a stunning spell. The bright red jinxes connected with another robed figure, who had been coming out of the woods to join them. The spells hit him square in the chest and sent him flying back 6 feet to land in a crumpled heap on the ground. Neville took advantage and fired 3 bludgeoning hexes. 2 missed, but the third slammed into the head of the woman, flipping her head over heels into a tree that was close to the small path. There was a sickening crunch, and the woman fell to the ground with a thud and a low moan. The man spun and fired off a volley of curse towards Neville, though he couldn't see his quarry. He could only follow the trajectory of the curse, hoping he would get lucky. Unfortunately, the only luck he had was bad. Harry hit the Death Eater with a tripping jinx and disarmed him quickly, snapping the wand as soon as it was in his hand. The Death rolled onto his side, attempting to get onto his feet once again. He was about to shout help when Neville silenced him with a kick to the gut. "How many more of you are there?" Neville asked in a snarl. The Death Eater okayed his head, gasping for breath. "I'm giving you a chance here to walk away with your life," Neville warned. "You return to your master, he's going to kill you. We stun you, he's going to kill you. You push us, we'll kill you. You fess up, tell us what we want to know, and you walk away with your life. You can leave the country, get a new wand, start a new life." The Death Eater began to chuckle. "You won't kill me, Potter, it's not your style. Then you haven't been paying attention." Neville smiled to himself, as the Death Eater couldn't see him or Harry. "Besides, I'm not Harry Potter." Harry could tell by the look on the Death Eater's face that Neville was now considered dangerous by Voldemort's faces. How could he not after having single-handedly killed two of the most feared Death Eaters of all? The Death Eater began looking around frantically, obviously hoping one of his fellows would come to save him. Harry kept his eyes open for any sign that one of the 5 observers the Dobby had reported to be around were coming. So far, they were still alone. Harry guessed the 3 they had dispatched so far were the only ones close enough to hear their apparition. "Last chance," Neville said lowly. The Death Eater gave a squeak, and Harry could see an indentation on the man's neck where he figured Neville had his wand pointed. 6, the robed man said quickly. "There are 6 more of us. 2 of them are disillusioned at the front, hidden on either side of the pathway. One is by the front gate under an invisibility cloak." "And the other 3?" Neville asked. "Patrolling the woods. We figured it was only a matter of time before you showed up here. We just weren't sure which way you'd come in through." "Stupefy," Neville snapped, knocking the Death Eater out cold. At that range, Harry guessed he'd be out for a few hours and wake up with a splitting headache. "I think I'd better go back for the girls," Neville said, not sure where to look as they were both still under the disillusionment charm. "I think that's a good idea," Harry said, staring at Death Eater. "They're going to be really mad at us, you know." "I have no doubt of that, but the fact that we didn't take them all out on our own should help our case a little. Go, and hurry back. There's still 6 of them out there, and we don't know if they check in with each other." Harry heard the pop of Neville apparating away, and took up his spot behind the boulder in front of the pond. He kept watching the woods in case another group came to see what the commotion was. He heard the faint moans of the woman who'd been thrown into the tree, and he realized she was still alive. Tentatively, he stepped out from behind his hiding place and made his way towards the fallen woman. He knelt next to her, first taking her wand and snapping it so she could not attack him with it. Then he pulled her hood off so he could check her pulse. He didn't recognize the woman, which he actually felt thankful for. Somehow, not knowing her at all made him feel less for her. Her pulse was still strong, though it was clear she was badly injured. With her wand gone, she was much less of a threat, and Harry doubted that she'd be moving without help. Standing up, Harry remembered the 3rd Death Eater who'd been taken out by his friends, and quickly made his way to where the 3rd Death Eater lay in a heap on the ground. Harry couldn't find the man's wand, but it was clear that he was not going to be getting up on his own. The man's leg was at a very unnatural angle, and Harry knew it must be broken. "He's not going to like waking up," Harry said to himself, just as a loud crack sounded down by the pond. Harry got up and quickly made his way back to the boulder where Neville and Hermione stood quite visible. Harry guessed Neville had to cancel the disillusionment charm when he got back to Dumbledore's house. "Harry," Hermione whispered. "I'm here," Harry said, and Hermione's eyes followed his voice until he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Get under cover and I'll be back in a minute," Neville said, and with a crack was gone again. "Neville said you ran into trouble," Hermione said, casting her own disillusionment charm. "3 of them. There's 3 more patrolling around, 2 more at the front and 1 by the gate." "Just as Dobby said," Hermione sighed, leaning against the boulder next to Harry. "What did you 2 do?" "I didn't get the chance. Neville's gotten quick." "What you expect? Other than you, Daphne's the fastest with her wand and they duel each other all the time." "Do I detect a bit of jealousy there?" Harry jibbed. "Not at all. I'm happy that he practices. Besides, if I want his attention, all I have to do is give him a look or pinch his ass or—" All right, Harry shivered. "I don't need the details." "Crack, Harry, Hermione?" Daphne asked as Neville tapped his wand on his head. Daphne let out a stifled shriek when Harry grabbed her hand. "Do the charm and then we can get moving." "Over here." Daphne quickly tapped her wand to her head when she heard the voice. Footsteps could be heard coming closer, and Harry pulled Daphne to his side, hugging the muddy boulder. "I found Clemens. His leg's broken," a voice said. "I think his wand's gone." "Emily," another voice said, sounding concerned. "Forrest is down by the water. I think the boy's here," a third voice said. "We'd better call for help. Keep your wands out." Harry saw the closest Death Eater rolling up his sleeve. He was about to touch the dark mark when there was a flash of putrid yellow and the man's head exploded. "Oops," Daphne said, sounding horrified at what she'd done. "I was aiming for his leg." "There!" Several spells slammed against the boulder, shearing pieces off the great stone. Harry and Daphne ducked down, bumping into each other as they did so. "Bombarda!" One of the Death Eaters shouted, and the boulder shook under the impact, half of it sliding to the ground. Then the spells stopped, and Harry saw 2 wands fly through the air and then freeze, right before they were snapped and dropped to the ground where they suddenly ignited on fire. The Death Eaters looked stunned and frightened. The closest grabbed his left sleeve and was about to yank it up when he was hit in the face with a bright red spell. His friend turned to run and was hoisted into the air. Flaying and screaming, the Death Eater looked all around for the whomever had trapped him. His eyes widened in shock as 4 young people appeared out of nothingness. "Potter, have we met?" Harry asked cheekily, getting a swat on the arm from Daphne. "Don't play with your food, dear." She grinned, and Harry smiled back. "We're going to give you the same choice we give every Death Eater we don't kill outright," Neville said, stepping forward. "Life or death, your wand's broken and now nothing more than ash. You return to your master, he's going to kill you. Leave the country, start a new life. One that doesn't involve killing innocent people for fun. I will never desert the Dark Lord. I will go back to him and tell him that you're here. Then he'll come and kill every one of you." "I was really hoping you would have taken our first choice," Neville said coldly. "Hurry up, Neville, we still have the 3 out front to deal," Hermione urged, turning away from the Death Eater, not keen to watch her boyfriend kill their enemy. She knew it had to be done, but it still didn't sit well with her. "Stupefy," Neville said quickly, allowing the Death Eater to drop to the ground. Hermione turned, her eyes wide with disbelief. You didn't." "We're not butchers, Hermione," Harry said. "He was disarmed and helpless. We were able to stop him without killing him. That won't always be the case. We had the advantage here," Neville said, taking Hermione's hand and kissing it before reapplying the disillusionment charm to himself. Hermione smiled with pride and followed her boyfriend's example. "Do you want the front gate of the 2 near the front door?" Neville asked. "We'll take our gate friend," Harry said, now also under cover, his hand entwined in Daphne's. "Okay, up the hill until you see the house. The best and quietest way is to go all the way to the fence and follow it to the gate," Neville said. "We'll see you in a few minutes." Harry waited, listening to the sound of Neville and Hermione's footsteps fading away before he led Daphne up the hill. They followed Neville's instructions and a few moments later found themselves nearing the gate. "Accio invisibility cloak," Harry whispered. The Death Eater was snoring, leaning against one of the 2 stone pillars that held up the front gate. Apparently, he had not expected anything to happen today and felt a nap was in order. "Pathetic," Daphne hissed. "If I were you-know-who, I'd be furious to find my people sleeping on the job." Harry and Daphne approached the sleeping Death Eater. They stared at him for a moment, each puzzled as to what they should do. Finally, Harry shrugged, raised his wand and wiped the man's memory. He then took the man's wand and stuffed it into his back pocket. "It'll be good to have a backup," Harry said, squeezing Daphne's hand. "I've always wanted an invisibility cloak of my own. I'll bet it'll come in handy." There was a loud bang, and Harry and Daphne began running towards Longbottom Manor. What they encountered stopped them short. Both Hermione and Neville were now visible, and standing before a woman who made Professor McGonagall look peppy. What was worse, Neville actually looked shamed standing before her. "Must be Neville's gran," Daphne said. Augusta Longbottom had been reading, and enjoying a nice cup of tea when she'd heard a faint crack. It wasn't uncommon, as she knew her house was under observation at the time. What was troubling was that it was not at one of the times she'd come to expect. There were usually 4 per day. Shift changes she'd expected. Then a few minutes later there was another crack, followed by 3 more. That was very unusual. On top of that, she had seen several Death Eaters in the woods, which she had not seen before now. She knew they were there, but they always remained hidden. Augusta had continued to watch through her back window. There was nothing for a long time, and then something happened which alerted her to a new presence. Near the greenhouse that her beloved grandson had spent so much of his youth, and bucket that was on a rickety wooden table fell with a clunk. It had been bumped. Augusta peered more carefully out her window and saw fresh footprints forming in the soft earth near the bucket, that were heading towards the front of the house and right into the 2 Death Eaters she knew to be sitting out there behind the hedgerows. "That boy!" Augusta exclaimed, snatching up her wand and making her way to the front of the house. She opened the door in time to see 3 flashes of purple fly by. From the opposite direction, 2 orange hexes flew by, igniting the hedge. Neville had clearly not paid attention, or he would have felt the ward around the front of the house. As soon as he and the girl who was fighting at his side passed through, their disillusionment charm faded. The girl was quite good with her wand, but Augusta was actually pleasantly surprised at her grandson. He moved and dodged and cast like he'd been an Auror for years. Yet he still wasn't being mindful of his surroundings. A second Death Eater was trying to maneuver himself behind her grandson. Augusta didn't hesitate. She aimed her spell and let loose. Augusta, however, had underestimated the girl, who apparently had seen the second Death Eater, and also sent a rather wicked-looking hex at him. The two spells combined and made a very loud bang, and a large hole in the Death Eater's chest. Neville had subdued the other one by that time and turned sheepishly to his grandmother. "Hi, Gran," he said softly. "While I am very pleased to see you, Neville, I do recall telling you not to come here," Augusta said, her arms crossing over her chest. At that moment, two more young people appeared, having passed through the ward as well. "And you," August pointed to Harry. "You're taking a far bigger risk than my grandson." "Gran. We wouldn't have come if we could have helped it, but we need your help, and this wasn't something that could have been done with a few letters," Neville said, with more confidence than Augusta had ever heard from the boy. Her face softened ever so slightly, and she ushered them into the house. "I'm going to have to go into hiding after this visit," August steamed, shutting the door behind her as Neville led the others into the sitting room. "Introductions, Neville," Augusta said sternly, and Neville apologized. "Gran, may I present Daphne Greengrass, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger." "The Hermione?" Augusta asked, turning a critical eye on Hermione, who blushed. "Pleased to meet you, ma'am," Hermione said with more confidence than she felt. "No, the honor is all mine, my dear," August said, taking Hermione's hand. "It is a great pleasure to finally meet the girl who Neville has spoken so fondly of for the last 6 years. I have also heard your name spoken within the ministry." "Well, I did before all of this mess. There were several people interested in meeting you. I dare say if none of this mess had happened, you would have been approached for several important positions in our government." Hermione looked truly confused, but took the compliment graciously. "Miss Greengrass, I know of your father. Fine man, I must say, though, he could stand to do with a bit more of your backbone." "My father has plenty of backbone, Mrs. Longbottom," Daphne said, the barest hint of sourness in her voice. "I think if you actually knew him, your opinion might be quite different." Augusta nodded and gave the barest hint of a smile. She liked Daphne right off. Augusta just got a feeling that she was someone to watch in the future. "Mr. Potter, it is truly a pleasure to meet you. House Longbottom has long been an ally to your family, and I hope that the tradition will continue in the future. Now, you've all taken a great risk. What is it you needed?" Neville explained to his grandmother that they were looking for someone with the initials. R.A.B. Augusta pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head softly. "And why is this important?" "We believe he has something," Harry started. "Something that will help us bring down Vald." Daphne slapped her hand to Harry's mouth, silencing him. "He still doesn't have a handle on this whole taboo thing," Daphne said, looking pointedly at Harry, who nodded slowly. "I understand," Augusta said, waving them to follow her into the library. "One does get set in their ways, and it is difficult to break bad habits." "I don't think it's a bad habit," Harry said. "Frankly, I think it is stupid people are so afraid to say the name even before it was jinxed." "Well said. However, you were not alive during the First War, though somehow I think it would have made little difference with you. Your father was the same, didn't like to use silly euphemisms. Called him Ol' Serpent Lips or some such, even got my son to use that nickname." Augusta smiled to herself. She began scanning the shelves of the large family library for something. "Gran, what's been happening?" Neville asked. "We haven't heard anything for nearly 2 months now." "There is quite a bit of news then," August said, turning to her grandson. "Before you go, take one of the wireless. You need to stay up to date, even if most of what you hear is rubbish." "Do you know of the Muggle-born registration?" The 4 young adults shook their heads, and Augusta noticed Neville take Hermione's hand. "Any Muggle born over 17 and not in Hogwarts must register as such and submit to questioning, though I do not know what it's all about. There are rumors, but too many to discern what's truly happening. On top of that, the students at Hogwarts are not being allowed to return home." "What?" Daphne asked. "Why not?" "I do not know." "No letters are coming out or getting in," Augusta said bitterly. "Now what were those initials again?" "R.A.B., Harry said." August opened the tome that she held and placed it out on the table before her. She then tapped her wand on the page, and it began flipping through pages on its own, stopping every so often until Augusta tapped the book again. There are a few lines with a surname starting with B, which helps. Of those families, I appears that only 2 had children with first names that started with R, and only 1 with those initials. Regulus Arcturus Black. "Black?" Harry asked, not believing what he'd just heard. "Yes, you should know his brother as he hunted you a few years ago after breaking out of Azkaban, Sirius Black." "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." Harry slapped his forehead. "Gran, Sirius Black is Harry's godfather," Neville said. "Not to mention innocent." "How do you know that?" Augusta asked incredulously. I spent all last summer with him. Peter Pettigrew is alive and the real betrayer of the Potters, Neville said. Augusta looked as if she'd been smacked in the face. She took a step back and looked between Neville and Harry. But the Minister of Magic, the war had just ended, Daphne said. There was still a huge amount of fear and there were witnesses, not to mention the fact that Pettigrew is a rat animagus. Augusta sat heavily in a chair. I knew it. All this time, I knew that that boy couldn't have done it. What? Harry asked, watching Mrs. Longbottom closely. Harry, I know the Black family reputation, but more importantly, I knew the Blacks themselves. They were always so disappointed in Sirius. They all but disowned him in his first year at Hogwarts, and then actually disowned him in his 5th or 6th year. He was the exact polar opposite of his mother and father. I had the pleasure of speaking with him during the First War, a few weeks before your parents were killed, and what struck me was his fierce loyalty to your mother and father. I pride myself on being a very good judge of character, Mr. Potter, and Sirius Black was a very smug, immature, and foolish individual. He was also charming, brave, and simply one of the most loyal people I had ever met. It never sat right with me that it was he who betrayed your family. Harry nodded his head in thanks, and Augusta called for the family house elf to bring them all tea. Why, may I ask, is Sirius' brother so important? You do know he died years ago. Neville, Hermione, and Daphne all looked at Harry, and he understood they were all wondering if he would trust this woman with such secret information. I can't tell you much, but suffice to say that you know who did something to protect himself. Sirius' brother discovered it, and I think he took something very important from you-know-who. Intriguing. Perhaps he felt he deserved the same rewards being given to the Malfoys and Lestranges. By the way, Neville, I must tell you how very proud I am of you, avenging your parents like that. I was told that Sebastian Lestrange was killed during the takeover of Hogwarts. Did you? Neville's eyes fell to the floor, but he nodded. Augusta stood and crossed the room, hugging her grandson tightly. I know it is not an easy thing, but you have done something good, she said. I tried to get retribution when the Lestranges were locked up, but as they were still alive, the goblins would not turn their vaults over to our family. You tried to take their gold, Harry asked, surprised to hear that such a thing could be attempted. Indeed I did. There are old laws that allow a family to seize the fortunes of another in certain circumstances. The Wisengamot allowed my claim, but the goblins would not, claiming that while the oldest Lestrange were still alive, I could not touch a single nut. However, I have recently been informed that a challenge was issued. The 4 young adults looked up inquisitively. It seems that last of the Lestrange line has learned of my attempt to seize his fortune. He has placed a similar claim upon our family's vaults. As you are the last male heir, if you should die, he will gain control of all our wealth. Augusta said, looking disgusted. And if he dies, Neville looked a bit green. The Lestrange fortune falls to you. Mrs. Longbottom, do you know of any relics from the Hogwarts founders that might still exist? The founders? Augusta asked, her eyebrows raising quite high on her face. I take it this is also important. All 4 nodded and August sighed. The house elf appeared with tea, offering cups to everyone. Well, of course there's Gryffindor's sword. You all likely seen it if you've ever visited the headmaster's office. Slytherin had a locket and a sword as well, though the sword was destroyed, or so the story goes. Broken by Godric Gryffindor himself. The locket, I don't know whatever happened to it. Passed down through his line, I imagine, but as far as I know, the Gaunts, the last of his line, died out more than 50 years ago. Augusta took a long sip from her cup. She took a long breath before continuing on. Rowena Ravenclaw had several items she was very proud of, the diadem being the most notable. I believe she was buried with everything except the diadem, and no one but her husband knew where she was buried. The diadem disappeared years before she died. Stolen by her daughter. Godric Gryffindor, besides the sword, had gauntlets. The goblins have those, as they were the ones who forged them. They tried to get the sword as well, but some kind of deal was struck, and the sword was allowed to remain at Hogwarts, which leaves Helga Hufflepuff. The only relic of hers of any note was her gold chalice. Now, I don't know for sure, but I did hear rumor that Bellatrix Lestrange was in possession of that very cup. However, it seems unlikely, as she was a Slytherin, and neither the Blacks nor the Lestranges are in any way related to the Hufflepuff line. Bellatrix had the cup. Harry asked, perking up. Oh, it was just rumor. She likely was trying to make herself appear more important or something. The rumors died very quickly. But if they were true, do you think she would have kept that in her vault? Harry asked, glancing at Neville, who was looking a bit nervous. I think it likely. No place more secure for something like that. Why all this interest in the Founder's artifacts? Sorry, Gran, Neville said. We can't tell you right now. I see, oh my word. Augusta stood up much quicker than would be expected of a woman of her age. We all need to get out of here. The next shift will be coming soon. Augusta called her house elf again and ordered the creature to pack several bags and prepare to leave at once. She then went to the sitting room and grabbed the wireless from the mantel and shoved it into Neville's arms. I want you to promise me that you will keep fighting, she said to Neville, who promised before his grandmother hugged him tightly, and then she turned to the others. And you promised to keep him safe. We will, Hermione said, her eyes bright. And you, my sweet girl, she said to Hermione, and Hermione's smile began to fade at the woman's scrutiny. Don't you dare break his heart. He's loved you for a very long time, you know. Hermione simply looked at Neville, who could not tear his eyes from the floor. Now off with you. I will be at our getaway chalet if you need anything. Send your elf, but do not come yourself, is that quite clear? Thank you for everything, Gran, Neville said, smiling softly. I am so very proud of you, Neville, more than you will ever know. I hear you correctly. The tension was so palpable in the tiny room that had once served as the headmaster's office at Hogwarts that one might actually be able to hold it in their hand. 6 Death Eaters knelt before their master, heads hung low, bodies trembling in anticipation of their coming punishment. You allowed Harry Potter to slip through your fingers. You didn't think to call for assistance to entrap the boy. You simply allowed him to stun you and walk away as if he were strolling through a park. Lord Voldemort's tone was dripping with malice as he stared at his followers. They had been brought before him after having been found at the Longbottom home. Lady Longbottom had disappeared, and after probing the minds of his followers, he had learned they had been surprised and beaten by Potter and his friends. One of those who'd been returned had had his memory wiped, and was now having it restored in the hospital wing of the school. The 2 others who'd been hurt had already been treated. The other 2 were dead. We have no excuses to offer, my lord, the leader of the group said, his voice quivering with fright and shame. No, you do not. Avadakedavra. The acid green spell hit the leader of the group in the chest, sending him flying back into the wall, dead. Lord Voldemort grows weary of this wait. I think it's time we lure the boy to us. We have one place left that the boy might appear. I think we should offer an invitation. Potter and Greengrass' daughter are in love. The Dark Lord said spitefully, putting extra sourness on the word love. It is the last place left that he might seek assistance. Harry Potter will come to rescue the girl's family if we give him the right encouragement. Lestrange, I give you this task. The parents are not to be harmed until after Potter is captured. I want them treated well until they have outlived their use. Is that clear? Rudolphus Lestrange, who'd been standing behind the 5 remaining Death Eaters, bowed, and without waiting to be excused, left to carry out his task. As for the rest of you, I have very little use for Death Eaters who are so weak as to let a mere child beat them. But I also do not wish to have to replace you as of yet. You will report to the caretaker at once until such time as I feel you have earned the right to carry a wand once again. Go. The 5 Death Eaters practically knocked each other over trying to get to the door, none of them questioning their good fortune at being excused without undergoing the cruciatus at the hands of their master. Once the door was shut, Lord Voldemort slammed his fist angrily upon the large desk. Fury like he'd never felt coursed through his veins. He had wanted to punish those fools for their ineptitude, but he knew that it would be foolish. His power was still weakened, and he'd yet to solve the riddle. The answer was so close, shrouded by the fog of understanding. He knew that he was close, but he still couldn't quite grasp the answer, and so he had to continue the facade. He knew in his heart that if he showed the slightest weakness, his dominance would come into question. His Death Eaters were nothing if not opportunistic, always stabbing each other in the back to become his favorite. Lord Voldemort had a new theory on the question of his weakening condition, and as seemed to always be the case, it centered on Harry Potter. He had decided that the reason the blood ritual hadn't worked was because he needed to bleed Potter. So long as his foe still drew breath, Lord Voldemort was vulnerable. After all, the prophecy had stated that neither could live while the other survived. He needed to repeat the blood ritual, while draining Potter's life at the same time. To take Potter's strength into him, while expelling that filthy mudblood's protections at the same time. He felt that this would restore his strength once and for all. After all, He and Potter were linked now, and Lord Voldemort needed to sever that link. If only I could see into the boy's mind once again. Voldemort sighed, pounding his thin fist onto the desk again. He'd been trying to re-establish the connection to the boy's mind, hopping to discover Potter's location, but it appeared that the link was gone, lost forever, though Voldemort was unclear how the boy could have done it. Though he guessed Dumbledore was behind it all. Even dead, the old fool was thwarting him. There was also the matter of the rebel students. Apparently some of the young did not understand or agree with his vision, and several had been doing their level best to disrupt his school. Fortunately, as all exits had been sealed, the rebels would not escape forever. He'd charged young Nott with the task of rounding up the troublemakers, allowing him to keep the map he'd procured from Potter. That had proven to be a mistake, as the apparent leader of the rebel students, the Weasley girl, had burned it to ash, and Nott had been killed after having been thrown from a window on the 7th floor. Lord Voldemort had doubled the patrols at night, when the rebels struck most often, but so far there had been no contact. It was only a matter of time. The kitchens were being watched closely, and the brats would have to eat sooner or later. Yes, though there were still bumps on his journey, Lord Voldemort's conquest was nearly complete. "I don't see why we can't go see them," Daphne said for the 3rd time that afternoon. It had been 3 days since they'd visited Neville's grandmother's house, and Daphne was growing more and more angry that Harry had yet to keep his promise that they would visit her family as well. She and Harry were alone in the study of Dumbledore's house. Both Neville and Hermione had felt this was a conversation they should stay out of. "I told you, he's going to have more guards watching them. It only makes sense. Besides, you told me yourself that they're likely to disappear if they even suspect that he's going to do anything against them. So Hermione and Neville get to see their families and get them someplace safe, but not me. How is that fair? For Merlin's sake, I'm your girlfriend. Aren't you supposed to at least try and make me happy? I never said it was fair, and I'm doing my best here, Daph. You're just not making it easy." Harry shot back, starting to lose his temper. He understood her desire to visit with her parents. She hadn't seen them since the year before, and he couldn't blame her for wanting to see with her own eyes that they were fine. "We're in the middle of a war. So, Hermione's parents are muggles and need help. Neville's gran has information we need, but my parents are useless to you, so what's the point in going to them, is that it? We're only going to see people who can help you." "You know that isn't true," Harry said, shaking his head. "Then what?" "Why can't we use Dobby to go scout out the place and—" "Because he's expecting it now," Harry shouted her down. "We could do everything we did for Neville's gran and go, but he's expecting us to do it now, damn it. It's going to be different every day just to confuse us. We screwed up by going to see Neville's gran, but we needed to. We needed that information." "I'm sorry, Daph, I really am, but if we try to see your parents, we might as well just walk right into Hogwarts and lay down in front of him." Daphne folded her arms and glared at her boyfriend. Harry hated that she was upset, but he hated even more that he was right. He took a step towards her, hoping to comfort her somehow to ease her worry. Daphne apparently wanted none of it. Her head snapped up, and with a disgusted look on her face, she stormed out of the study, leaving Harry alone. "Fuck," he hissed. He wondered for a moment if he should follow her, but thought better of it. He'd seen how much she'd improved with her spell work, and didn't like the thought of being on the receiving end of one of her spells. Given how upset she was, he had no doubt that it wouldn't have been something as nice as a stunner or cutting hex. "Harry!" Hermione was now in the doorway, looking trepidatious. "It's fine, Hermione, the argument's over." "I doubt that," Hermione said softly. Harry looked up, his eyes agreeing with her statement. "Maybe you could send Dobby anyway, show her that you're right." "I don't think it would make a difference at this point," Harry said, sitting heavily in the chair behind the desk and picking up the notebook that he'd all but memorized over the past 2 months. "You can't really blame her," Hermione started. "Blame her?" Harry asked, his eyes catching hers. "I don't blame her at all. In fact, I'd like nothing more than to go to the Greengrass myself and see that they're okay. They're really good people. On top of that, she knows her sister is alive somewhere. She's lonely." "What? How do you mean? We're all her friends and—" "I know, but she needs something else. We don't know what happened to Tracy. And it's driving her crazy. They've been friends since they could talk. Tracy's just as much a sister as Astoria is, and they're all gone and she feels alone. She can't let it go until she knows for sure that everyone's fine, and the occasional letter from her mother isn't enough. She's starting having nightmares," Harry said softly. Hermione's hand went to her mouth as a look of sympathy crossed her face. She doesn't know that I know, Harry said, shaking his head wearily. Hermione sat down across from her best friend and sighed heavily. What are we going to do? I don't know that there's much we can do for her, Harry said, running his hands through his mess of black hair. Nothing would make me happier than to be able to take her right to her parents' house and let them visit, but I know that, Harry sighed in exasperation. You know who has got loads of people watching that place. He knows we're together, and he's expecting us to just show up. I wouldn't be at all shocked if he tried to do something to them to get us to come running. It makes perfect sense, Hermione shrugged. The thing is, I know she knows that I'm right. She knows that it's a trap now. She's not only angry with me, but with the whole situation. Ugh, guys, Neville said, looking confused and worried. He was shifting on his feet, his hands tucked deep into his pockets, and Harry couldn't help but be reminded of Ron at that moment. What is it, love? Hermione asked. Do you know where Daphne went? She just apparated away. What? Harry got to his feet, already heading out of the study. She just went out to the back garden a few minutes ago, grumbling to herself about something being fair, and she apparated away. No, 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 Harry shouted, heading out to the garden, hoping that it was a cruel trick. What's going on? Neville asked. She's gone home. She wants to see her parents, and because you guys got to, she thinks it's only fair if she gets to as well, Harry said, running both hands through his hair, spinning around trying to think how to proceed. There was no question that he needed to follow here, but he knew that it would be more than dangerous. He knew that it was likely he would not be coming back. We need to go after her, Neville said, already unsheathing his wand. No, we can't, Hermione said, grasping Neville's arm. It would be suicide. We can't let her go alone. She'll be killed, Harry said, tears already forming in her eyes. Harry, listen to me, Hermione said, grabbing his shoulders and forcing him to look her in the eye. You know it's a trap. You know that he's expecting you to go. You said it yourself. Harry stammered, his heart pounding in his chest. I know, Harry, I know what you're feeling here, I do, but you'll be playing into his hands if you go. It's too dangerous. You have to stay alive. You are the only one who can beat him. He won't kill her so long as he knows you'll come for her. No, Harry said, stepping back from Hermione. You two know his secret. We know what the Horcruxes are and where to find them. No, we don't, Neville snapped. We think we have an idea where one is and a flimsy lead that Sirius' brother may have had the other one. But we can't even contact Sirius, and the only way we can even check on the other is to kill Lestrange. Then there's that stupid Snape. You two can get rid of them and then lead an attack, and with the help of the Order you can kill him. I have to go get her. Harry, Hermione started, but it was too late. Harry spun on his heel and was gone with a crack. No, Hermione screamed, reaching out to grab her friend who disappeared. You don't know where Daphne's home is either, do you? Neville said, his voice filled with desperation. Dobby, Hermione shouted, running back into the house, Neville on her heels. She appeared about a mile from her family's home. She was still seething with anger, but a voice in the back of her mind kept screaming at her to leave, that this was the stupidest thing she could ever have done. It just wasn't fair that both Hermione and Neville got to see their families and she did not. What made them more special than her? Why couldn't they go to the Greengrass home? Their plan had worked well with Neville's house. They could have done the same here. But they would have done it better, because now they knew to look for wards that might cancel their charms. Why can't he see how much this means to me? Daphne thought to herself as she got closer to her home. When she could see the top of her home rising above the trees, she ducked off the road and into the thick bushes and slowly continued on her way, her wand out and ready. She was confident that she would be able to slip by any Death Eaters and get into the house, and finally see her mother and father once again. Then she'd go back to Dumbledore's house and rub Harry's smug nose in the knowledge that she had been able to see her parents without help or waiting to come up with a plan. Stopping for a second to throw the invisibility cloak she'd gotten at Neville's grandmother's over herself, Daphne began to move as quietly as she could through the woods towards her house, keeping her eyes and ears open for any signs of Death Eaters. Hominis Revelio, she said, casting the revealing spell to see if anyone was close by, hiding under spells or invisibility cloaks. There was nothing. Bit odd, isn't it? The voice in her head asked, but Daphne shook it off, ascribing it to luck or bad planning on the Dark Lord's part. Or maybe Harry was wrong. Maybe the Dark Lord didn't want her or her family, or didn't know they were together. Yeah, right, she said to herself, knowing that that was as unlikely as Hagrid becoming a model of women's fashions for Witch Weekly. Daphne shuddered at the thought of Hagrid in stiletto pumps and a sheer top. Get moving. She told herself, forcing any random and useless thoughts out of her head so she could focus. In time, she reached the concrete wall surrounding the grounds. She knew this wall quite well, and knew exactly where there was a break. She and Astoria had often used it to get to the river to swim when they were younger. Stopping again to cast the revealing spell, Daphne's breath hitched as one human was revealed in a glow of red light on the other side of the wall. The Death Eater was kneeling, but not moving. So far as she could tell, they were unaware of her presence. Holding her breath and moving towards the break in the wall, Daphne kept looking over her shoulder to see if the glowing Death Eater moved towards where she was heading. She found the break in the wall, which was little more than a spot where a tree had managed to grow through the wall, crushing the concrete and creating an opening for children to slip through. Daphne hadn't attempted to get through the secret opening for years, and standing before it now, she was unsure if she would manage. Still, she'd come this far, and her pride was not about to let her go back now, despite the frantic screaming of her conscience. Daphne sighed heavily as she got to her hands and knees and began to struggle through the wall. The opening was much smaller than she had remembered, and she hadn't had her breasts yet the last time. Grimacing as she pushed and wriggled, she managed to get halfway through before she took a moment to catch her breath. She wanted to rip the invisibility cloak off of herself, as she felt as if she were smothering in it. She looked towards where her last revealing spell had shown her a Death Eater, unsurprised that she could see nothing. Once again, she began to wriggle herself through the wall's opening, and finally managed to free herself at last. Rising to her feet, gasping for air, and struggling to keep her gasps as quiet as possible, Daphne clutched at her waist, which had taken the most abuse getting through the gap, and rubbing at the places she was sure would be bruised. As she was leaning against the wall, she happened to glance down at the wall. Her heart seized in her chest when her eyes fell upon the rune that she knew had never been there before. She knew at once, before she heard the footsteps, or heard the shouts, that she had been a complete and utter imbecile. Harry had been right. She had known that when she'd very childishly apparated a way to get her way. Her greed to see her family had beaten down her common sense and had led her into the clutches of the Death Eaters. There was no time to escape now. At once, her wand was ripped from her fingers, and an instant later, the invisibility cloak was torn off of her, and she was shoved into the muddy ground. "You have one chance to live, girl," a rough voice said in her ear. She could smell fire whiskey and feel the rough gristle of a man's beard on the side of her face. "Where's Potter?" "Scabbier," another man called out. "Where are your manners?" "Get her up and into the house. The rest of you get ready. Potter will be on his way." In moments, Daphne was roughly shoved into a chair across from her mother and father. She felt ropes tighten around her in the chair, and she knew at once that there was little hope that she would be walking away from this situation. Silently, she begged Harry's forgiveness for being so selfish and pathetic. "Mum, Dad?" she asked, relieved at the sight of her parents, but her fear rose into her chest, threatening to overwhelm her. "Why on earth did you come here?" Jonathan asked of his eldest daughter. "I thought that we had discussed this all at length last year." "I'm sorry," Daphne said, tears stinging her eyes. "I needed to see you, I needed to—" "It's all right, Daphne," Aurora Greengrass said, her eyes sad yet relieved. "We understand. So, little one." Rudolphus Lestrange smiled wickedly as he pulled up a chair, staring coldly into Daphne's dark brown eyes. "We had thought I would take a few more days to lure you lot here. I for one thought I'd have to pubically damage one of your parents for you to come out of hiding. But now that you are here, what's your plan? Were you the decoy? Is Potter and his little army about to come bursting through the doors, wands waving?" "What makes you think I know anything about Potter?" Daphne tried, but Lestrange's hand shot out, slapping Daphne with a resounding crack. Daphne's father struggled against his bonds, snarling low in his throat. "Lay another finger on her, Lestrange, and I will take great pleasure in ending you line." "Indeed." Lestrange smiled, pulling his wand from his sleeve. He slowly turned to face Jonathan and very delicately swished it in front of the patriarch of the Greengrass clan. "Then perhaps I should turn my attentions to you, blood traitor. Crucio." Jonathan's screams echoed throughout the house, while both Greengrass women shouted and begged for Lestrange to stop. "All right, ladies." Rudolphus smiled, turning back to Daphne. "I will stop, but you have to give me a reason. Tell me where Potter is." Daphne kept her mouth closed tightly as she watched her father gasping for air. The second sting of Rudolphus' hand across her face broke her away from her father's peril to her own. "I've become quite impatient, little girl," Rudolphus said, leaning into Daphne, his eyes roaming over her body, before his tongue wetted his lips. Perhaps I will to give you a special interrogation. Something very thorough and personal. Don't you dare touch her, Jonathan shouted, his voice not nearly as menacing as it had been a few minutes earlier. I swear I'll kill you. Crucio. The spell was broken nearly at Onhai's time as a thunderous explosion from somewhere outside. Rudolphus gave a very predatory smile and looked to Daphne. How convenient. He's come at last. Harry had only ever been to Daphne's house twice, but each time he had seen the statue in the front of the house. He had always found it rather inspiring somehow, even though it was little more than a man staring to the horizon. But it was enough. He focused solely on that image, that piece of art, and focused his magic on that destination. Harry had never had the opportunity to ask about it before, but he suspected it was one of Daphne's ancestors. Harry was surprised that he'd managed to apparate right in front of the statue, until of course he realized that there were likely no wards erected until after they were sure that he had come. Then someone would likely erect anti-apparition wards to prevent his escape. At that thought, he realized that he had no plan whatsoever. Not that something so trivial had ever stopped him from acting before. The difference now was that he knew exactly what was at stake if he were taken. None of it mattered, though. Only Daphne mattered, and he was determined to rescue her. The sound of him apparating caught the attention of the Death Eaters, just as he knew they would. Harry was ready for it, however, and with 2 quick flashes of his wand, Harry blew 2 very large craters into the white stone steps that lead from the grounds and towards the house. Harry heard screams as several Death Eaters were caught in the blasts, which sent stone and earth flying into the air. Harry didn't even wait for the smoke to clear, but ran to his left, jumping over the stone railing of the steps and running up the hill to the house itself. He's there, someone called out, and Harry fired 3 more spells over his shoulder and smiled bitterly as he heard the ground explode again and again. Defindo. The spell hit just behind him, tearing a long gash, and the green Death Eaters were tiring of this game of cat and mouse, and Harry suddenly and violently thrown into the air as the ground before him exploded. Harry landed heavily on his left shoulder. He heard and felt the crunch of his shoulder, and knew at the very least it was dislocated. Harry rolled to his knees and saw a group of Death Eaters running towards him. You idiot, take him alive. Stupefy. Harry had no time to erect a shield, and allowed himself to drop onto his back. The red spell sailed right over his head. Harry gasped at the closeness of the spell, thanking whatever deity that was watching over him in that moment. He saw that more Death Eaters were coming from behind him as well, and Harry knew he had to get on his feet and moving again. Reducto, Harry called out. 3 of the oncoming Death Eaters dodged the spell, but a 4th Death Eater was hit in the face by Harry's spell, his head exploding and showering his allies in blood and bone. Harry used the slight distraction to get to his feet once again, and turned to run to the Greengrass home when he was once again knocked to the shot up his body from a long cut on his leg. Harry grasped at his thigh, feeling the sticky warmth of his own blood. Wincing, Harry attempted to get to his feet once again, but it was too late. He was surrounded now, and there was no way to get past them all. Incarcerus! Harry felt the magical ropes wrap around his body. No! Harry shouted. The Death Eaters surrounded him, one of them slipping Harry's wand from his hand. Take him into the house, the leader ordered, and Harry heard several of the Dark Lord's followers congratulating each other. Harry. Daphne shrieked as the Death Eaters brought Harry in, tossing his bound body onto the large table in the dining room where the Greengrasses were being held. Harry landed again on his injured shoulder and let out a hiss of pain, which seemed to please the Death Eaters, if the chuckles were any indication. Hello, Harry Potter. It is an honor to properly meet you at last. Rudolphus Lestrange grinned, holding out his hand where Harry's wand was immediately slapped into it. Lestrange took a moment to examine Harry's weapon. The Dark Lord will be most pleased to have this. You have caused a great deal of problems for my lord. I do not envy you, Potter. I do have one question for you, and I hope you would answer me truthfully. I wish to know where Neville Longbottom is. He and I have some unfinished business. At the moment, Harry said, trying to sound casual, likely thinking of ways to end your family line once and for all. Lestrange's fist hit Harry in the side of the head. Harry's vision fogged for a moment, and he heard someone warn Lestrange not to harm the boy. Where is Longbottom, Potter? Lestrange snarled. We both know I'm never going to tell you. Harry sighed heavily, trying to keep the Death Eater in his sight. But I'm sure the 2 of you will run into each other sooner or later. I'm sure we will. Lestrange replied angrily, his eyes boring into Harry. Well, before we deliver you to our lord, I have one final task to accomplish, and it was the Dark Lord's sincerest wish for you to witness it. If you have anything you wish to say to your girlfriend, now is your final chance. Harry's heart was suddenly gripped by cold fear as Lestrange gave a very sinister smile as he turned towards Daphne. Harry began struggling against his bonds as Lestrange placed his wand tip right between Daphne's tearful brown eyes. He heard both of Daphne's parents pleading with Lestrange to not do what he was planning. "Do not worry," he said simply, never taking his eyes off Daphne, who was silently staring up into the eyes of her murderer. "You'll all be together very soon. Avada, Reducto, Finite." Rudolphus was thrown into the wall and Harry's bonds loosened and fell away. Harry rolled off the table towards Daphne, knocking her to the ground. Once she was out of the line of fire, Harry scrambled over to the slowly stirring form of Lestrange and snatched the 4 wands from his pocket and looked for his captor's wand. Harry wondered if he were on top of it as he couldn't see it, and had no time to look any further. "Potter needs to be taken alive," someone shouted. Harry looked up to see that for the moment. He and Daphne were out of harm's way for the moment while, to his great surprise, Hermione and Neville were keeping the few Death Eaters allowed in the house at bay. Harry wondered exactly how his friends had managed to get to him, when he glimpsed a very familiar bat-like eared duck around Neville's knee. Dobby was going to be up to his massive green eyeballs in sock come Christmas time. "Harry, our wands!" Jonathan Greengrass shouted from behind the large table that had been turned on its side after Harry had fallen off of it. Harry slid the 2 wands he didn't recognize as belonged to himself or Daphne, and went back to his girlfriend to release her. He glanced back and saw Daphne's father preparing to finish off Lestrange, or so he guessed when there was an explosion and bits of wood and brick rained down on Harry and Daphne. Harry looked up and saw Hermione and Neville peeking around the doorway leading to the kitchen, while the elder Greengrasses threw spells from behind the dining room table. "I'm so sorry, Harry," Daphne said, taking the wand her boyfriend offered her. "I should have listened. I should have—" "Potter!" Lestrange had tackled Harry, and the 2 rolled away, struggling against each other. Lestrange tried to pin Harry's hands down and get his wand away from him, clearly having lost his own wand when he'd been thrown against the wall. Harry struck out, trying to drive his fingers into Lestrange's eyes, as Sirius had shown him, but Rudolphus had more the weight advantage over Harry, and was clearly using it to his advantage. Harry found himself pinned for a moment before he brought his knee up as hard and fast as he could. It was rather pleasing to see Rudolphus' eyes cross, and he crumpled in on himself. "Harry!" Harry looked over and saw Hermione trying to pull Neville back under cover. "We need to go now." Harry then heard Jonathan Greengrass shout in pain as he was hit in the chest. The Death Eaters had blown the table apart, and someone had managed to hit Daphne's father. "Dad!" Harry saw 3 Death Eaters coming into the dining hall, looking for all the world as if they had just won the battle. "SCCTU Messium PRA?" Harry shouted, his wand coming up in a blur. The lead Death Eater screamed in agony, falling to the floor, blood spilling from a gaping wound. Harry's wand flashed twice more, driving the 2 other brave Death Eaters back to the floor, each with stomach-turning gashes in their flesh. Harry stood, knowing that the sudden quiet was temporary. He went to the door of the dining room and saw at once several more Death Eaters heading towards him. He aimed his wand at the ceiling and with a whispered bombarda bought he and his friends a little time to make their escape. "Is he going to be okay?" Harry asked frantically as he came over to Aurora and Daphne, who were checking over Jonathan. "He should be fine, but we need to get him out of here right away." "Take him to Nana's, Mum," Daphne said quickly. "Get out of the country and don't come back until you hear from me." "But what about?" Aurora began. "I have to do this," Daphne said, cutting her mother's questions off. Aurora stared at her daughter for a minute before reaching into her pocket. "Astoria sent this morning, just before they arrived with your father. I didn't have time to read the letter fully, but I believe she meant for you to have this." Daphne pocketed the envelope, which felt heavier than your average letter, and helped her mother to stand with her still unconscious father on her shoulder. "Please take care of yourself and your sister," Aurora said softly, pulling her daughter to her for a quick embrace. "I will, I promise." Daphne pushed her mother away with a pointed look and watched with a deep sadness as her mother and her injured father apparated away. A groan caught her attention, and Daphne turned to see Lestrange recovering. "Harry!" she started to say, but Lestrange moved with speed that belied his injured condition. He leapt through the air like a tiger hell-bent of killing its next meal. Harry was slammed against the wall, aggravating his already injured shoulder, and felt something dig into his side. Harry brought his right elbow up, catching Lestrange in the jaw, stumbling the Death Eater back, but not far enough. Lestrange came back, tackling Harry to the ground. The two men rolled on the floor, each trying to pin the other, while at the same time keeping the other from using their weapon of choice at the moment. Harry's left arm screamed in pain as he did his very best to keep the now bloody Nif from plunging into him, while Lestrange kept Harry's wand aimed at anything but himself. Suddenly Harry was showered in blood, and Lestrange cried out in agony, his eyes bulging in surprise and fury as he rolled off of Harry, clutching at his side. "Daphne, get Harry!" Hermione shouted. The former bookworm's words had a startling effect on Daphne, who'd been frozen at the sight of her boyfriend and the Death Eater rolling on the floor. Her joints had locked, and her heart had pounded in her chest, and now that the spell had seemingly been lifted, anger at herself boiled over. She'd very nearly allowed Harry to be killed. As she helped him to his feet, she saw clearly that Lestrange had managed to stab him, though to her eyes it didn't look that serious. Hermione was helping a very groggy-looking Neville to his feet as well, and Dobby was stepping between the two couples, waving them in closer to him. "Potter!" Harry turned to see Lestrange clutching at his side where copious amounts of blood was spilling through his fingers. He thought he recognized the spell, but didn't have a clue where Hermione had learned it. He had told her off the spell, but had never showed it to her. "You can't hide forever, Potter. He'll find you sooner or later." Lestrange grinned maniacally. "And I'm going to kill you, Longbottom. I swear it." Neville was in no condition to reply, and Harry wasn't sure if he'd even heard the threat. Harry thought bravely of killing Lestrange, but it looked as if Hermione had already handled it herself. He hoped Neville wouldn't be too angry with her. It was more likely that he wouldn't see the two as they would be celebrating behind locked doors. Harry hoped they'd use heavy silencing charms this time. "Take us home, Dobby." Harry hissed through the pain, and with a snap of his little elf fingers, Dobby obeyed his beloved master. Dobby left the four tired and wounded teens to go fetch healing potions and bandages as quickly as his tiny legs could carry him. Daphne eased a very groggy Neville into a chair and wiped blood from the back of his head. Neville had been knocked backward into a counter in the kitchen, his head catching a corner and knocking him cold while splitting his head open. Hermione turned away, preparing to go check out Harry when Neville vomited suddenly. "Damn," she whispered. "Neville, you need to try and stay awake. You might have a concussion. Do you hear me?" "Yeah," Neville groaned. "I'm fine. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "A few scratches." Hermione shrugged, examining her boyfriend's eyes as if she might get some kind of clue how bad his injuries were. "Maybe a bruise or two. Just rest here a minute. Dobby's bringing potions. Don't move and don't go to sleep." Hermione rose from her kneeling position and stormed at Daphne, who was tending to Harry. She grabbed the dark-haired girl, spinning her around forcefully, and smacked her hard across the face with a loud, resounding crack. Both Neville and Harry's eyes shot up at the sound, but neither boy made a move. "What in the fiery pits of hell were you thinking?" Hermione shouted. "Back off," Daphne snapped. "There is nothing you can say to me that would make me feel any worse than I already do. I screwed up big time, all right." "I know." Daphne turned to continuing tending Harry, but Hermione kept her from moving. "Yes, you did mess up and nearly got Harry killed. You nearly got all of us killed. He didn't even pause to think things through. He just ran after you like he always does, all because you were too." "I get it, Hermione," Daphne snapped, pushing the slightly shorter girl away from her. "I let my emotions get the best of me, and even though I knew I was being stupid, I couldn't seem to let it go. I knew Harry was right. I knew it was a trap, but my pride and my jealousy got the better of me, and I thought that I could get into my own home and see my parents without getting caught. All right? I didn't make a plan or even think about making a plan. I charged in like one of you idiot Gryffindors. I knew we were rubbing off on you." Neville chuckled lightly from his seat. Dobby rushed into the room with bottles clinking and a long trail of gauze behind him. He immediately handed a large blue vial to Neville, who uncorked it and sniffed at it, his face wrinkling with disgust. Dobby gave a weak smile before beginning to roll the gauze up once again. "Thank you, Dobby," Hermione said, venom dripping from her voice as she continued to glare at Harry's girlfriend. "Hermione, we all screwed up today," Harry said, trying to get to his feet and step between the two seething girls. None of us should have gone, but I promised Daphne that we would see her family. I should have tried harder to keep that promise. I don't need you to defend me, Harry. I can admit when I was wrong. Daphne said hotly, but Harry placed a hand on her shoulder, still holding his side where Lestrange had stabbed him. The blood had begun to congeal and was no longer spilling from him as badly, but the wound tingled. Having never been stabbed, Harry wasn't sure exactly what he should be feeling. He pushed his concerns aside, feeling it would be better to try and calm things between the two girls before hexes began being dealt. I'm not defending anyone here. To some extent, we're all responsible for what happened here today. I shouldn't have gone after her, you two shouldn't have come after me, but more importantly, we were all sloppy. We were slow, and we didn't fight as we should have. Hermione is still trying to stun people or slow them down. I froze, Daphne admitted, her voice just above a whisper now, tears falling for her eyes. She turned to Harry and stared into his green eyes, pleading for forgiveness. When Lestrange grabbed you, I just couldn't move. I just froze. I could have taken him down easily, but we were all scared, Neville said, sounding a little stronger and clearer. He hadn't emptied the potion bottle in his hand, and Dobby was now on the back of his chair, lightly daubing the boy's head with a damp cloth. Hermione immediately went over to help the elf. We had no idea what we were facing there today, not the number of Death Eaters or the house or grounds. We all get overwhelmed by our emotions at one point or another, but we have to remember that none of us is trying to keep the others down or anything. We all knew that you-know-who had one option to try and lure us out of hiding, and we fell for it in a way, Neville finished. I'm sorry. Daphne turned to Hermione and Neville, wiping at her eyes. I felt like I was being punished for something. Guys. I wasn't thinking at all, and I should have listened to you all, and known that it wasn't personal or anything, Daphne continued. Hermione's glare finally began to soften, and Daphne knew that the only other female at least understood her reasons, no matter how juvenile they had been. Daphne hoped that Hermione would forgive her with time. I'm sorry for slapping you, Hermione said, though her eyes were still smoldering with anger, though not as badly as they had been only a few minutes before. It seems we all have to grow up a bit more. I know that I'm not fighting the way I should, and today made me realize that. Guys, but you did manage to hit Lestrange with that spell. It didn't look like he was going to make it through the night. What was it anyway? Daphne asked, hoping that by getting Hermione's mind on something more academic, she might get in a better mood. Sectum Sempra, that last spell Snape taught Harry. It was the first thing that came to, guys. Harry tried again, though far more feebly right before he fell to the floor in a heap, his eyes rolling to the back of his head. Daphne shrieked, and was at his side instantly, trying to figure out what was wrong. Her eyes immediately went to the knife wound at his side, which had thought to been not too serious. She had checked it twice, and it hadn't looked too deep. Dobby handed her a cloth, and Daphne wiped at the wound to clean the blood away. That was when she saw the slightly yellowish color of the flesh around the stab wound. The knife Lestrange used was laced with something, Daphne shouted. He's been poisoned. What? Hermione asked, coming to Harry's side and examining the wound herself. That doesn't make sense. You know who wants him alive. Hermione tentatively began to reach out to touch the yellowed area around the stab wound, but Daphne clutched her wrist, her eyes wide with warning. Hermione nodded at once and turned to look over her shoulder at the little elf who was hopping from one foot to another in worry. Dobby, bring me a bezoar. Wait, Daphne said suddenly. He's breathing fine. Well, he's breathing at least, and he's not convulsing. I don't think it was meant to kill him. I think it was just to weaken him or knock him out so Lestrange could take him to his master. We need to find out exactly what this is and make a cure. Hermione said quickly, grabbing some gauze and wiping around the knife wind, trying to get some of the poison onto the cloth to analyze. Dobby levitated Harry into his bedroom, where Daphne undressed him and treated his cuts, and bandaged the stab wound, while Hermione finished treating Neville before beginning to figure out what Lestrange had poisoned Harry with. Daphne stayed at Harry's side, daubing his sweating brow and holding tightly to his hand, praying to every god she could think of, and even making a few up in the desperate hope that Hermione would come through for them all. Rudolphus Lestrange awoke in the hospital wing of Hogwarts. He fled extremely weak and desperately thirsty. He struggled to sit up, but his muscles were unresponsive, and he could barely turn his head. Ah, good, you are awake. Severus Snape's cool tone came from the foot of the bed, and Lestrange looked for the Dark Lord's pet. I was worried that they had not gotten you back here in time. I was able to close the wound quite easily, but you have lost a great deal of blood. You will be bedridden for at least a month before you will be fully healed, and you will be on blood-replenishing potions for the next 2 weeks. Wah, what happened? Lestrange tried to ask, his throat scratchy and hoarse. Do not speak. Your body is very weak. Snape sneered down at the man before him, a malevolent glint in his black eyes. You healed me. Lestrange glared at the spy, who nodded in reply, busying himself with organizing the potion vials on the bedside table. Lestrange growled mentally. He hated Snape as much as his dead wife and trusted him even less. The very last thing he wanted was to be indebted to this man for his life. Rather a nasty spell, Snape remarked. Much darker than Potter normally uses. Mudblood, Lestrange said hoarsely. Mudblood cast. Snape's head snapped up and stared at the man in the bed with interest. The Mudblood cast this. Granger, how very interesting. Snape smiled softly to himself, thankful that Lestrange was staring up at the ceiling, no doubt plotting Granger's demise. It was very clear that Snape's patient was agonizing over the fact that he'd been bested by someone who was supposed to be far inferior to him. Snape had recognized exactly what Lestrange had been hit with, and had been able to close the gash easily. 3 others had been brought back to the castle, all with the same wound as Lestrange, though they were far beyond saving. Snape should have known that it hadn't been Potter who had cast the spell on Lestrange, given how weak it was compared to the other 3, who had been torn wide open in comparison. Snape guessed Granger was trying not so much to kill, but just incapacitate Lestrange. If only the stupid girl had done the job properly. Snape had only taught the spell to Potter, and as he remembered the boy's reaction to what the spell did, wondered if he had taught his friends. It seemed quite out of character for the boy. On the other hand, Snape knew he should have expected that Granger would have heard about the spell, had done everything possible to learn it. The girl was so insufferable, but at least this time it had worked in her favor. Drink this, Snape said, slowly pouring the blood replenisher into Lestrange's mouth. Lestrange was glaring daggers at Snape, who looked very indifferent. Quite likely he was used to this sort of look, as hardly any other Death Eater trusted the man who'd been cowering under Dumbledore's robes for 15 years. Now, rest, Snape said firmly before turning to take his leave. He was 2 steps away before he turned back. By the way, the Dark Lord is most anxious to hear why you failed to capture the boy. I have told him that you will be quite unable to speak for about a week. I would use that time to get your story straight. Lestrange felt a wave of nausea and shut his eyes in contemplation. His master was going to be incensed at his failure, and Lestrange wondered if he would manage to escape insanity after his lord was finished with him. If it weren't for my lord, Potter, I would hunt you to the ends of the earth. You are safe from my wrath. But Longbottom, you and your mudblood whore will taste my wrath. This I swear. The 2 boys sat huddled over the small table, the chess board between them. A small fire crackled lightly behind them, and the room, decorated with scarlet hangings that were lit gently by floating candles. The taller of the 2, smiling merrily, moved a piece and sat back to watch his opponent try to figure out how to counter his offense. The other boy kept his eyes locked on the board, his mind working furiously to turn the tide of the game. You're still acting defensively, the taller boy said, tapping his fingers on his arm. You're thinking offensively, but you're not actually attacking. That's always been your problem, Harry. I've been trying. Harry looked up at his smiling redhead friend. Not really. The other boy shook his head. Between the 4 of you, there's nothing you can't accomplish. He gave you the ultimate weapon. He made his name taboo. What better way to set up a serious trap and thin his numbers? Harry looked up at the other boy, who was still smiling warmly, and Harry felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He was so happy to see Ron Weasley, though he knew that he must be dreaming or possibly even dead. Harry turned his eyes back to the chessboard, his fingers hovering over a pawn, contemplating a move before letting go of the piece and re-examining the board, keeping any darker thoughts at bay. Who am I to play executioner? The chosen one? Ron chuckled. Come off it, Harry. You know it's a war. In war, people die and people kill. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. So why are you still acting like Dumbledore? You know these people can't be saved. They can't be redeemed. I know that. Harry sighed, finally moving his knight, which Ron quickly and decisively captured without barely a pause. You're still trying to protect them, Ron sighed. Harry nodded and stared at his friend, who just kept smiling at Harry. It was so much simpler when the war was something we talked about. I feel like I know exactly what I should be doing, but I'm always second-guessing myself. Now you understand Dumbledore's actions a bit better. And everyone else's, Harry confirmed, once again turning back to the chessboard. They were doing what they felt they had to protect me, protect us. Which is what you're doing now in your own way. Ron nodded, leaning forward to watch Harry's next move. They're as strong as you believe them to be, mate, but they need to see it for themselves. They're going to have to do things that no one should have to do. You can't stop that. Not unless you kill Voldemort tomorrow. That's not likely to happen. Harry sighed, moving his queen. Not likely at all. Ron nodded, moving his rook. So you've got no choice, really. They'll follow you. They'll do what needs to be done. It's time to stop waiting, Harry. Time to stop second-guessing yourself. Take the offensive and make Voldemort remember why he should fear you. Harry moved his queen again and sat back as he looked at the board, a small smile forming on his face, which fell away at once as Ron moved his own queen and declared that he'd won. How'd? Harry asked, startled. Beats me, mate. This is your dream, after all. You'd think you'd be able to beat me in your own fantasy. Harry looked up into the sparkling blue eyes of his departed friend. I'm not dead. Gods no, Ron laughed. If you were, I doubt it would be me you'd meet. Probably be your mum and dad, wouldn't it? Harry smiled, a strange relief washing over him that he was still alive, just having a very realistic dream. Okay, let's try this again, Harry said, picking up a few pieces to reset the board. Harry looked up when Ron didn't respond and saw that the common room had gotten brighter and Ron was fatting. Sorry, Harry, but it's time for you to wake up now. Ron. Harry, come on, it's time to wake up, love. Harry felt a soft head caressing his cheek, a warm, familiar voice at his ear urging him to wake up. Slowly he opened his eyes, sunlight nearly blinding him completely. Daphne, Harry asked, still confused. He's awake. Neville, he's awake. Yeah, Harry, it's me and Hermione. Daphne smiled, struggling to keep from breaking down in relief that Harry was actually awake once again. Slowly, Daphne helped Harry as he struggled to sit up. He felt his glasses being put onto his face, and he saw both Hermione and Daphne, each looking as if they hadn't slept in a month. Neville appeared in the doorway an instant later, a relieved smile on his face. Daphne's eyes were quite puffy-looking, like she'd been crying a lot. What happened? Harry asked, his throat dry. Daphne offered him a glass of water, only letting him sip a little. Harry was surprised at how weak he felt, like he'd been asleep for a very long time. You were poisoned, Hermione said, looking at Daphne, relief evident on her face. She held an empty vial in her hand, which she was clutching so tightly, Harry thought he heard it crack ever so softly. Poisoned by what? Lestrange laced that knife with draught of living death. Hermione and Daphne have been working for nearly 2 weeks to make the counter potion. Neville sighed. It's been frightening. How you feeling, mate? Harry shrugged. His head was still kind of fuzzy, and his muscles felt weak. He was also incredibly hungry. Little woozy and hungry, but other than that, Harry said, turning to look at Daphne, who had not stopped watching him, nor had she let go of his hand. Now that you're okay, maybe you can get them to sleep. Neville nodded towards Hermione, who was still watching him as if she was expecting him to fall over dead at any moment. Did you say 2 weeks? Harry asked, staring at Daphne. I was out for 2 weeks. It would have been much longer if it weren't for Hermione. She was able to figure out what you'd been dosed with and was able to brew up the antidote. Daphne helped me every step of the way, Hermione remarked. Though she was standing stock still, her face cautious, she sounded quite relieved that he was awake. It took a while to break down the components of the poison, but we got there in the end, and now you're awake again. I was so scared that we wouldn't get you back, Daphne said, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. I'm sorry. If I hadn't been so stupid and just listened to you. It's all right, Harry said softly. He brought her hand up to his cracked and dry lips and softly kissed her hand. We just have to be more cautious in the future. Daphne nodded slowly and bent forward to kiss his forehead. What's been happening? Harry asked, taking another drink of his water. Not much that we know of. We've all been rather focused on getting you back on your feet, Neville admitted. Though that wireless we got from Gran's been on constantly, they aren't really reporting anything. We need to find out what's going on, and we need to find those last Horcruxes. Harry started to stand, but Daphne pushed him back down as Hermione rushed to his side. You're not doing a thing, Daphne said firmly. You've been all but dead for 2 weeks. All you're going to be doing is eating and resting until you're back to 100%. Are you channeling Pomfrey? Harry asked, an eyebrow raised comically. Both Neville and Hermione had to chuckle softly, but Daphne simply glared at him. I mean it, Harry. That potion takes a lot of your strength. Don't push yourself or you could seriously hurt yourself, she said firmly. She's right, Harry, Hermione confirmed. Just be patient. Come on, Nev, let's go see if Dobby's got lunch ready. Then you're taking a nap, Neville said. Harry didn't hear the rest of the disagreement as Neville shut the door behind them. Daphne turned to Harry and curled up next to him. We were so scared, she said again, and Harry gave her hand a squeeze. But you all worked together and got me back. You all did what needed to be done. I'm very proud of you all. It wasn't easy. We fought a lot. I don't know if Hermione will ever forgive me for starting this whole mess. Daphne sighed. I'm sure she already has. It's not in Hermione's nature to hold a grudge. Besides, she's going to have to rely on you. We're all going to have to rely on each other. We've been far too soft on Vald. The name's still jinxed, Daphne said, slapping her hand to her boyfriend's mouth. She gave him a long, stern look before her eyes softened and she bent to kiss him once again. As I was saying, Harry smiled gently when they broke the kiss. We've been far too soft on old Snake Face. It's time we make him remember why he's supposed to be afraid. What do you mean? Daphne asked, feeling a shiver at the look in her boyfriend's eyes. I think it's long past time for us to take the fight to him. Harry began explaining to his lover what he had in mind. At first, she thought he might be having some side effects from the antidote potion or from being poisoned and unconscious for 2 weeks. Yet the more he spoke, the more she understood that Harry was tired of waiting and hiding. What was more is that listening to him speak made her remember that she had trained at his side, and that she too was tired of cowering away hoping someone else would win this war. She knew that both Neville and Hermione were just as sick of being all but trapped in that house. Dobby brought soup and bread for Harry, and Daphne nibbled as she continued to listen to Harry's rough plans for declaring all-out war against the Dark Lord. By the time he was finished eating, and she had coaxed him into going to sleep, Daphne was ready to strap on a sword, polish up her wand, and charge into battle. But she knew that it was not yet time. Harry had to heal, and they had much to plan. Still, all Harry needed was to say the word. The next day, Daphne was finishing a very long, hot shower. She'd been so worried over Harry that she'd neglected to take care of herself. She hadn't been the only one, of course, but now that Harry was on the mend, they were all beginning to settle down once again. Daphne had even heard Neville and Hermione early that morning. She had to admit she was a bit jealous, as Harry was nowhere near healthy enough for that sort of thing. But as soon as he was, she planned to make sure he knew just how much she had missed him. Daphne stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and headed for the closet to get fresh clothes. She pulled on some knickers and a bra before sliding into some jeans. She was pulling a shirt out of the closet when her foot bumped something that made her pause. On the floor was the jacket she had worn the day she'd so foolishly gone to see her mother and father. It was still covered in blood from Harry's stab wound. What puzzled her, as she nudged her big toe against it, was why it felt so solid. She bent and picked up the coat and felt something heavy inside the pocket. Recognition dawned on her almost at once when she saw the envelope her mother had shoved into her hand. Dropping the coat to the floor once again, she tore open the envelope and ripped out the letter. She heard a dull thud as something fell to the floor, landing on her bloody jacket. So focused on the letter, she didn't bother to see what had fallen. Mum, I miss you and Dad terribly, but I am still safe. I wish I could tell you where I am so that you could come and be here where it's safe. But I've been told repeatedly that for now you aren't in any danger. I don't wish to scare you, but you've become our last hope. The people I'm staying with are adamant about trying to reach Daphne and Harry. I know that in your last letter you mentioned having spoken to her. It's my deepest hope that you can reach her and give her the package I've included. She'll know what to do with it. I miss you both, and I hope we'll see each other again soon. All my love, Astoria. Daphne's heart beat a little faster as she looked down now at the small package that had fallen on the floor. She didn't dare attempt to hope that it was what she thought it was. She had lost her own when they had to escape Hogwarts, and knew that Harry had also lost his as well. Yet, as she slowly unwrapped the paper, she was filled with such joy as she had no felt in too long. Wide, tearful grin appeared on her face as she reverently held the small hand mirror. Torre! Her voice was choked and barely audible. She took several long breaths to settle herself down before she tired again. Torre! The reflection shimmered, and her own face was replaced with the face of her younger sister, who was looking groggy. As soon as the younger teen's brain managed to fire up properly, Astoria Greengrass' face broke into a whammer and excited smile. It's about time, she said, her voice low. Where have you been? I sent that thing like 3 weeks ago. I was sure Mum would have gotten it to you before now. It's good to see you too. Where are you? I can't tell you. I want to, but I'm not. the secret keeper. But I know who is, and he's really anxious to talk to you, but he can wait, Astoria grinned. Where are you? What have you been up to? It's a really long story, Daphne sighed. Wait a second, Astoria said quickly. There's someone here who'd kill me if I didn't wake her up so she could talk to you too. Astoria's face vanished from the mirror, and Daphne's chest tightened as her mind kept repeating the name of the one person she desperately hoped to see. An instant later, Astoria's bright face returned, and she wasn't alone. You'd better have all kinds of juicy stories to share with us. Tracy. Every other occupant of Dumbledore's house came running at the sound of Daphne's overjoyed shriek. 3 pops broke the sweet, serene silence of the forest outside Godric's Hollow. Remus Lupin, along with Tonks and Bill Weasley, quickly scanned their surroundings to make sure they had not just apparated into a trap. When they were sure they were alone, Remus waved the other 2 to follow him. Remus was the only one who'd ever been to this quiet little village before, and that hadn't been in many years. Yet, he remembered the way as if he'd been there that morning. As he had so many times, he chose to approach the house from behind. The forest provided excellent cover, and as the group approached the house, Remus halted them in order to make sure they were about to walk into their enemy's hands. Tonks cast the revealing spell, and just as they were told, there was only one human being glowing red through the walls of the battered old house. Sitting on the 2nd floor, just as was planned. Remus sniffed the air and recognized the scent at once. A little of his tension melted, and he very slowly approached the broken-down house. Bill followed, with Tonks covering them from the rear. Remus was overcome with emotion the moment he touched the doorknob. A flood of memories washed over him, and he had to stop for a moment to collect himself. Memories of sipping tea while he and Lily watched baby Harry crawl across the garden chasing after a butterfly. Or enjoying another wonderful meal, as Sirius and James debating which Quidditch team was superior. Remus, Tonks asked softly, her small hand touching his cheek. Are you all right? Lupin nodded softly and took a deep, calming breath before opening the door. He'd never seen the results of that night. He'd never been able to face it. It was something he had always hated about himself, but he had lived with his guilt so long it barely registered anymore. But the moment he stepped through the kitchen, which looked untouched, tears filled his eyes. The sitting room was blackened, and as he looked up, he could see into what had once been a guest room and the blue sky beyond. It looked far worse than he'd ever imagined, as at least part of the house had been blown apart. Lupin felt Tonks slip her hand inside his and gave a reassuring squeeze. Come on, Wolfie. He's waiting for us. Tonks smiled, rubbing her lover's arm. Lupin nodded again, took another deep, calming breath, and led the group up the shaky stairs to the 2nd level. Wands at the ready, they followed Remus through the hall. He led the way into a large room that had once been James and Lily's bedroom. Where is he? Bill asked. We know he's here, Tonks said, looking confused. Maybe I should cast. Bill was suddenly thrown forward, crashing over the broken-down bed. Tonks spun on her heel, but quickly found herself upside down, her hands bound, her wand on the floor. Remus shot a spell back through the door, but they only smashed into the wall. Before he could fire another spell, Remus' nose twitched and he paused. He started to call out when he found himself bound and on the floor. Remus, Tonks asked, a bit of fear in her voice. She tried to free herself and get her wand before they were killed. Someone stepped into the room, and Tonks turned as best she could and watched in rapt attention as someone disillusioned themselves. How have you guys gotten so slow? Harry Potter asked, a small smile on his face. He aimed his wand at Remus, kneeling down so he was close to the werewolf. Okay, what was the first thing you ever said to me? Harry said, digging his wand into Remus' neck a bit. I believe I offered you chocolate as you had just fainted after meeting your first Dementor, Remus said calmly. Harry's smile broadened and he freed Remus at once, handing the man his wand back. If I may say so, your spell work is a little weak, Remus said, going to Bill Weasley to revive him. I've been a bit under the weather. In fact, Daphne's very upset that I left, but I was the only one who knew where the house was, Harry admitted, letting Tonks down gently. How'd you take us by surprise? She asked. I knew you'd use the revealing spell, so I stayed in this room until I knew you were in the house. Then I went into the bathroom there, Harry said, pointing to the open door behind Tonks. A simple disillusionment. And silencing charm and a lot of patience. Harry shrugged. What happened? Bill Weasley asked, sitting up with Remus' help. Harry got the drop on us, Remus said proudly. Good on you, mate, Bill said, getting to his feet. What now? Tonks asked. We got to get out of here. There are constantly Death Eaters in the village, and I don't know how closely they watch this place," Harry said quickly. Tonks noted his face paling, but decided now was not the time for questions. Harry pulled a rusted-looking door knocker out of his pocket and held it up for the others to touch. At once 4 of them were swept away by the portkey and landed in a lovely, though overgrown garden. "Welcome to Chateau Dumbledore," a very cheerful voice said. "Hermione," Tonks shouted with glee as she swept the girl up in a huge hug. "And Daphne, too." Tonks had been the one in charge of training last summer and had not seen her prodigies since they had returned to school. Hugging each girl twice in turn, Tonks felt extremely overjoyed to see the girls again and was looking forward to what she hoped would be some very juicy talk later on. "Did she say Dumbledore?" Bill asked as he watched Tonks take both Hermione and Daphne by the arm and lead them into the house. "She did. This was Dumbledore's home before he died. He left it to me for the war. We're very protected here. We even spent a few weeks saying his name before we even knew it was tabooed." "No one ever found us." Harry smiled as he took a chair in the sitting room. Remus noticed how pale and sweaty he looked. Dobby came running in with a mug of something, which Harry drained before making a disgusted face. "Professor Lupin." Neville smiled as he greeted the man. "Neville, good to see you. And you as well. I take it things went well?" Neville asked, looking at Harry, who was looking a bit shaky. "Up until Harry ambushed us." Bill smiled, shaking Neville's hand. "That was my idea." Neville chuckled. "Just to make sure it wasn't a trap. We've all gotten a bit paranoid over the past month or so." "We noticed your grandmother has gone missing, Neville," Remus started. Neville waved off the man's concerns. "That was our doing. We needed some information from her, and in going to her, we more or less signed her death warrant. She made for the mainland that day. I just got a letter from her this morning, and she's rather enjoying being abroad. It's been quite a long time since she's had a vacation. So then she's safe." Remus sighed with relief. "Honestly, I'd be more concerned for any Death Eater who tried to take her down. There's good reason why I'm still scared of her. She's not one to go easy on anyone who tries to get one over on her." "Harry, you look really sick," Bill said, drawing everyone's attention. "What happened?" "It was my fault, I'm afraid," Daphne said as Hermione and Tonks reappeared. "Daphne, we discussed this. We're all to blame," Hermione tried. She and Daphne had patched things up between them, and Hermione had admitted to being partially to blame for events that led to the disastrous visit to Greengrass Manor. Harry and Neville suspected she felt quite guilty for smacking Daphne when they had returned. "Lestrange managed to poison Harry with draught of living death," Hermione said in her lecturing voice. "It took us a couple of weeks to brew an antidote, but we managed it in the end. Harry's still not fully recovered, but he's getting better. There was only so much we could do here, and it was extremely difficult getting some of the ingredients." "How long were you under?" Tonks asked, a hint of fright in her tone. "It was getting close to 3 weeks," Daphne said, going to Harry's side. "He shouldn't be out of bed yet, but he was the only one to have visited his parents' home." Remus sighed, shaking his head. "A stupid risk. We needed to regroup with the Order." Harry said weakly, his eyelids drooping a bit. "We're close to the end, but we can't do it alone. We've been working on a few plans, and with the Order's help, we can cripple the Death Eaters' forces and maybe manage to open Hogwarts. At least we might make it possible to free some of the students." "What? How?" Tonks asked as she sat next to Remus, who was staring flabbergasted at the young man before him. "What do you know that we don't?" "Later," Daphne said forcefully. "There'll be plenty of time to talk later. Right now, Harry needs to rest. He's overexerted himself, you stupid git." "I still say you're channeling Pomfrey." Harry smiled weakly as Daphne helped him to his feet. He kissed her cheek softly, and even though she was clearly upset by his weakened condition, she smiled softly. "Keep it up, mister, and I start channeling Snape." Everyone heard Harry's moan of disgust as Daphne led Harry away and chuckled. "Like James and Lily." Remus whispered, and Tonks gave his arm a squeeze. "Sirius is going to be incredibly happy to see him, to see all of you." Tonks smiled at Hermione and Neville. "We should contact them and let them know we made it," Bill said, making for the fireplace. Bill," Hermione said, stopping the redhead. "We're not connected to the flu, otherwise we would have had you all come directly here." Bill blanched and then smiled. "Right." Hermione ducked out of the sitting room and returned a few minutes later with Daphne and the hand mirror. Remus took the mirror and called out Sirius' name. "Remus, you found them. How are they? Where's Harry?" "Calm down, everything's fine. We met up with Harry and the others, and they're all in fairly good condition." Harry's been put to bed as he's still recovering from being poisoned, but don't worry, he's doing well. Poisoned? What happened? I don't have all the details, but I'm sure we'll hear all about it soon enough. For now, we're all safe, and I'll be bringing everyone back tomorrow. Let everyone know that Harry and the others are doing just fine, and they'll see them tomorrow just as soon as we can manage it. All right, look after them, Remus. You know I will. Remus smiled, and a moment later his best friend's face disappeared. Well, since we have some time to kill, why don't you lot tell us what you've been up to? Bill smiled. Oh no. Neville smiled, and Hermione sat down next to him, crossing her legs demurely. Neville's right. We're not going to tell you all we've done, only to repeat the tale tomorrow. She took Neville's hand and watched Daphne take a seat, looking anxious. No doubt she was still worried about Harry, who had very stupidly chosen to go alone that day, despite all the protests from the rest of them. Why don't you let us know what you've been up to? It was still dark out, and the clock had only just chimed 5 in the morning when Sirius extricated himself from his blankets and set about finding clean clothes. He had slept quite peaceful, but his excitement at welcoming his godson home had awoken him much sooner than he normally would have risen. Sirius finished dressing himself and was about to open his bedroom door when a voice stopped him. Where are you going? Sirius turned towards the bed, where Amelia was sitting up, the sheets held to her chest, her hair a tangled mess falling into her softly smiling face. She was looking at him with concern as she spoke. He won't be here for another couple of hours, you know. I know. Sirius smiled as he went to her side and sat down. I'm just excited to see your godson is alive and well, Amelia offered, taking his hand. He raised it to his lips and kissed her knuckles lovingly. Her smile softened, and she used her other hand to play with his jet black locks. He's been fighting so hard, I know he has, and I feel like we're about to let him down. We've done virtually nothing. I'm ashamed of myself, really. Sirius sighed as he stared at the interlocked hands. I know, Amelia said, trying to pull Sirius closer. But getting up before the sun and packing about the house or whatever else you were thinking of doing is not going to change anything. He's proud of you, even if we've done nothing. He'll be happy that you're alive, and that's what's important. Once we're all together, we can figure out exactly what we need to do. Sirius nodded, knowing that she was right, of course. She always was. Still, Sirius could not stop feeling eager or anxious to see Harry once again. For nearly 3 months now, he'd been in the dark about Harry's whereabouts, and it had kept him awake many nights with worry. In fact, if Amelia hadn't worn him out so completely the night before, he knew he would have been awake watching for Harry, Remus, and the others to arrive. In the meantime, Amelia smirked, allowing the sheets to fall from her chest and tugging Sirius further onto the bed. I think we can come up with something a little more productive for you to do until Harry arrives. I don't really fancy hearing my godson's name while you're in this state of undress. Sirius grinned. Sirius, shut up and take off your clothes. Astoria sat in the bedroom she shared with Tracy, Susan Bones, and her best friend Gretchen. Both Susan and Gretchen were asleep, and Astoria was fairly sure Tracy was asleep as well, but she never could tell with that girl. Susan's breathing was very deep and peaceful, while Gretchen had the daintiest of snores. Tracy's breathing, on the other hand, was so light, one could mistake her for dead if they weren't really listening. Astoria looked over to Tracy's bed and saw that the blonde was laying on her side, eyes closed, one hand under her pillow supporting her head, the other clutching the blanket softly. Over the last few months, Astoria had tried to figure out a way to tell if Tracy were awake or not. Several times when she thought everyone was asleep, Astoria would allow herself time to cry silently. Every one of those times, Tracy had surprised her by being awake and comforted her. It had always embarrassed her, because she had felt it was a weakness to cry. She could never explain why she felt that way, however. And so, she had begun her quest to figure out Tracy's tells. So far, she had nothing. Tori turned back to the window to watch the sun rise over the ocean. Since she had come to the island, she had not missed a single sunrise or sunset. It had started the first morning she had awoken there, long before anyone else. She had been scared and overwhelmed by all that had happened in her escape from Hogwarts. She had found it, settling in many ways. She hadn't intended to repeat it the next day, but before she realized it, she was waking up every morning before dawn and watching the sun rise over the sea, signaling the beginning of a new day. Every night, she made her way, usually alone, to watch it set again. As she would watch the last rays fade away, she would whisper a silent prayer to be with her family once again. Toady, she was getting part of that prayer answered. Daphne was not only alive, but she was coming to the island. It had been horrible not knowing if her sister was alive, especially knowing that she was with Harry, fighting against the Death Eaters. She knew she shouldn't really worry. Daphne was exceptionally well trained, if any of her spell work last year was an indication. On top of that, she was a Slytherin, and she wasn't about to going charging into battle, wand blazing. On the other hand, Daphne was in love with Harry Potter, who was the epitome of a Gryffindor. She's not going to get here any faster because you're staring out the window. Tracy's soft, sleepy whisper cut the silence. Tori jumped slightly and scowled at Tracy. I knew you weren't asleep, Tori hissed. Sure you did. Tracy smiled, though her eye remained shut. How long have you been awake? Feels like most of the night, actually. Tori sighed, turning back to the sunrise. The first rays were only now appearing over the horizon. You! I don't think I slept at all. If your snores are any clue, you were out most of the night. Tori said flatly, but Tracy scoffed. They would be if I snored, Tracy remarked. How anyone in your dorm managed to sleep through your obnoxious ground-shaking snores is beyond reason. I do not snore, Astoria shrieked. Tracy shushed her, raising her hand to point to where Susan stirred. Gretchen hadn't moved at all, her gently girlish snores continuing uninterrupted. I do not snore, Tori repeated in a low, hissing whisper. Just keep telling yourself that. Tracy smiled. She finally opened her eyes to look out the pouting Astoria, a grin splitting her face. She sat up, swinging her legs out of her bed, and stretched, yawning a bit. It's just so surreal, you know. I mean, I've been wondering all this time what she's been doing, and now I'm finally going to see her again. I'm going to find out what she's been up to. Astoria smiled lightly. Mostly I'm anxious to find out if she and Harry have done the deed. Tracy smiled, and Astoria tried to stifle her laughter. Like I told you two already, Susan said sleepily. There is no way that they have been together as long as they have, hidden away from the world and not gotten physical. Both girls turned and saw Susan sitting up in her bed. Her red hair was a mess, and she did her best to brush it out of her face. The topic of Harry and Daphne's physical relationship had come up quite a lot between the four girls in this particular bedroom. They would all stay up quite late into the night discussing Harry's attributes and what the two might have experimented with. Tracy had never imagined Susan Bones possessing quite such a dirty mind. Susan had confessed that she thought Tracy was far more experienced than she actually was. Over the past few months, these four girls had formed a tight bond, especially given they were the only four girls of their age on the island, and with no boys of appropriate age to even flirt with, they had to make do. Tracy and Susan, being closer in age than Astoria was, had formed a very close bond, and Astoria wondered sometimes when the two went off on their own if some experimenting might be going on. If she had been younger, she might have tried to follow them and see what they were getting up to. Now she had matured, and she respected their privacy too much to even ask about it, but she was almost certain. I'm willing to bet they're shagging as we speak. One last romp before they have to leave their secret hideaway and rejoin the world. Susan snickered. And what, pray tell, might they be doing during this highly charged sexually escapade? Tracy grinned, while Susan extracted herself from her blankets. No, Tori said, waving her hands. Not now, please. I don't need those kind of images floating in my head when I see my sister. After all the speculation we've done in this room, I don't think you're going to have a choice. Tracy sniggered. Great, Tori sighed, getting out of her own bed and going to the bathroom to get washed. When the door closed, Susan looked at Tracy, who gave a soft smile. I've been wondering. Susan began shyly. She looked up into Tracy's eyes and took a calming breath, brushing a few strands of brilliant red hair behind her left ear. Are you going to tell her, about us? Tracy asked, her smile widening. Of course I'm going to tell her. Daphne's my best friend and all she wants is to see me happy. She might be a little taken aback by everything, but she'll be supportive. She's always been there for me, and this will be no different. I'm still not sure about any of this. Susan shrugged. I've never even thought about this sort of thing before you and I, How many times have we talked about this? Tracy smiled sweetly. We've said it from the very beginning that we don't know what this is or if it will last. We're two friends comforting one another. We swore that for now there'd be as few complications as we could manage. We did, Susan nodded. But every time we are close, I feel like I want more with you. It's hard to explain. Then it's a good thing I know what you're talking about, Tracy nodded. You're amazing, and I know that no matter what happens, I will not ever have any regrets about what we've had. But I promised you that if anything changes, I will tell you. And if you don't want to go on, then that's it. We will part ways as friends. Susan smiled and nodded. A very special friend. It was just after breakfast when Sirius felt the ward's flare. His sudden exodus from the Flamel house seemed to jolt everyone else into action, and they all followed him. Quickly, he went out to the front porch, with nearly every occupant and a few visitors right behind him. He watched as one by one, the exiled reappeared along the beach path. Remus led them, with Tonks at his side, her hand in his. Right behind them was Harry and Daphne, with Neville and Hermione just behind, and Bill Weasley in the rear. At once the reverent silence was torn asunder by an over-excited shriek of delight, and Astoria Greengrass nearly knocking everyone over to run to her sister and leap into Daphne's open arms. Nearly everyone laughed as Daphne lost her balance, obviously forgetting that her sister was nearly as tall as she was. "I can't believe you're here," Tori screamed as she held onto her sister. "I'm so glad you're safe," Daphne replied. "She isn't the only one." Daphne let go of her little sister and grabbed onto her best friend, who held her very tightly. Tears began to fall from Daphne's dark eyes, happy to see her lifelong friend alive and safe. Tracy's face was nearly a mirror image of her best friend's, and the two girls sniffled at the same time, which caused them to start laughing. While the Greengrass girls and Tracy were celebrating being reunited, Harry was now being welcomed by his godfather, who was clutching him very tightly. Unable to speak due to the joyful lump that had formed in his throat, Harry simply held onto his godfather, unable to express his own happiness at having finally been reunited. Handshakes, back pats, warm hugs, and impassioned words of greeting were shared between the newcomers and the refugees of the Flamel house. After a bit, everyone went back inside and made themselves comfortable, and Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Daphne were pelted with questions about all they had been up to. The four teens did their best to relate all they had done and learned in the past few months, before turning the tables and questioning Amelia and the Order about their time. Amelia was most apologetic when she explained that they had done very little and that the Order was spread out now, hardly daring to contact one another as most everyone was under surveillance now. "We've had our hands tied pretty tightly since Hogwarts was overrun. Most of our people have children on the inside and are too afraid to do anything for fear that the Death Eaters might take retribution. So long as the children are trapped at the school, there's not a lot we can do," Tonks offered. "Well then, it's a good thing we finally managed to make contact," Harry said, looking at everyone. "We've come up with a plan. It would have taken a lot longer with just the four of us, but I think we can make it even more effective and do it all at once now." "What are you talking about, Harry?" Arthur Weasley asked. He wasn't the only one to look interested. "We want to use his name to trigger ambushes." Neville smiled, looking over at Harry, who nodded. "We had thought about repeating it over and over again, but if I'm thinking the same as Harry, we set up a bunch of locations and at an appointed time. We say the name, forcing his followers to come attack whoever was foolish enough to invoke his wrath," Amelia said, standing up, looking thoughtful. "This could work. If we set enough ambushes, we could effectively cripple their forces." Bill Weasley smiled, squeezing Fleur's hand as she rubbed his arm affectionately. "This is a massive undertaking," Remus pointed out, "but it has a good chance of success," Mad-Eye Moody replied. "They only send 4, maybe 5 out for each utterance. We set up traps with 6 to 8 of our forces and incapacitate them." "We kill them," Harry said flatly. "Harry," Mrs. Weasley said in horror. "Surely you can't mean." "I do, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, looking the woman in the eye before turning to look at them all in turn. "We don't give them a chance to regroup or revive their mates. We don't give them the opportunity to return and kill us. We've been playing soft, and they've taken advantage of our mercies. No more. If we're going to win this war, win our freedom back, then we have to kill them. As awful as it is, we have no other choice." Boy finally grew a backbone. Moody mumbled, and Harry gave a small nod to the former Auror. "But we're not executioners," Molly Weasley tried. Hermione spoke up for the first time, looking directly at Mrs. Weasley. "Would you stand by and let a Death Eater kill your husband or one of your children? Would you simply stand by and watch them be killed, or would you do whatever it took to ensure the safety of your family?" Mrs. Weasley stared in horror at Hermione as her words sunk in. Slowly, the horror melted into sadness, and she slowly nodded. "I would kill anyone who tried to hurt my family," she admitted softly. "War is ugly and cruel," Hermione continued, "but we're fighting for the safety of our children," Mrs. Weasley muttered. "And their children." Amelia smiled, looking at Susan across the room, who smiled in return. "Then we have a lot of work to do," Moody barked. That we have. Amelia nodded. Moody, Tonks, Remus, Bill, I think it's time to try and re-establish contact with our friends. With quick nods, the four quickly left, all bidding farewells to Harry and his friends. Sirius, Harry said quietly as conversations broke out. I need to ask you about your brother. So, you guys have been busy, Tracy commented as she and her best friend headed out of the bustling Flamel house and out to the beach. Daphne felt quite relaxed for the first time since before the war had truly broken out. She'd been cooped up in Dumbledore's house with the same three people, and as much as she loved them, she was thankful for a break, especially since she was with Tracy once again. Being back on this beach where she and Harry had grown so close during the last summer, and had only just begun to discover the intimacy between them, brought a sad smile to her face. While they had grown quite close, their time together had seemed hurried in some ways. She wondered if it was just her perception, or if the war had gotten so deep into their psyches that they felt they needed to rush through their lovemaking. She felt it best to ask Harry about it later, when he felt better. I'm starting to think I was very lucky not to be with you all. I've been here thinking you guys needed me or something, and it turns out you were all perfectly fine on your own, Tracy said, breaking Daphne out of her thoughts. Not as much as you think. The last time we did anything, well, it didn't turn out so good. Daphne sighed. Tracy cocked her head and wrapped an arm around her friend. I nearly lost everything because I was stupid. I'm sure you did fine. I'm the reason Harry's not doing so great right now, Daphne said heavily. I was an idiot. Her eyes drifted to the shoreline where the waves crashed against the shore. She could feel her tension melting away a bit as she watched and listened to the ocean's roar. She felt at peace here the summer before, and once again as she walked the sandy shore with Tracy. Perhaps Harry would consider getting a house on the coast when they were married. Once again, Tracy interrupted her thoughts. Typical Daphne. One mistake and you let it rule your life for the next year. You remember that botched test in second year. You nearly studied yourself to death and, may I add, nearly got petrified. I did not, Daphne huffed. I was never anywhere close to where that thing was. That you know of. Remember Harry said it was using the plumbing. Tracy reminded her friend. How did you guys end up here anyway? Daphne asked, changing the subject. I thought for sure you guys were dead. When I got the letter from my mum that told me Tori was alive, I hoped you had made it too, but to be honest, I almost didn't make it. Tracy shuddered. I was in really bad shape by the time we managed to escape. Then it got worse. What do you mean? Well, when we got separated. We've got to get to Dumbledore's office now. Daphne screamed as she pulled Hermione back through the passageway they had just come from. Tracy took hold of Tabby, while Astoria helped her friend Gretchen. They hurried back up the stairs, following Hermione's lead as fast as they could, until they re-emerged into the fourth-floor corridor. This way! Hermione shouted as she sprinted, holding onto the Daphne's arm. They followed the Gryffindor through passages, upstairs, downstairs through secret doors, until they emerged into a long corridor that Tracy recognized, but she was now thoroughly confused where she was. Then the world spun as a large section of wall exploded, and a large column fell, blocking their path and effectively separating them from Hermione and Daphne. Several large chunks of ceiling crashed down, creating a thick curtain of dust that stung their eyes and choked their lungs. Tori! Tracy knew that Daphne was coming back for them. Make her stop, Astoria said quickly. If she's caught, Harry will get himself killed trying to save her. The younger Greengrass was helping her friend back to her feet and pulling her wand, searching for signs of their saboteurs. Get going, Tracy shouted, fighting to keep from coughing. We're right behind you, just go. We're not leaving without you, Hermione said. BOMBRDA. The floor in front of Tracy exploded, knocking Tracy and Tabby off their feet. Tracy felt Tabby land on her chest, knocking the wind out of her. Tracy heard footsteps and something that sounded like a loud smack. Tracy did her best to suck in a breath and shouted for Hermione and Daphne to run away, just as several spells flew over her, creating strange effects in the dust cloud. Tracy heard Daphne, sounding much closer, scream her refusal to leave Tracy or Astoria behind. Daphne, G.O.! Astoria screamed from somewhere deep in the rubble and confusion. Tracy felt her heartbeat quicken as she realized that she would not be meeting up with Daphne at Dumbledore's office. She would not ever see her mother again, or get the chance to fall in love. She was about to die, but she was not going to die alone. Pushing Tabby's limp form off of her chest, Tracy gripped her wand tightly and thought of the most painful spell she had ever learned. something that would kill any Death Eaters who attempted to kill her. She had thought of this spell often since Sirius Black had explained to her and her friends last summer how it was supposed to work. Splintering every bone in an adversary's body, possibly piercing the heart, lungs, and other vital organs. The hand practiced on pig carcasses only once, and all 3 girls had spent the night nursing serious nausea. But today, as her own death was slowly creeping to take her, Tracy lifted her head high as she raised her wand. As several shadows became clear in the settling dust, she beckoned Astoria and Gretchen behind her, and once they were out of the line of fire, let loose. "Fractus skeletus?" The first Death Eater screamed as the spell hit him dead center in his chest. He was thrown back, and after only a few seconds, his screams were silenced. His comrade was far luckier, as he was able to get a shield up in time. He returned fire, a simple, stunning spell that Tracy dodged fairly easily. She was only just starting to question why the Death Eaters were using such weak spells. Astoria could cast something stronger than what the Death Eaters were throwing at them. That's when she noticed a few more shadows in the dust. She then realized that she was horribly outnumbered. She prayed that it would be quick and that it wouldn't hurt. Just as Tracy was beginning to accept her fate, there was another explosion and a new cloud of dust, once again choking them. Tracy felt a firm hand on her shoulder, spinning her around. Her wand went up as she screamed, but her hand was caught and she found herself staring into the cold black eyes of Severus Snape. "What do you think you are doing? You were supposed to go to the headmaster's office." "We were trying, we got separated," Tracy shouted. "We have to move, follow me." Snape waved them to follow him down the passage he had emerged from. Tracy bent to collect Tabby when Snape stopped him. "Do not bother with her, she is dead." Tracy was taken aback by the teacher's cold indifference, but knew that now was not the time to bother with it. She glanced to see that Astoria, along with her friend Gretchen, who was sniffling and wiping at her terrified eyes, were already behind Snape, and she got to her feet and began to follow herself. Then something hit her back, knocking the wind out of her and sending her sprawling across the floor. At first, the world spun, and Tracy had no idea how she had ended wound up face down in dust and rubble. Then, a new sensation began to creep along her spine and up into her brain. It was as if someone had ripped all the nerve endings out of her back and put them over an open flame. It was surreal. She had thought death would be peaceful, quick, but all she felt was an intense agony that made her lose all self-control. Tears stung her eyes, and her fists clenched as she screamed out. She tried to get her legs under her and get on her feet again, but her body simply refused to cooperate with her. Her skin felt like it was being held over a very hot fire. There was a warm stickiness sliding down her pants and into her knickers. She felt herself being hefted up on someone's shoulder, and she fought to remain conscious. She could see Tori and Gretchen following right behind, and she heard Tori begging her to stay awake. She desperately wanted to know what she'd been hit with and how bad it was, but her own fear kept her from asking or trying to investigate. She glanced up and could see shadowy figures trying to come after them, fighting rubble and dust to get a clear shot off. Traxie, weak as she felt, wasn't about to go down without more of a fight. Raising her wand, she did her B-set to take aim and fired off 2 spells. She knew that the Artiopnatus hit its target if the choking, gasping, and cries of panic and terror were any indication. One Death Eater was painfully burning to death from the inside out. Sirius Black would be most proud of her. Halls and passages passed her in blurs. And Tracy thought for sure she was going to vomit or die or both. It all stopped suddenly, and Tracy felt herself being laid upon something hard and calloused fingers probing her back. Every manipulation sent long waves of intense pain up her spine. "Thank the gods your spine is intact," Snape said. She couldn't see his face, but she heard a bit of relief in his somber voice. His tone actually frightened her about the severity of her wounds. Though, there will be no preventing the scars. Petrificus totalis. Tracy felt her body stiffen, but could still feel the overwhelming pain that gripped her unmercilessly. "That should keep any further damage until you can be treated," Snape said as he stepped away. Tracy saw Astoria kneel before her and felt her wipe at her face. The youngest Greengrass was crying as well as she touched Tracy's face. "You're going to be okay." Tori smiled, tears falling down her face. Tracy was struck by how much Tori looked like Daphne had in their 3rd year. She even sounded like Daphne in some ways. Perhaps it was just her mind trying to make sense of everything that was happening to her body. Astoria rose and disappeared from Tracy's view, and then she felt herself being lifted once again. "Tell them the school is lost, the ministry as well, and that they should hide until I can get word," Snape said, and Tracy felt the gentle warmth of the fire. She now saw Snape, his face grave, as he threw a handful of flue powder into the flame. She had never seen the normally sullen man look so grave. Then, the world began to spin and she, along with Astoria and Gretchen, were being whisked away in the flue. She didn't recognize the place they fell out at, but she heard a lot of panicked voices, including Astoria screaming for help. She felt herself being lifted up again, though this time she didn't feel anyone's hands or arms, so she guessed she had been levitated. Then she caught sight of Mad-Eye Moody, and she felt relief wash over her. They were safe. They had been sent to the Order of the Phoenix. "Don't release her. She's been hurt really bad," Astoria was screaming. Tracy heard other voices and gasps of horror as she was laid on the table on her stomach, just as she'd been in Snape's office only a moment ago. Moody stomped out and Tracy heard him call for Sirius. A few seconds later, Sirius Black, Harry Potter's godfather, appeared in her field of vision, looking terribly grim. "Tracy, we're going to release you. Do your very best not to move. As soon as we release you, Molly's going to pour something on your wounds, and it's really, really going to hurt. If you don't stay as still as possible, it could make things worse. We're going to hold you down to help. Just try and stay still." Tracy tried to convey that she understood with her eyes and hoped he got the message. All at once, she felt her limbs relax and she could blink once again. Hands were holding her at every angle, and then she felt something cold on her back. At first, it felt wonderful, given that her flesh had felt like it was on fire, but then it felt like millions of insects were biting and stinging her. It felt like she'd been dipped in acid. Tracy's head shot up and a hellish scream filled her throat, shaking the entire house on its foundation. "It's going to be all right, Tracy. Don't fight it," Sirius shouted into her ear. Tracy kept screaming as the pain intensified. She was fighting the people holding her down. She needed to get away, needed to escape the pain. "You're killing her," Astoria screamed, and someone else told the young Greengrass to stay out of the way. Tracy tried to breathe as her lungs were now burning for air, but the pain was so intense that she could not stop shrieking. And then, mercifully, she passed out altogether. "When I woke up, I was back in our room here on the island." Tracy turned and lifted the back of her shirt, and Daphne saw 2 large purple scars. The largest was oblong, reaching from her left shoulder blade down to her waist. The second was more egg-shaped, just under her right shoulder, and stretching to the middle of her back on the right side. They think it was just a bombarda, but no one is certain. Everyone says I was very lucky it missed my spine, though I gather it was incredibly close. I spent 2 months in bed on some of the nastiest potions ever, but finally I was allowed to get up and roam the island. "I'm so sorry," Daphne said tearily, and Tracy hugged her best friend. "It isn't your fault," Tracy reminded. "I can't believe you used that skeleton-shattering hex," Daphne shuddered. "I still remember what happened to those pigs. It was the strongest spell I could think of," Tracy shrugged. "It was them or me, and as it was, I was sure it was going to be them." I wasn't about to go quietly, but none of that compares to what's happened since. Daphne looked at Tracy's smile and felt that she was about to hear a very interesting story. She also felt it was going to be something romantic, as she could not remember Tracy smiling like this since she'd been crushing on Blaise Zabini. "Okay, who is it?" she asked, a broadening smile on her face. "Okay, see, the thing is," Tracy stammered, and Daphne shook her head. "No excuses. You found someone special, and I'm excited for you. I want to know everything." "Okay," Tracy said, taking a few deep, calming breaths, and faced her lifelong friend. "We're not sure what it really is, and we've decided that it's best if we just allow things to develop. We've talked about it a lot and agreed that if things change, we'll part as friends and go our separate ways, hopefully remaining friends. After all, this isn't what most people would think is normal. Who cares what anyone else thinks, so long as you and he are happy? Now who is it? How'd it happen?" Daphne pleaded, and Tracy's face took on a rosy hue. "We talked. We spent a lot of time together because we're the same age, and we just found we had a lot in common. It was the first time I got to go outside, and we walked out here on the beach, and we were talking about all the things we missed, and it led to talking about how much we both missed being kissed, and then I don't know why, but she kissed me, and it was really nice, and I... Whoa, wait a minute. Did you say she? As in you and another girl?" Daphne took an involuntary step back, staring incredulously at her blushing friend. Tracy nodded, avoiding Daphne's eyes. Daphne could only stare blankly at her best friend, her mouth agape, trying to digest this new piece of information. She tried once, twice, 3 times to speak, but all that came out was a strange, strangled noise. Finally, Daphne took a long, deep breath, hooked her arm through Tracy's, and began leading them along the beach again. She was shocked to say the least, but she was not about to judge anyone for their choices. And truthfully, she didn't care who it was that was stealing the heart of her best friend, so long as Tracy was happy. "Well, I admit that I never imagined you would decide to play for the other team," she said finally, causing Tracy to grin. "On the other hand, I should have guessed you were into girls. I mean the amount of time you spent drooling over me and Hermione." "Oh, shut it, you. I still like our team," she said. "Though we can't all date Harry Potters and Neville Longbottoms, but Susan's great and we've really bonded, you know. I mean, we've only just kissed a few times. I think we're both afraid of doing any more, but it isn't about that." "Do you love her?" Daphne asked seriously. "I don't know," Tracy admitted. "I doubt she knows what she really feels either. I mean, she likes boys too, which is why this is so strange. Honestly, I don't see it going the distance, not unless we found a bloke who doesn't mind sharing, I suppose. But it's nice and comfortable. I like how she makes me feel. I'm happy for you, just remember to be honest with yourself. There's no reason for both of you to get hurt because you're trying to make this into something it'll never be. Believe me, we've both discussed that at length." Tracy rolled her eyes. "What about you? How are things between you and Harry? Have you guys finally cemented your relationship? If you're asking if we've had sex, then it's none of your business. And yes, we have nearly every night we were away." Daphne grinned maniacally, and Tracy threw her head back in laughter. It was truly wonderful to be together again, and Daphne knew that they had at last reached a turning point in the war, just as Harry said they would once they made contact with the Order. And they had good ideas where they could find the last of the Horcruxes. Things were beginning to unfold, and Daphne silently prayed that the end was near. It wasn't until quite late in the day when Harry was ready to talk at length with his godfather. Still recovering from the attack at Daphne's home, Harry had slept most of the day. This was a great improvement, as only the week before, he'd been asleep nearly every hour of the day. Sirius, along with Amelia Bones, Hermione, Daphne, and Neville, settled themselves in the study along with Harry, who brought out the fake locket he'd retrieved with Dumbledore that night in the cave, and presented the tiny note they'd discovered inside. "You say you found this in a cave?" Sirius asked, looking gobsmacked. Harry nodded, and Sirius reread the note before heaving a great sad sigh. "It's Regulus' handwriting, there's no doubt. He died only a few weeks before your parents, Harry. I had thought that he'd died fighting Aurors. I wasn't speaking to my mother any longer at that point, so I never knew exactly what happened to him." "When did you last talk to him?" Hermione asked, concern in her eyes as she watched Sirius' face. He looked stuck between anger and regret. "We all but ignored each other in school. He was in Slytherin and I was in Gryffindor. He was the good son, so far as my entire family was concerned, well except Andromeda. But she married a Muggle, so it didn't matter what she thought. We spoke once after we were out of school, and it was only to posture, threaten each other. What's sad is that before I went to Hogwarts, Reg and I were fairly close. Maybe if when I came home after that first year and hadn't ignored him, maybe. It may not have made any difference," Amelia said sadly, rubbing his arm. "I'll never know. But this gives me hope that in the end, he realized that he'd been wrong to follow you-know-who. That my parents, with their vile hatred of Muggles and all that other pureblood nonsense, were wrong. Not only that, but he actually may have tried to fight against him. Do you have any idea where he might have hidden the locket once he got it?" Sirius shook his head sadly, and they all went quiet, each of them feeling somewhat defeated. But then Sirius perked up. "There might be a chance that someone else would know." "He's still alive, that is." "Who?" Hermione asked as everyone else leaned closer to Sirius in anticipation. "Our old house elf." "Creature?" Harry asked, looking appalled. "That elf loved my brother as if he were the damned thing's own child. Reg treated that elf like royalty. They were the best of friends, thick as thieves. Even my mother couldn't get the damn elf to work half as well as my brother." "Can we call him, find out if he knew what happened to the locket?" Daphne asked, but Sirius shook his head. "I don't know. I don't even know if he's alive. He was terribly old when I was born. On top of that, we're under the Fidelius. And besides that, he was never too keen on doing what I asked of him." "Well, you treated him so terribly," Hermione remarked, huffing a bit. Sirius was about to retort, but Amelia cut him off. "So we need to make a trip to your mum's house," she said, glaring at Sirius to hold his tongue. "At the very least, we might be able to ask Creature if he knows anything about the locket." "I don't think all of us should go," Sirius said flatly. Harry and I can do this. Now wait one damned minute, Daphne said, rising to her feet. Why just the two of you? I have to agree, Amelia said. We shouldn't all go, but I don't think it should just be you two. I know the place better than anyone, and Harry is still sick, Daphne snapped. And if Death Eaters have managed to get inside your house, he won't be much use. Hey, I'm right here and I'm not dying. I'll be able to hold my own, Harry said, looking offended. Enough, Neville shouted. Bickering amongst ourselves isn't going to solve a damned thing, nor is risking all of us, Amelia said quickly, looking at everyone in turn. Now Sirius will have to go, there's no question. He knows the house, and though the elf will be stubborn about it, he is still bound to serve Sirius. I can find the locket if it's in the house, Harry said quickly. Dumbledore trained my how to find all of these things. I'm sort of a divining rod for you-know-who's magic. But you're still not fully recovered, Hermione pointed out. Harry turned to glare at her, and she returned the look in kind. Children, enough, Amelia snapped. Fine, how about this? We wait a few days to let Harry recuperate a bit more. Then Harry and Neville go to Grimmauld Place and find out where this thing is. If it's in the house, they bring it back here straight away. This time she stared at Sirius, communicating her severe displeasure at the whole situation. Now you said there was another one of these things left. That one's going to be tricky, Neville said, rising from his seat. We're nearly certain that it's in the Lestrange vault in Gringotts. We can get it, but we need to kill Rudolphus Lestrange first. What do you mean? Amelia asked. Neville explained how his gran had registered a claim of reparation against House Lestrange. Both Amelia and Sirius perked up at this bit of news. As both the adults were from ancient houses, they were both familiar with the claims of reparation against wronged houses. Let me guess, Amelia smiled sadly. The goblins wouldn't allow her claim because Rudolphus was still alive. Neville nodded. Worse, Lestrange found out about her claim and challenged it. If he kills me, he'll get the entirety of the Longbottom fortune. I've never really paid much attention to the family finances, but I do know that we're quite rich. And if Lestrange gets his hands on your gold, Sirius began, he would undoubtedly give it all to his master in order to finance the end of the war. Hermione hurt him badly a few weeks ago, but we don't know if he was killed, Harry said, nodding at the bushy-haired witch who was biting her lip in thought. I don't think he's dead, she said, staring into nothing. The goblins are nothing but efficient. Had he died, they would have contacted you at once. How do you know that? Harry asked. You fell asleep a lot during History of Magic, didn't you? Daphne asked, nudging Harry's shoulder. Everything you'd ever want to know about goblins is taught in that class. You just need to read between the lines a bit. It's part of the reason wizards entrusted their finances to the goblins. Despite all the mistrust between the two cultures, the one thing they usually agree on: gold, Hermione explained. No, if he were dead, we would know. She's right, Sirius nodded. So we need to get him to come out of hiding. No one touches him but me, Neville said firmly, looking at everyone in turn. He's the last one remaining who's responsible for my parents' condition. I don't think you should worry about that, Amelia said flatly. After you killed both Bellatrix and Sebastian, nice job by the way, he'll be hunting you as well. Sirius smiled proudly, folding his arms over his chest. Which brings up another matter, Amelia said, shifting in her seat. Harry, your plan to set up ambushes is truly an inspired one, but, well, while you slept, we got some responses from people. People are too afraid to fight anymore. We don't have the manpower we had hoped we might to be able to pull off a massive strike. And it's likely after pulling off an attack of this nature, you know who will likely remove the taboo from his name, Sirius pointed out. He'll pull in his forces and it'll be harder to end the war. Amelia nodded. If we don't do this just right, we may lose more than the war. He's still got an entire generation of witches and wizards in that castle. But if we do pull this off, Hermione began, it'll inspire others to rise up, won't it? I think it depends on how badly we cripple their forces, Sirius replied wisely. So basically what you're saying is that we need soldiers. Harry began smirking. Oh no, Daphne shook her head. He's got that look. What's on your mind, Harry? Sirius asked, his face beginning to mirror his godson's. I think it's time to write to Victor again, Harry chuckled. Wait, I thought he said Bulgaria wouldn't help us, Neville remarked, but Harry smiled even wider. Bulgaria as a country wouldn't get involved, but he was going to keep trying to rally people, and if a world-famous Quidditch star can't get people to help, then what good is it being a world-famous Quidditch star? I like the way this kid thinks. Amelia Bones grinned and playfully punched Sirius' arm. It took 2 weeks before they finally got word back from Victor Crumb. In that time, the Order was scouting for locations in which they could set up the perfect ambushes, far from Muggles, and would give them the greatest advantages. Everyone who was staying at the Flamel House was training to fight, or in the case of anyone under 16, learning how to help Molly Weasley with any wounded they might have when it was over. From sunup until sundown, everyone was training or planning for what they all hoped would be a serious turning point in the war. Yet the mood wasn't grim, or even tense. In fact, there was a growing excitement in the air. Nearly every night, everyone gathered around a lengthened table to share supper and just talk about anything. It was a true communal experience in many ways. Everyone helped everyone else, all of them working for a common goal. Voldemort's fall. Hermione commented one night that she was sure that it would be here that a new, stronger and better government would be born. After nearly 2 solid weeks on non-stop preparation, Mad-Eye Moody felt that it was time for everyone to take a break, and so he convinced Amelia Bones to order a day of rest. It was on this morning that Harry rose earlier than he had been. Despite the fact he was still recovering, he had taken part in all the training he could. He was often sent back to bed by someone, but as he got stronger and was forced to retire a little later each day. Harry awoke just as the sun was rising over the eastern seaside, feeling Daphne's soft breath on his neck, where she had snuggled closer to him the night before. He smiled and softly stroked her bare arm, loving the soft purr she made at his touch. As gently as he could, he slipped out from her embrace and snatched up a pair of shorts to cover himself. He was a bit surprised that he was awake at all at this hour, as the night before, Daphne had broached the subject of their hurried lovemaking. She had expressed concern that they weren't truly enjoying the experience each time because they were preoccupied by the war or something else. So Harry decided he would rather not talk about it, and spent the next 5 hours showing her that nothing else in the world mattered more to him than her happiness. He felt he could have gone a bit longer, but apparently, Daphne just couldn't keep up. Of course, she blamed it on the fact that she had been training harder than he had been, to which he pointed out he was always sent back to rest. Still, in the end, nothing felt better to have the woman he loved fall asleep wrapped in his arms. As he looked at her, clutching the sheets where he had been a moment before, looking so utterly at peace, Harry was reminded once again why he was fighting at all when it would have been so much easier to run away. He could easily take Daphne and run far away, but he would be robbing others of moments like this, and Harry was positive that every single being deserved the happiness he was feeling right then. A light tapping on the bedroom window broke him from his moment of reflection, and he saw a very large barn owl staring at him with a large envelope. Harry softly opened the window and allowed the owl to come inside. He took the envelope, and the owl left immediately, not even waiting for a treat or water. Harry slipped his fingers under the seal and took out the folded parchment. "Harry, I have been wondering when you would write me again. I would have written myself, but you must have been hidden quite well. My owl could not locate you. Please do not expect your owl back for a few days. She was quite tired when she reached me. I am guessing she has not been out for a while. Do not fear, she is being taken very good care of. Much has happened since I last wrote you. As promised, I have been trying to recruit people to your cause, as my government did not wish to get involved. Much has changed. First off, and I still cannot believe it, I have raised an army and it is well supplied. I must admit, I did not do this on my own. I was unaware of how well you are known in my country and in areas surrounding. We are all awaiting word to come and join you. I received the message galleon and keep it with me at all times. You only need send us a location. Now for the best part. It seems that things between your new government and the governments of several countries are not well. From what I have gathered, war has been threatened on several occasions. This Dark Lord is promising that soon he will begin launching campaigns against other countries. I have it on very good authority that Bulgaria is now willing to lend you resources, though it would be in secret, unless war is actually declared. The International Confederation of Wizards is most anxious to avoid war. I am hoping you understand my meaning. Please send word soon. Your army, is most anxious for this threat to be dealt with. Ever your friend, Victor. Oh, hell yeah! Harry shouted gleefully, startling Daphne awake. She nearly tumbled off their bed as Harry leapt onto it to kiss her deeply, before tearing out of their bedroom shouting for everyone to awaken. Sirius was the first to make it to the sitting room, followed closely by Neville. One by one more and more residents finally appeared, all bleary-eyed and confused. "Harry, for Merlin's sake, we were supposed to be allowed to sleep in." Tracy bellowed over the cacophony of voices. Harry noted that she and Susan were standing quite close, and the memory of what Daphne had told him popped into his head. He was a bit confused at why they wished to keep it a secret, but knew it was their business. "What's in your hand, Harry?" Neville asked, and Harry smiled, holding up the letter. "I just got this a few minutes ago," he said loudly, causing everyone else to quiet. "2 weeks ago, we were struggling to figure out how to make our plans work. Our wish is to cripple." Harry grimaced as he hated using this nomenclature for their enemy. "You know whose forces in one fell swoop. Our problem was a lack of manpower, as many former members of the Order no longer wish to fight. We bear those people no ill will. Many of them, as well as some of you here, still have family inside Hogwarts. That problem has been effectively solved. We have an army. This is including help from Bulgaria's government and the International Confederation of Wizards. We've but to send the word." There was a long pause of silence as Harry's words sank in. Harry simply watched, waiting for the outburst he knew was coming. Sure enough, the entire house exploded in cheers. Hugs, handshakes, and back pats were the order of the day as relief washed over every single person. "What's our next step?" someone asked, and Amelia answered, calming the room with waves of her hands. "First, I think it's critical we get all these people here to us. It will make things much easier if we're all in one place. Owls can be intercepted and things might get confused. This way we'll be able to solve problems quickly. We'll need tents." "I'm on it." Mad-Eye Moody shouted and tapped Fred and George Weasley to follow him out of the house. "Harry, did Victor say how many people were coming?" Amelia asked. Harry shook his head sadly, but Amelia didn't let that deteriorate her good mood. "Well, I guess we'll find out when they all arrive. Go ahead and signal Victor that they should start coming right away. Tonks, Remus will need to get plenty of food. Dobby can help with that," Harry remarked, and Amelia nodded and smiled her thanks. She began organizing groups for jobs in preparation of the new arrivals. Sirius went over to Harry, who offered the secret galleon. As Sirius was secret keeper, only he could give out the location of the Flamel house. Amelia began ordering people to various places to prepare for arrivals, while she sent others to set up food for everyone. It was 6 hours later before the first group arrived. The wards flared, and Sirius, along with a few others, ran out of the house, heading for the Portkey arrival spot on the north end of the beach. Harry wanted to go with Sirius, but as they were not yet sure of what they were getting, and a bit of suspicion and worry had managed to grow regarding the trustworthiness of Victor Crumb, it was decided he should remain close to the Floo and an emergency Portkey should they be betrayed. Sirius returned 15 minutes later, along with a tall, smiling figure Harry had not seen in far too long. "Harry!" Victor grinned as he clasped Harry's arm and pulled him into a friendly embrace. Victor was just as imposing a figure as he'd always been, though Harry was sure he was more muscular now. He'd grown a thin, well-trimmed beard and allowed his hair to grow out a bit. He was flanked with several other imposing Bulgarians that Harry felt he should know. "Victor, it's truly good to see you again. Thank you for everything you've done for us." "Think nothing of it. If one Dark Lord is allowed to rise, we all will be made to suffer in time. Many of my old school friends, as well as nearly everyone on my team, were willing to help. We also found quite a bit of help within our ministry, and that was before the change of heart. I actually had to turn people away as they were too young or too old to fight. By the way, I have a gift for you." Victor turned, and a tall boy, that Harry thought he recognized as being a Durmstrang student that had been at Hogwarts during the tournament, stepped forward carrying a very familiar and rather upset-looking owl. "I do not think she cares much for Portkeys, eh?" the boys said, handing over Hedwig to Harry, who affectionately stroked her breast feathers and allowed the bird to nip his ear in welcome. "It's very good to see you, girl. I'm so very proud of you." Hedwig puffed herself up and hooted with pride, before turning to Victor and narrowing her eyes at him. "She deserves many treats for her courage," Victor said, "and even more for having the indignity of being forced to travel by Portkey." Hedwig lessened her glare and took off for a rest somewhere in the house. "Victor, let me make introductions." Harry grinned, clasping the Bulgarian's arm again. The next 6 hours came with many more surprises. Victor had not been joking in his letter. While Bulgarians made up the bulk of the over 200 people who congregated on the island, there were also Austrian, Albanian, Spanish, and French aurors and hit wizards. This was made quite apparent when Fleur de Lacquer, Bill Weasley's fiancée, shrieked with joy when 2 men appeared along with Bill and Arthur Weasley. Papa! She leapt into the first man's arms and was twirled around shrieking in French. A little while later, when Fleur had managed to calm down, she introduced her father, Sebastian Delacour, and his lifelong friend, Laurent Butin. Ah, Monsieur Potter, it has been quite a long time since the tournament, no. It is with great honor that I am to inform you of the ICW's wish to see this, how you say, problem. Dealt with all haste. We have brought no less than 20, wizards from Spain, France, and of course Italy. The Italians, or if I may be so humble for my own nation, the best. Use them wisely. Mr. Delacour, I will never be able to express my sincerest gratitude to you or the ICW or any one of these people enough, Harry said, giving a bow. Sebastian and Laurent both bowed in return. Amelia stepped up, and it became clear that she was familiar with Sebastian Delacour. I can't believe this, Amelia shouted. You volunteered for this. She began leading them away, but not before Harry heard Sebastian say that there were rumors that she was not only alive, but leading the resistance alongside Harry. I'm just going to go get acquainted with our new guest, Sirius said, giving Harry a pat on the shoulder, and walking quickly to catch up to Amelia and her friends. Jealousy doesn't suit him at all. Daphne smiled as she sidled up next to Harry, who was standing on the porch watching people coming and going. Many of the newcomers were seeking out prime locations for their tents, while others were introducing themselves to members of the order, or fellow foreigner. Harry was surprised at the amount of camaraderie that was already happening, not to mention how quickly they had managed to get organized. Harry had already learned that they were making up squads and putting together a sort of staff so that they wouldn't have to try and speak to everyone at once. I can't believe this is all happening, Daphne sighed, hugging her boyfriend, who smiled and kissed her cheek lightly. If this works, the war could be over before Christmas. Christmas? Harry asked, appalled by her suggestion. Baby, I plan on ending this before the new school term begins. That's optimistic. Daphne smiled, liking Harry's enthusiasm. We have 2 Horcruxes left. With the sheer amount of support we have, we can double what we had initially planned. All that would be left is to storm the castle and end his life. Do you really expect him to stay there after he loses his army? I've already thought of that. Harry smiled. He kissed her once more and turned to head back into the house. Daphne stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what Harry was talking about. It suddenly occurred to her that he had more plans brewing. Plans he hadn't told her about. Harry Potter, you get back here this instant. I want you to reconsider, Hermione said softly as she sat next to Neville on the shore. The sun had only just fallen below the horizon, leaving the sky tinged crimson. Neville was staring serenely at the beauty of the sunset, reflecting on all he'd done in the last 2 years, not the least of which was making Hermione Granger fall in love with him. He smiled softly and took her slender hand in his and raised it to his lips, placing a long, sweet kiss on her palm. It's suicide, Neville, and I won't let you do it, she said firmly, her voice wavering a bit. He could tell she was trying to appear stern, but he knew what she was feeling because he was feeling it too. We've been over this, sweetheart, he smiled gently, turning to look at her. His heart skipped at the grave look of her beautiful face. Sacrifices need to be made, this is mine. There are other ways, Hermione argued. He'll probably be among all those Death Eaters we lure out. You know as well as I do that there's no guarantee of that, Neville said flatly, squeezing her hand comfortingly. I don't want you to go, not alone, not this way, Hermione said, her stern exterior crumbling away. I don't want to go either, but I've thought a lot about this and I talked with Harry and we think. You talked with Harry, Hermione shouted, pulling away from her boyfriend. You talked to Harry about this and you two decided that this was the best course of action. I can't believe you two, she stammered, getting to her feet to head back to the house. Neville was on his feet and ran to stop her. I talked to you first, Hermione. I didn't do this behind your back if that's what you're thinking. Yes, and as I recall, I told you back then there had to be a better way. Hermione struggled out of his grasp, anger clear on her face. I thought we had an agreement, Neville. I thought I meant more to you. Agreement? What agreement? Neville looked puzzled. Hermione's mouth opened in horror and she began to cry in earnest. Us, Neville, you and me. How can you have forgotten you asked me just over there? She pointed toward a group of trees. Neville stared at her, his face still puzzled, and then it hit him all at once. He had all but forgotten, and now he felt ashamed of himself. He head sagged and Hermione came forward, grabbing the front of his shirt, forcing him to look her in the eye. You asked me to marry you right over there, she said through her tears. You said that you wanted to be with me for the rest of your life, to be my husband. Her voice was fatting as her sorrow overpowered her. She fell into his chest and he wrapped his arms around her and held her as tightly as he could. "I'm so sorry, Hermione," he said over and over again. "I meant every word of it then, and I still feel that way right now. You are my whole reason for living and fighting. Every morning I wake up and see you curled in that tight little ball. I can't help but smile at how lucky I have been. But all of that changes nothing, and deep down you know that I'm right for once. It has to happen this way. It's the only way to ensure Harry gets that Horcrux and that you know who is finished." "Then why do you need to go alone?" Hermione tried. "He won't be alone, you know he won't." "Yes, he will," Neville said softly. Hermione slipped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer to her. Neville's heart hurt as he held onto the slender girl he loved so deeply. "He's bound by the laws of the ancient and noble houses." They fell silent as Hermione let her tears stop on their own, Neville just holding her. She couldn't help but feel love for the man who held her. He was selfless and humble. He lived for her every moment of every day. As much as she hated it, she could not fault him for wanting to carry out this task, not just for Harry and the rest of the world. Not just for his parents. Not even for her, the woman he loved with his entire being. He needed to do this. For himself. That didn't mean she had to like it at all. Finally, she began to pull away from him so that she could look him in the eyes. It hurt her very deeply to see the sorrow for what he was about to do in his eyes. She could tell that he was upset, only that he was disappointing her. "I love you," she said, her head cupping his cheek. Neville leaned into her touch and sighed. "I want you to know just how much you mean to me. Hermione, I've never once doubted your feelings for me. I've only doubt my worthiness of you." "Well then, I want to alleviate any lingering doubts you have before you go, because I want you to come back to me. I want you at my side until we're very old and have great-great-great-great-grandchildren. So, tonight, I want you to take me to bed, and I want you to make love to me until I pass out." Neville smiled and pulled Hermione to him, kissing her soundly, his fingers threading into her hair as he pressed her even closer, before sweeping her up into his arms and carrying her back to the house. Their bedroom, where he tore off every stitch of clothing on her slim body and devoured her for hours. Neville did not sleep that night. In fact, he stayed awake and watched Hermione sleep, stroking her hair and committing her image to memory. At 4:30, he slipped out of bed, dressed, grabbed his wand and slipped out of their bedroom. He had expected to slip away unnoticed, but he was very shocked to find Harry awaiting him in the kitchen. "I thought I might have been staying awake for no reason." "I actually hoped she might have been able to talk you out of it," Harry said in a near whisper. Neville sighed and took a seat across from his friend. "Harry, I want you to know that you've been the best friend I—" "Stop it. We're not doing this," Harry said, holding up his hand in protest. "We're not saying goodbye today, Neville. I refuse to do it, which is why I want you to take this." Harry slid something across the table into Neville's hands. Neville took the item and his eyes went wide with awe. Harry was giving him the sword that Sirius had gifted to him. Neville was truly grateful, but shook his head, attempting to give the sword back to its owner. "Don't," Harry said. "I want you to take it and drive it right into Lestrange's heart. This isn't me doubting your abilities or thinking you're not going to make it back. This is me telling you, Neville Longbottom, to end the Lestrange line for all they've done to your family, to my family, and to every other wizarding family. This is me telling you to not mess around or drag this out. You go and you end this thing as quickly as possible, and you come back here and you marry Hermione and you get on with the life that is rightfully yours. Do you understand me?" Neville just stared into the burning emerald eyes of his friend and nodded slowly. They rose from the table together, and Harry went to the fireplace with Neville, giving his friend a tight embrace before offering him the flu powder. "I'll see you this afternoon." Neville smiled gently. "And you'd better have good news to report. If you're not back by the time Sirius and I are, we're coming for you." Neville nodded and stepped into the fireplace. He dropped the handful of sparkling dust and said, "Longbottom Manor." In a flash of green flames, Neville Longbottom was gone, on his way to meet his destiny. Sirius was the first to step out of the flue, followed a moment later by Harry. The first thing they noticed was the stench of decay. "I thought so," Sirius said as he opened the little pantry door where Creature's nest was hidden. There, on a pile of very dirty blankets, surrounded by trinkets from all over the house, lay Creature, stone dead and decomposing. "Check out what he was hoarding, maybe he's got it," Harry suggested, trying not to vomit from the smell. Sirius gingerly pulled out the blanket with Creature's corpse and began sorting through all the heirlooms. There were fine silver goblets with the Black family crest, a jeweled box, a pearl necklace that Sirius refused to touch with his hands, at least 10 different women's shoes which Sirius was certain had belonged to his mother, and a broken music box. "No locket," Sirius gasped, still trying to keep from gagging. "Before we leave, remind me burn him. So I guess we just do this the old-fashioned way." Harry shrugged and headed out of the kitchen, followed closely by Sirius. "We can start in Reg's room, then spread out," Sirius said, heading up the stairs to the 3rd floor. "When are you going to tell me?" "Tell you what?" Harry asked, looking confused. "Where Neville went." Sirius looked over his shoulder. "I'm not an idiot, Harry. I could tell something was going on with him and Hermione yesterday, and whenever I saw you and Neville look at each other, you both seemed to tense up. Then there's the fact that you were up extremely early this morning, and let's not forget the concerto Hermione performed for all of us last night. I swear, for being so bright, she can be quite forgetful. It isn't that hard to remember silencing charms." Harry snickered a little. "When this is over, Daphne's going to give her no end of grief for that. While we were still at Dumbledore's house, we were beginning to think they were forgetting them on purpose, just so we'd know when they were together." "I'm happy for you," Sirius said as he reached the 3rd floor. "For all of you, it's truly a gift to find someone you care for and have them reciprocate those feelings. And if Neville comes back, I plan on giving those to a whole world of shit. So are you going to tell me?" Harry sighed and followed Sirius to the end of the hall and into a very ordered bedroom. "Your brother was kind of a neat freak, wasn't he?" Harry said, looking around. "No, he was just Creature's favorite. Given the layer of dust, I'd say that Elf's been dead a few months. Now spill it, boy." All right," Harry said, shaking his head at his godfather and turning to look through the desk. "Right after we saw Mrs. Longbottom, Neville got the idea to challenge Lestrange to a duel. Given what we learned about the vaults and all, and the fact that the last Horcrux is in there, Neville felt we need to get access to that vault. Obviously." Sirius shrugged, emptying out the wardrobe. "So he got in touch with Gringotts and with their help, wrote up a challenge contract. He invoked a lot of traditions, stuff I've never even heard of and can't really remember, but all to ensure that it was just he and Lestrange. He kept it quiet because he knew that the more people knew, he'd have that many more people trying to stop him. Daphne doesn't even know." "So why'd he tell you?" Sirius turned to look at his godson, who turned and leaned against the desk he'd been searching. "Because he's sure he's not going to survive. His plan is to kill Lestrange, but he's sure it's going to cost his life to achieve that. So he put an addendum in place. If both Neville and Lestrange die, both vaults fall to House Potter. He made sure I'd be able to get in and get the last Horcrux." Sirius looked as if someone had just run up and smacked him in the face with a raw fish. There was a long silence as the two men stared at each other before Sirius found his voice again. "This war is costing far too much. We haven't even reached the apex and too many people, good people, are dying. I'm afraid for him, but I have faith in him as well. In a way, I think he's been preparing himself for this all along," Harry admitted. "To be honest, no matter what happens, I'm afraid for Hermione. She's so strong normally. She loves him so much, I just don't want anything bad to happen to him for her sake." Sirius nodded sadly. "I wish you guys had told me before this. I feel like I've let you all down somehow. In fact, all that time you guys were missing, I was constantly second-guessing all I'd done. I felt like I failed you all." "How the hell did you come to that conclusion?" Harry wondered. "Guilt and self-pity. Amelia constantly reminded me that I'd done a very good job preparing you lot." "You love her, don't you?" Harry asked. Sirius sputtered for a moment before sighing and nodding his head. "Come on, let's find this thing and get back. We still have loads to accomplish." Harry took a few moments to center himself. He hadn't done this since that night at the cave, and was worried that he wouldn't be able to do it again. Then again, there was the chance the Horcrux wasn't even here, that perhaps Sirius' brother had in fact managed to destroy it. When he opened his eyes again, he allowed his magic to reach out. He was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of residual magic within the house. He now understood why Dumbledore had taken him out of Hogwarts to train. Though he had managed to seek out that tiara in the Room of Requirement, he just had to filter out anything that didn't feel familiar to him. Harry began to wander about the house with Sirius on his heels. In each room he was searching out the familiar, disgusting feel that Lord Voldemort's dark magic filled him with. Twice he felt that he was close, but in those rooms, Harry and his godfather found nothing. Still they continued. Harry was determined to find some sign of the Horcrux, though with each room the chances of finding the damned thing decreased significantly. It was in the attic when Harry's shoulders sagged in defeat. "I don't think it's here," Harry sighed. "It was a shot," Sirius said, patting his shoulder. "What could he have done with it?" Harry asked, turning to follow his godfather back to the kitchen. Maybe he destroyed it, Sirius said flatly. That's a big maybe, Sirius, and I just don't feel like taking that chance. I know, Harry, I know. They entered the kitchen once again when Harry was suddenly hit with a wave of nausea. This time, it wasn't from the stench of creature rotting corpse. Sirius, it's here. It's in here somewhere. Harry had to grab the door frame to keep from falling over. And it's strong, stronger than any of the others. I think it was on of his first ones. Where? Sirius asked, looking all over as if the Horcrux was going to jump out and wave at them. Harry rushed forward, going to his hands and knees and squirming into Creature's hidey hole. It was quite dark, so Harry brought up his wand, lighting it so he could see. It was much smaller than the cupboard he had once lived in, and far more disgusting. There was a stench of urine mixed with decay, and Harry dry heaved for a minute. He moved the wand all around in every corner, searching for the Horcrux he was sure was hidden somewhere in this tiny little pantry. Yet there was nothing. It was empty save for some maggots that had likely been feasting of Creature. Frustrated, Harry shouted and pounded his left fist into the wall. And that's when it happened. Harry never would have seen the little hole, it had been covered so well. But Harry's fist broken through the thin stone that hid the little pocket inside the wall. Gently, removing his hand, Harry aimed his lit wand into the hole, and there, laying on a dirty handkerchief, was the locket that had once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Harry reached up and started to grasp the locket when it suddenly shivered. Harry drew his hand back, startled by the bizarre behavior of the seemingly innocuous object. It's afraid, Harry said to himself. It knows it's in danger. Harry. Sirius called. I found it, Harry said, once again reaching up to take the locket. His fingers clasped the chain, and slowly he freed the locket from its prison before slithering out of Creature's pantry. He'd hidden it in the wall, Harry said as he stood up and set the locket on the table. Rather unimpressive looking, isn't it? Sirius commented. That's the beauty of these things. No one would ever suspect that something so sinister was inside. So how do we destroy it? Sirius asked. With this. Harry smiled, pulling the sword of Gryffindor out of a small pouch he'd had in his pocket. When Sirius looked like he was about to inquire, Harry simply smiled and said, Hermione. Ah, Sirius nodded his understanding. Shall we get on with it? Hold the chain. It knows it's in danger, Harry said, heaving the sword over his head. Sirius grabbed the chain, attempting to keep his hands out of the way. Harry brought the sword down, and just as he was about to cleave the Horcrux, it skittered out of the way. You're joking, Sirius remarked, letting go of the chain and shaking his hand like it had just been dipped in something truly foul. We'll be at this all damn day, Harry groaned. He took a step back to try and think of something. He stared at the locket for several moments before his gaze locked onto the serpent S on the front. I have an idea, Harry said, handing the sword to Sirius. I'm going to open it. When I do, stab it. Okay, Sirius shrugged. He readied himself, aiming the point of the sword right over the locket. Harry stared at the locket and took a deep breath before hissing in Parseltongue. At once the locket popped open, and Harry and Sirius found themselves staring at a pair of sinister red eyes. Sirius didn't hesitate. He slammed the sword right through the locket and through the table before the cursed thing could try and escape again. There was a blast wave that knocked both men away, and an unearthly scream echoed throughout the black house. Harry's head knocked into a large cabinet and several plates fell, smashing on the floor and his head. Sirius was a bit luckier, his back taking most of the abuse as he slammed into the wall. From the hall, Mrs. Black's shrieks echoed those of the Horcrux. Sirius ignored the portrait as he got to his feet to check on his godson, who was rubbing his bleeding head and slowly sitting up. Did we do it? Sirius asked, helping Harry to stand. Harry looked at the smoldering locket and sighed. Yeah. It's destroyed, Harry smiled. Sirius sighed as well before reaching over and tugging the sword of Gryffindor out of the table. The locket fell onto the floor with a light clatter, and Harry went around to collect it. Why are you taking it? Sirius asked. I want to give it back to you-know-who. I think he'll appreciate it. Harry smiled wickedly. Are you sure about that? Sirius chuckled. Let's get out of here, Harry said, looking around the kitchen and lingering on Creature's body. Sure thing. Let me just do one thing. Sirius grinned, walking out to where the portrait of his mother was shrieking like the damned. Harry followed, his curiosity growing with every step. Betrayer, shame of my loins. Goodbye, mother, Sirius laughed, aiming his wand. Incendio. The portrait burst into flames. Sirius threw his head back, laughing as he stepped back and watched the maniacal portrait burn. I think you have a few issues to work out, Harry said as Sirius grabbed him by the shoulder and began leading him back to the kitchen and the flue. Like you could resist doing something similar if it were a picture of the Dursleys, Sirius remarked. Harry stared at Sirius a moment before relenting, causing Sirius to laugh even harder. Wait, should we just leave with a fire burning like that? Don't worry, the wards will keep any damage inside the house. The muggles are safe. Bit irresponsible, isn't I? Harry, I would tear this place down to the foundations. I will be very happy to never set foot in this hell so long as I live. Now, if you don't mind, I'd really like to go home now. Harry nodded, and as Sirius set Creature's corpse aflame, they stepped into the fireplace and activated the flew back to Flamel House. Sirius was extremely happy that he would never see that house again. Nothing he had ever felt was as liberating as staring his mother in the eye and lighting her on fire. Though his real mother wasn't nearly as nice as the portrait, it had still been freeing. For the rest of his life, whenever he would think about his last act, he would fall into fits of crazed laughter that would sometimes worry friends and family. Neville stepped out of the flue at his family home. He was immensely tense, and his grip on Harry's sword tightened. He knew he had a few hours until Lestrange was supposed to show up, and Neville figured he would prepare himself. He already had a pretty decent advantage. He'd grown up on these grounds and knew them quite well. If he needed to get away from Lestrange to catch his breath, he knew of a handful of places he could slip into. And while he planned to keep the fight outside, if they wound up in the house, he'd truly have the upper hand. He glanced around the sitting room where his grandmother could usually be found reading or poring over new bills being introduced in the ministry. She'd been a very stern and strict guardian, yet at times she could be quite kind in her way. Neville gave a slight chuckle at that thought. He remembered how she'd looked at him the last time they had spoken. She had been proud. She'd been quite pleased with him, and she'd like Hermione as well. He hoped that she would be proud of him when this day was over. He was suddenly overcome by the desire to see his bedroom. He dashed up the ornate spiral staircase and down the hall to the room he'd spent his years growing up in. It was just as he'd left it 2 years ago when Dumbledore came to retrieve him. There was a letter from Hermione that he'd gotten that day on his desk, right where he'd left it. He'd only just finished reading it when his grandmother called him downstairs where Dumbledore was waiting, only 2 days after Ron Weasley's funeral. Neville went to the desk and reverently picked up the letter and read it once again. Neville, it's only been a day and I find myself missing you so terribly. So much happened this year that when I look back, it seems impossible that it all happened in 1 year. We lost a great friend. We fought a battle that most fully qualified wizards wouldn't have walked away from. We rebelled against our own government. And most important of all, we found each other. I have to admit to you that when Ginny first blurted out that you fancied me, I was truly gobsmacked. But I'm happy that she exposed your secret. If she hadn't, I don't think I would have found the courage to kiss you that day we played football. I guess what I'm saying is that I'm truly thankful that it's you in my life. I love you, Neville, and I can't wait until we're together again so I can say it to you directly. I'm going to ask my parents if you can come over for a bit during the holidays. I don't like the thought of waiting to see you for 3 months. Write to me soon. Love, Hermione. Neville sighed deeply as he folded the letter and stuffed it into his pocket. He hadn't really needed the reminder of Hermione's feelings for him, but somehow he garnered more strength from her written words. The memory of their lovemaking the night before emboldened him a bit, and he checked the clock that rested by the bedside table to check the time. Still 2 hours at least. Neville decided that it would be best to try and give himself a few more advantages. Heading out to the greenhouses that had occupied much of his time during past summers, he scanned the untended, and in many cases, dead plants for anything that he might use in the coming fight. Neville had thought long and hard about this day. He knew that Lestrange was one of the enemy's most powerful soldiers, and he also knew how the man loved inflicting pain. He'd been married to the most sadistic woman Neville had ever heard of, Bellatrix Lestrange. Neville was sure that Rudolphus Lestrange would fight very dirty. There was no honor in that man. Then again, Neville felt the man deserved no honor in their coming duel. He'd been given Harry's sword, and the greenhouse, as barren as it appeared to be, had yielded a few tentacular leaves, which he could crush into a powder, and if he got close enough, throw into Lestrange's face. Neville knew a good handful would temporarily blind his foe, as well as make it difficult to breathe for a bit. He also found 2 pods from a snargaluff plant. The sap within the pods would make any flesh it touched swell up to balloon proportions. If Neville could get some on Lestrange's hands, His opponent would have a very difficult time holding a wand. Neville got to work on the tentacular leaves and placed the pods in his right pocket. Once the leaves were nothing but a fine powder, Neville conjured a small vial and carefully poured the powder inside before corking it. There was nothing left to do but to go to the front of the house and wait for his destiny. At exactly 10, Neville heard the distinctive pop of apparition, and from the front steps of his family home, he saw the front gates open and the distinctive black robes of the Death Eaters. Neville felt a small wash of relief as he could see that the figure was alone. Lestrange had apparently kept to their contract. Lestrange was slightly taller than Neville, though much more broad in the chest. He lowered his hood, and Neville got a good look at the last living person responsible for his mother and father's madness. His cold brown eyes were a bit sunken, with deep black circles like he'd not slept in months. He looked thinner somehow, compared to the last time they had seen each other in Daphne Greengrass' home. His chin was covered by a thick stubble of a beard, and his wand was already drawn, clutched tightly in his thin fingers. "Longbottom," Lestrange snarled. "I'm surprised," Neville said, getting to his feet and drawing his own wand. "I was sure you'd come with friends, too afraid to face me alone. I don't need any help to kill a squib," Lestrange snapped, menace in his cold, cruel eyes. "This squib killed your brother and your wife." Both men began to circle unconsciously. Neville raised his wand just as Lestrange did, keeping himself ready to dodge as he was positive there'd be no warning. As far as Neville was concerned, the duel had started. Not as a wizard. Lestrange snapped angrily. "You stabbed them, fought like a filthy animal, a muggle, you're no wizard, you're meat." Lestrange's wand flicked, and a bright orange blast shot out at Neville, who bent backwards to dodge the hex. He returned fire with 2 hexes of his own. Lestrange already had conjured a shield, however, and he was able to absorb Neville's volley. Lestrange began to laugh, but Neville merely narrowed his eyes. "Is that the best you got, boy? No wonder you had to cheat." "Bellatrix did as well. If you remember, I killed her with her own knife." Lestrange's laughter died. His lip curled and he glared at Neville. Lestrange snapped his wand at Neville, and the same bright orange spell rushed out towards Neville, who again leapt out of the way. That was when the duel changed. Neville had only barely landed on his feet when Lestrange began giving chase, firing spell after spell after spell. Neville ran away from Lestrange, doing his best to weave and dodge, trying his best not to make himself an easy target. Through it all, Neville knew it was just a matter of time. The ground behind him exploded, and he felt himself lifted into the air, spinning head over heels to land hard behind a large hedge. Neville heard Lestrange laughing as he closed in on his prey. Neville groaned as he rolled onto his stomach and hefted himself up onto his knees. He felt a wave of dizziness for a moment and shook his head to clear it. "Nice trip, Longbottom," Lestrange cackled as he drew closer. Neville quickly got to his feet, keeping low. He had the hedge between himself and Lestrange, and that gave him a bit of an edge. He tightened his grip on his wand and moved along the hedge grove, careful not to disturb it, giving himself away. As Lestrange rounded the corner, Neville was waiting for him. "Sectum sempra," he called out. "Not this time, squib." Lestrange bellowed, ducking out of the way of the spell. He flicked his own wand, but Neville was already moving, and a huge hole was blasted in the hedge. "Get back here and die like a man," Lestrange shouted. "You first," Neville replied, firing 3 hexes which Lestrange ducked and shielded himself against. That's when Neville first noticed it. Lestrange was tiring. He wasn't fully healed from Hermione's hex. Neville wasn't sure how that was possible. It had been a month. He should be right as rain, especially with healers and such under Voldemort's control. But who was he to question these things? Neville now realized he had another advantage. Lestrange threw another volley of spells at Neville, which he managed to dodge, some only just barely. Yet Neville felt if he kept Lestrange moving and casting, he'd tire, and Neville would be able to finally end it all. "Defindo!" Neville knew his luck wasn't going to hold forever. Lestrange had finally drawn first blood. Neville launched himself behind the fountain to give himself a moment to see how badly he'd been hurt. Thankfully, it wasn't a deep cut, and it was only on his bicep, but it was still first blood. "What's the matter, squib? Do you have a boo-boo? Would you like me to fetch your mummy so she can kiss it all better?" Lestrange cackled. Neville's blood began boiling at the mention of his mother. He reached up under his jacket to make sure the sword Harry had given him was still secured there. He had cast a sticking charm to the sheath and placed it on his back and then shrank it a bit so it was hidden under his jacket. The sword was still there, but Neville decided not to use it just yet. At least not until he'd drawn a little of Lestrange's blood. "Come on, Squib," Lestrange shouted, his voice much closer. Neville realized he'd made another mistake. He'd given the man a chance to rest, to catch his breath. He popped up from his hiding spot and snapped off to bombardment spells before running again. He heard Lestrange shout and chanced a look over his shoulder. Apparently, Lestrange had been much closer than he'd, though, and his spell had actually hit the man's left arm. Blood was pouring down from a gaping wound, and the man's arm was hanging rather limply. Lestrange stuck his wand right in the hole and cast a fire spell, cauterizing it and screaming in pain. Neville spun on his heel, nearly losing his balance all tighter. He raised up his wand and fired a stunner, which Lestrange somehow managed to avoid. Neville's frustration began to build as he began moving closer to his fallen enemy. He stopped suddenly when he realized what was happening. Lestrange was playing possum. He was trying to lure Neville in closer for the killing strike, and Neville was walking right into it like a prat. "I'm not falling for this one, you maggot," Neville shouted, his wand held steady. "You're going to have to earn it, bootlicker. I'll show you bootlicking." The voice was behind him. Neville turned and felt something hard connect with his jaw. Neville fell back onto the ground and rolled just as another bright orange hex blasted the grass where he'd just been lying. On his feet again, Neville charged and was rewarded when he heard the air being forced out of Lestrange's lungs. The two men fell in a tangle of arms and legs. Neville tried to get his wand tip pointed at Lestrange while the much stronger man did the same. Both of them clawed, punched, and spit at each other, trying to get better leverage over the other. Neville even tried to get his hands around the man's throat, but Rudolphus punched Neville's stomach. After that, they both focused on their wands and trying to hit the other with something. Sparks flew out, singing the earth as the two men continued to struggle. "Why won't you just die?" Rudolphus snarled, spit flying from his mouth and splashing coldly on Neville's face. "I've been waiting for you to show me how it's done, you son of a bitch." Lestrange brought his knee up and landed a hard kick into Neville's kidneys at the same time, wrenching his arms out of Neville's grasp and rolling away. Neville felt like he was going to throw up, but he still forced himself to move as quickly as he could manage. He got to his feet and tripped to his knees at once. He glanced down and saw that the sword had been torn off his back, as part of his shirt was still attached to the sheath. "A sword?" Lestrange asked, looking at Neville. "You fancy yourself a swordsman, do you? What was your plan, boy? Getting close and stab me through the heart like you did my wife and brother. Actually, I stabbed you wife through her throat. She wouldn't shut up. Avdakedavra. Neville leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the killing curse. He knew that his original plan was pointless. He was getting tired now and needed to catch his breath. Of course it would give Lestrange the same much-needed break, but if he didn't get a moment to rest, he was going to die. "Where are you going, boy?" Lestrange bellowed as Neville stormed into his house. It was huge, and it would take a bit of time for Lestrange to find him. Neville ran as fast as he could up the stairs all the way into the attic. There was only one entrance, and he would be able to hear Lestrange coming long before the bastard even spotted Neville. Ducking behind several large trunks, Neville tried his best to steady his breathing. He checked his arm and saw the cut he'd gotten from Lestrange's Defindo was already scabbing. It hadn't been too bad. What was worse was the Neville's left eye was swelling shut. Slowly, he began gaining back his breath. He decided he needed a new plan. He did have an advantage over Lestrange. If he could keep the man moving and casting, he would tire quickly. The problem was that, as Neville had discovered, Lestrange would manage to get a spell or two in, and Neville didn't want to risk that spell being something serious. Several noises caught Neville's attention. It sounded like every single door being slammed shut, including the attic door. Neville got up and saw that indeed the door had been closed. Neville went to the door, still breathing heavily, and reached out to grasp the latch, only to be burned. What the hell? Longbottom. Neville turned and rushed to the window and looked out, careful not to reveal himself. He could see Lestrange staring up from the grounds, looking triumphant. "Since you're too cowardly to face me like a real wizard, then I'll simply have to kill you another way. I killed hundreds of families like this. I only wish I'd brought some food. Nothing tastes better like a rabbit roasted over an open flame." With that, Lestrange flicked his wand in several directions. Neville now understood what had happened. Lestrange had sealed the doors and was now igniting the house on fire. "Now how is that fair?" Neville balked at the stupidity of it all. He rushed back to the door and tried a few spells trying to unlock the door so he could get out. Nothing worked. He could already feel heat building, and faint traces of smoke began to seep under the door. Something's not right here, Neville thought. The fire was spreading far too quickly and heating up far faster than seemed plausible. He heard explosions of glass from somewhere deep in the house, and more smoke began pouring into the attic from different places. Aguamenti, Neville said, aiming his wand at the floor, hoping he might somehow cool down the attic or even put out the fire, but the water had barely left his wand tip when it evaporated. No, Neville said in disbelief. Fiendfire. Fear gripped Neville's heart then. Fiendfire was an intensely hot and fast-burning flame, which often took form of some sort of creature, consuming whatever was in its path in mere moments. Most magical people didn't dare use it, as it was very difficult to control. Neville remembered hearing a story his great-uncle had once told him about a man who had used fiendfire to clear away a field of brush and nearly destroyed a whole city in America. The fire had eventually been blamed on a cow or something, but Neville never forgot the story. Neville went back to the window. He was 3 stories up, and there was nothing soft to break his fall. Okay, I never ever tell Hermione about this, he vowed before taking a few steps back. Neville turned and readied himself. Taking a deep breath, he was about to begin running when part of the floor gave out, and a tongue of flame shot up through the floor, igniting nearly everything on fire, including Neville's clothing. Screaming, Neville fell to his knees, struggling to tear off his jacket to keep from burning alive. Flinging off the garment, Neville shot forward, crossing his arms in front of his face, and leapt out of the attic window. As he fell, Neville tried to angle himself so that he would do the most damage to his legs. The ground came rushing up to meet him and then fell away again. Neville actually bounced off the bounced and into a mess of bushes. Neville was thoroughly shocked to find that not only was he in one piece, but that was unhurt. At least he was sure he hadn't been hurt. Memories of being thrown out a window when he was younger came flooding into his mind. He began to chuckle softly as he extracted himself. Accidental magic, really? He laughed, collecting his wand. All laughter died when the bushes went up in flames, causing him to stumble backwards. I knew I'd get you to face me if I lit that hovel on fire, Lestrange was shouting as he ran forward. His eyes were narrowed slits, and he looked completely psychotic. Neville's mind flashed on a similar mask of bloodlust 2 years before, when Bellatrix had straddled him, preparing to end his life. Neville's wand came up and he shouted a bombardment spell, just as Lestrange did the same. The spells impacted each other, and the shockwave blasted the combatants off their feet. Neville's head struck a tree, while Lestrange was knocked head over heels, landing on the stone walkway near the fountain. Both men were on their feet in an instant. Lestrange was no longer interested in ending the fight quickly, as had been his original goal. He was surprised at Longbottom's aptitude. The boy had certainly more power than many believed. Lestrange hadn't faced a competent opponent in such a long time that he felt rejuvenated, though he was very tired and still weak from his time in the infirmary. Now that he was out and fighting, he was more sure than ever that Snape had been doing something to his potions. Once he finished this fight with Longbottom, he intended to make Snape suffer and reveal him for the traitor he knew the greasy coward to be. For now, however, he felt it was time to make the boy suffer. Longbottom was shaking his head, obviously trying to clear the cobwebs. Lestrange took advantage and sliced the air several times. Deep cuts appeared on Longbottom's chest, and the boy cried out with each new wound. I want you to cry like the child you are, boy. Scream for me. Crucio. Neville launched himself behind the tree he'd struck with his head to avoid the torture curse. He only just avoided it, and he thanked whoever was watching out for him. Knowing he wouldn't last long behind the tree, however, Neville took the fight to Lestrange. It was like a scene from some long-forgotten epic painting. The two combatants facing each other while a great fire blazed behind them, nearly encircling them as the fiend fear began to grow and get out of control. Neville did his very best to think of every sinister spell that Sirius Black had taught him, while Lestrange countered with his vast knowledge of dark magics. They danced and leapt, neither bothering to raise a shield, as it would have been counterproductive to their fight. Closer and closer they drew to each other as the intensity of their spell work grew more and more deadly. But then, Lestrange shocked Neville and disarmed him. Neville had been so stunned by the sudden shift that he was unable to dodge, and his wand slipped from his hand. Neville only faltered a second. Thankfully, Lestrange was gloating and didn't press his sudden advantage. It was the opening Neville needed. He shoved his hand into his pocket and grasped the vial of tentacular powder, and unstoppered it before darting forward and throwing the powder right into Lestrange's eyes. Lestrange lashed out, firing a cutting hex which caught Neville's shoulder. Neville tripped over something and fell hard to the now roasting ground. The flames were growing closer and closer now, and Neville knew he had only one chance. Lestrange howled in agony, clawing at his eyes and cursing Neville's name. He fired spell after spell in every direction, hopping to kill the boy once and for all. Neville kept low as he turned to face Lestrange, all the while thinking of what he could do. Lestrange still had his wand. He was weaponless, that is, until he found Harry's sword, still lying on the ground near the fountain, not 10 feet away. Smiling, Neville slithered for the sword and clutched it up in his hands. It had reverted back to its full length, the shrinking charm having faded. Neville unsheathed the blade, admiring the way it gleamed in the firelight and the sun. Lestrange was still spinning and screaming and tearing at his eyes. Blood was now pouring down the man's face from where his fingernails had torn into his face. Neville stood and raised the blade, preparing to strike. He began to move, and everything felt like it slowed to a crawl. Closer and closer he drew to finally ending the life of one of the men who had tortured his parents and robbed him of their influence. He was nearing the end of his war at last. Then he felt his chest suddenly rip open. His feet slid out from under him and he fell onto his back. He managed to cling to the sword, but his body began to seize up with the pain. His slide took him right in front of Lestrange, who was finally managing to regain his sight, at least enough to see that Neville was before him. Neville stared in horror at the gaping wound in his chest. Blood was flowing out onto his clothes and now staining the ground around him. He began to shake as he realized exactly what had happened to him. Lestrange had learned and used the Sectum Sempra spell. Lestrange glared down at him, his wand aimed right at his face. "I'm going to watch you bleed out, just like the stuck pig you are, Longbottom. Then I'll throw your dyed-out corpse into the fire." Neville glared hard at the man. Gripping the sword as tight as he could, Neville slashed it across his body, cutting Lestrange's hand clean off at the wrist. Rudolphus Lestrange fell to his knees, staring blanking at his fallen limb. Neville struggled to his own knees, feeling his life draining out of him. He wasn't sure how much longer he had, but he planned to make the most of it. Just as Lestrange turned to look at him, Neville had raised the sword, and just as he'd promised Harry, shoved it right into the man's throat. Then everything began to blur, and he felt himself falling. Neville was sure that he heard someone calling to him from far, far away as blackness crept in and embraced him. So caught up in their battle were Neville and Rudolphus that they did not hear the multiple pops of apparition, or notice the wall of fiendfire began to die out. Nor did either man see the faces of the newcomers as they witnessed the very end of the battle. Sirius Black, Bill Weasley, Remus Lupin, Tonks, and Mad-Eye Moody had immediately tended to reigning in the fiendfire. It was slow going, but the three men were quite accomplished wizards, and in the end were able to put out the magical fire once and for all. Amelia Bones led Harry, Daphne, and Hermione towards the fallen combatants. Hermione shrieked in horror when she saw how bad her beloved was, and begged for someone to do something to help him. Fortunately, Harry bounded into action, as he was the only one there who knew the counterspell for the Sectum Sempra spell. Harry closed his eyes and summoned all his power and concentration to close Neville's chest. Hermione held onto her lover and watched as Harry's wand traced a slow line up Neville's torso and knitted the flesh back together. She held his hand in hers, softly begging Neville to open his eyes and let her know he was still there. When the fire was put out, Sirius led the others to surround Neville and Hermione as Harry continued his work. Amelia tore herself away to go check on the other body. Lestrange lay on his back, propped up by the sword sticking his throat. His eyes were wide, and he was choking on his own blood. Amelia saw that his wand hand lay a few inches in front of him, his wand still clutched in its grip. The former head of the DMLE bent and snapped the wand before getting to her feet once again. "Rudolphus Lestrange, I hope that every demon in hell gets orgasmic pleasure in inflicting every sadistic torture upon you for all eternity, you bastard." With that, she reached out to take hold of the sword hilt and twisted it hard. It was a sickening crunch as the blade ground against Lestrange's spinal cord. His eyes went wide and there was a gurgle and more blood spilled from his throat. Then slowly his breathing fell silent and his eyes fell closed. Amelia spat on the man's face and tugged the sword out. "Well done, son. Moody complimented as Harry rocked back on his heels. "You got to him just in time. His pulse is weak, but it's there." "He's alive?" Hermione asked, tears streaming down her face. "Aye, lass," Moody nodded. "We need to get him back and start getting blood replenishes in him. Sirius, Weasley, give me a hand." Bill Weasley levitated Neville, while Sirius conjured a stretcher. Neville was strapped to the stretcher, and Moody placed a charm on it that would protect the patient and keep him from getting jostled during apparition. He and Bill then apparated away. "Come on, Harry," Daphne said, helping a very tired Harry to his feet. Sirius took hold of Hermione, who was now almost paralyzed with worry and despair. Harry saw how desperately frightened Hermione looked and hated it. He wanted to do something, anything to ease her suffering, but he knew it was all useless. He looked at Daphne, whose face mirrored his own broken heart, and she gave his arm a gentle squeeze. "All right," Amelia shouted to the remaining Order team. "Let's get out of here." And with a few loud cracks, Longbottom Manor was left silent once again. The once fine manor and grounds were now nothing more than a charred ruin. The Dark Lord Voldemort sat upon his great high-backed seat in the Great Hall watching over his young flock. He felt great inspiration for his new world as he watched them all eating in silence, avoiding looking at him, at least not directly. There wasn't even the hint of whispers as they ate their breakfast. So very different from when he'd been a boy in that very room. Apparently it had gotten out that their master was a Legolimens, and no one wanted their deepest teen secrets exposed. Not that their great lord wished to know who loved who, or who lusted after who, or who had groped who in a broom closet. Those secrets did not matter at all to the Dark Lord. What he truly wished to know was who among his flock still resisted him. He had all but unleashed his Death Eaters upon the students to bring them under control. Many Muggle-borns had been made example of in order to prove to the rest that he was very sincere in his wish to show them the light, as it were. Still, there were small outbursts of rebellion, fueled, Lord Voldemort was sure, by the remaining original Hogwarts teachers. Of the original staff, only 5 remained. Snape, who was one of his most loyal followers. He'd been granted the honor of teaching the dark arts to the young. Snape had even made his students practice upon one another. McGonagall was allowed to continue, but only as there was no one better to teach Transfiguration. This was the same for Sprout, Flitwick, and Slughorn. Though Slughorn was allowed to live for more sentimental reasons. Slughorn had even dined with the Dark Lord, and Voldemort had enjoyed the teacher's company, just as he had when he was a boy. The only other member of the original staff remaining was the school matron, Pomfrey. The school had run fairly smoothly over the last few months, though the Dark Lord did have to suffer the whining complaints about children missing their families and wishing to return home. Many of those were Muggle-borns, and they had only complained once. The herd had then had to be been thinned. But now, order reigned. 3 chimes sounded, and as one, the students rose and began to exit the Great Hall to attend classes. It was time for more lessons in superiority. These young unfolded minds had yet to come to understand their true place in the scheme of the universe, but they would soon. Lord Voldemort rose to his feet, and he felt the comforting coolness of his familiar Nagini slithering across his feet. He looked done, a small, rather sinister smile on his serpentine-like face. Yes, his grand vision was coming together. The previous evening, Rudolphus had come to him, requesting to face the Longbottom boy who had issued a challenge. It seemed the child of the great Auror Frank Longbottom wished to avenge his family once and for all. Lord Voldemort, of course, approved for Rudolphus to engage the boy on the condition that he find out where Harry Potter was hiding. The boy was the final obstacle, and once Longbottom was finished, he would have no allies left to him. At least not anyone worthy of bother. It was merely a matter of time before he had Potter kneeling before him, at long last. The Great Hall finally emptied, and the Dark Lord began to return to his throne room. He was still searching to the perfect solution to his problem, though he was still convinced he needed Potter. He felt that Potter's blood was the key to his problem of lessened power. As he made his way to his private quarters, he began to feel something disturbing. His vision swam a bit, and his head spun. If he had eaten, he was sure his meal would be returning up his throat. He flexed his fingers and tried to steady his breathing. His heart raced in his thin chest, and he clutched the front of his robes in a vain effort to keep himself upright. That's when he saw Nagini seem to be in pain. His precious snake was hissing and squirming, though it looked to Lord Voldemort's eyes that she was becoming normal again, and that's when it hit him. How had he been so blind? Realization hit him with the force of a giant's kick to his face. He'd been a fool all this time. It was all suddenly clear. It wasn't Potter's blood that had been poisoning him and robbing him of his great strength all this time. It never had been. It was something far more worrisome, far more frightening. When his vision cleared and his heart rate slowed to normal once again, he moved as fast as he could to his quarters. As he raced, his mind wandered back to his youth, to the day he'd found the answer to his worst fear, the secret to cheating death, the single word that would make him immortal, Horcrux. Questions began racing through his mind. How had the boy found out his secret? How could anyone? Somehow, the Dark Lord reasoned, Dumbledore must have discovered his secret and passed the information on to the boy. Potter had been destroying all of the Horcruxes, and that was what was causing him to lose his strength. It all made sense to him now. His strength had grown proportionately with each Horcrux made, as he'd protected and strengthened his soul fragments. How could he have been so blind all this time? He should have known all along that power did not lie in the blood. He was a half-blood and much more powerful than any pureblood. Blood was not the secret. It had always been the soul that he'd gone to such great lengths to protect, to keep from succumbing to death. The soul had always been the key. How many of his Horcruxes had been destroyed? He needed to know for sure, and any that were left he had to gather to him and protect. As soon as Lestrange returned, he would send him to Gringotts and retrieve the cup. That one at least was safe. There was no way Potter would be able to get into another's vault, but the others, the ring, the diary, the diadem, and the locket, they all needed to be checked on. There was no time to lose. The Dark Lord turned on his heel and headed straight for the front gates. He had many places to visit and little time in which to do it. After all, his mortality was at risk now. Harry stood alone in his bedroom, staring out onto the beach, where many of the Bulgarians were milling around, playing games or enjoying the sunshine. On any other occasion, one might think this was a great summer vacation spot, not a large group of soldiers preparing for one big strike against their enemy. Harry saw a few of their scouts apparate on the shore and begin running towards the house with the latest intelligence. It had been quite a day. He and Sirius had actually found one more Horcrux and destroyed it, and Neville had killed Lestrange and gained their family fortune. The letter from Gringotts had arrived just after dinner. Neville was still unconscious, but the 4 healers that had come as part of a group from France had told them all that he would survive and likely be awake the very next day. It was plausible that they could have the final Horcrux in their hands in a matter of days. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, which they believed to be resting in the Lestrange vaults, now the Longbottom vaults, and then only Voldemort remained. But that wasn't what was troubling Harry this evening, as he watched the sun slipping down over the ocean. What was bothering him was Neville and Hermione, 2 of the people Harry had leaned on and had supported Harry through all the war, who'd nearly lost their lives. Harry felt that they had done far too much and that perhaps it was time for them to leave. To have a chance for a real life together. There you are! Harry turned to see Daphne standing in their doorway. She smiled at him and shut the door behind her as she came closer to him, reaching up to caress his cheek. She was wearing her swimsuit with a pair of shorts over them. Harry couldn't help but smile at the vision before him. He took her hand as she offered it and pulled her into a warm embrace, inhaling her sweet scent. "What's on your mind?" she asked softly, allowing herself to lose herself a bit in his embrace. Harry started to shake his head, but Daphne pulled out of his arms and grabbed his face in both hands. "Don't try and shut me out now," she said gently. "I know that look. Something's eating you, and for once it isn't me." Her joke got him to smile, and even more importantly, to relax. Daphne could see his shoulders drop a fraction and even feel his tension ebb away just a bit. "I was just thinking about Neville and Hermione," Harry sighed, his hand cupping hers as she held his face. "I was thinking that maybe it's time for them to move on, that their war is over. They've already done far too much and I can't ask them to do any more." "Are you going to attempt to send me away as well?" Daphne asked sincerely. "Like I could. I still remember you showing up at my aunt's house and punching me in the face to make sure I understood that we weren't going to break up. And I'm thankful for that. You didn't give up on me. And you've been the best thing in my life. You did need some sense knocked into you, and that might happen again if you keep up this line of thinking. You can't honestly believe that those 2 will just smile, nod and agree that they've done enough and go on their merry way, do you? Do you really think that they'll thank you and pack their bags and go to the mainland?" Harry had to shake his head. Daphne was right, and he knew it. Hermione was likely to try and hex him for even suggesting it. "It's admirable that you want to fight this war alone," Daphne said, guiding him to sit on their bed. "But it isn't just your fight. For whatever reason, we're all fighting for something. Those people on the beach who don't even live in this country are fighting to keep terrorism away from their homes. There are people fighting just to reunite their own families. Hermione and Neville, they're fighting because it's the right thing to do, because they believe in something greater than themselves. You fight because there is no way you'd be able to live with yourself if you knew people were suffering and you could do something about it." "And you?" Harry asked, looking deep into Daphne's dark eyes. She gave a simple, soft smile as she leaned in and kissed his lips. She gripped his hair as she deepened the kiss, feeling his arms slip around her waist and draw her closer. When they finally pulled apart, Daphne smiled and stared at Harry pointedly. "I'm fighting for my future, with you," she said sweetly. "And what did you have in mind?" Harry smiled as Daphne pushed him back on their bed and straddled his torso. "I was thinking, a house on the ocean, I think. Something like this, but a little bigger." She smirked, her fingers entwining his as she bent forward and buried her head into the crook of his neck, her lips brushing softly against his neck, causing him to shiver. Daphne loved when she got him to shiver. "Bigger? Why would we need something bigger?" Harry asked breathily. "You don't honestly think that we're going to be married and not have at least 3 children, do you?" She grinned, tracing a thin line along his collarbone with her tongue. "3?" he asked, a fiery glint in his eye as parts of him started to really react to his girlfriend's manipulations, especially her hips grinding slowly against his. "Yes, why should we have more? Should we try for 4, 5? Daphne breathed as she kissed her way up his neck and along his jaw. I don't really know." Harry tried to say, his brain losing the necessary blood flow to really think about anything. Even if he had, Daphne didn't really want to hear his thoughts. Her hands had slipped under his shirt and were slowly and sensually running up and down his chest. Her lips had captured his, and her tongue was begging for entrance. Harry's hands ran up her arms, his fingers curled and hooked the straps of her swimsuit and began to pull them off her shoulders and down her arms. Daphne, pleased that Harry was getting the message, slipped her arms free and began pulling his t-shirt up his body, nearly ripping it off his body in her growing excitement. Harry's last conscious thought before his primal instincts took over was to wonder if Daphne had cast a silencing charm when she'd entered the room. "This plan of Harry's," Amelia Bones said, looking over a dozen different maps. "It's crazy, brilliant but crazy." "Yeah," Mad-Eye Moody smiled, though it looked more like a grimace. "I like it. It's solid," Remus pointed out. "Simultaneous attacks at 50 locations. The Death Eater forces will be spread pretty thin, and there's no way they could anticipate this kind of ambush. He's going to use the students as shields," Amelia said, looking up the others in the room with her. Sirius Black stood in a corner watching her, his arms folded across his chest. Remus and Tonks sat across from her, examining some of the maps laid out on the large table between them, while Moody was going over a list of supplies they had accumulated. Sebastian de Lacquer and Victor Crumb were both sitting nearby, simply listening to the others. "Of course he is," Sirius spoke up. "He's a coward, but Harry already anticipated that. You heard his plan. Mooney's right, it's solid. I just wish there was another way, a way that wouldn't put children at risk," Amelia sighed. "We all do," Sebastian said, turning to look at them all in turn. "But this plan is the very best we have, and it will keep the casualties to a minimum. Monsieur Potter seems to believe that the Dark Lord's belief that he is untouchable will have made him complacent. We should have no difficulty in getting in place. Then we have but to wait for the signal and end your war once and for all. Our initial attack will likely cripple him, and we should face very little resistance." Tonks said, tossing a map onto the table. "Personally, I'm hoping the cowards will simply give up altogether when they realize that they're overwhelmed. I think it depends on who the Dark Lord keeps at his side. The more fanatical will, of course, fight until we kill them," Moody remarked. "Sirius," Susan Bones shouted as she entered the room. She had a letter clutched in her hands which she held out to Sirius. "An owl just showed up with this. It's a Hogwarts owl." Sirius practically leapt from the corner and took the letter from Susan, who took a step back to keep from getting knocked over by Moody, who stomped towards Sirius. Sirius tore the envelope open and ripped out the letter. "Sirius," Sirius began reading out loud. "I don't know why, but the Dark Lord has left the castle. This is the only time I will be able to get word to you without fear of the letter being intercepted. Unfortunately, all the exits out of the school have been sealed, and I cannot get any students out. I do not know if Longbottom has yet to face Lestrange, but I believe that he will be triumphant, as I have been slowly poisoning the oaf since the incident at Greengrass Manor. I don't know if it's been long enough yet, as I could not keep up a regular dosage, but it should have made it easier. Many of the youngest Muggle-borns have been killed. Of the nearly 300 students who did not escape, only 213 remain. Most of the original staff have been killed as well. Hagrid has hidden in the mountains beyond the Forbidden Forest, though I have been unable to get word to him. Hogsmeade is under strict control, as is the Ministry. If you are able to communicate with your godson, please tell him that he must finish his task, for all our sakes. I am unable to do any more to save the students. I have risked much and am now under much suspicion. Though he has not said it, I believe the Dark Lord himself may now suspect me of subterfuge. If nothing is done soon, I fear we will not hold out much longer. The new students are set to arrive September 1st, and the Dark Lord's forces are already being put in place to make sure no one tries to flee. It is our hope that you are preparing to do something and to do it soon. Severus Snape. The new students. Tonks asked, looking puzzled. No doubt that you know who's looked at the register and knows who is expected to walk through those doors. Moody growled. Recruits for his new world order. We need to do everything we can to prevent him from taking more children. Amelia said determinedly. We can't let any more families to be torn apart. So, Sirius said, folding the letter and looking at each of the leaders of the order in turn. How soon can we make our move? Neville opened his eyes and knew for sure that he was in heaven. That was the only way that he would be seeing Hermione peacefully reading a book in the window. Her brown curls were a gorgeous burgundy thanks to the setting sun. She was nibbling on her bottom lip, a sure sign that she was reading something that had her mind working hard. She looked a little tired, but peaceful. Neville wondered how long he'd been gone. He wished that he could touch her again. Brush those soft curls from her eyes and inhale her sweet vanilla scent, simply to hold her hand and tell her how beautiful she was, to just one more time kiss her soft lips. I love you, he whispered. Hermione turned suddenly at the sound of his voice and a soft smile appeared on her lips. Oh, Neville, Hermione sighed, dropping her book and rushing over to him. She took his hand in both of hers and kissed it. He could feel her soft lips on his hand and the warmth of her hands around his. His heart began to beat faster at the look of happiness in her watery eyes. I've been so worried. Mad Eye said that Harry got to you just in time, and the healers were sure that you'd be fine and we had to be patient, but I was still so scared. There was so much blood and you were so pale. I'm alive, Neville asked, clearly surprised at the fact that he had not in fact crossed over. His mind reeled at the fact that he was alive. His heart still beat and he still drew breath. Lestrange, he asked, his throat hoarse. His eyes grew wide with worry. He had to know if he'd actually accomplished what he'd set out to do or if his enemy managed to escape his fate. The last thing he remembered was driving Harry's sword into Lestrange's throat. You did it, Neville, Hermione said, tears slipping down her cheeks, her cinnamon-colored eyes beaming with pride. You beat him. Neville started to sit up, and Hermione helped him and then poured him a glass of water. He drank it down as if it was the most wonderful thing he'd ever tasted. When he'd finished it, she poured another, which he sipped a bit slower. How long have I been out? He asked. He expected that he'd been out for a few weeks and was given a serious shock when Hermione answered. Since we found you around noon. Harry and Sirius came back from Grimmauld Place, and Harry insisted that since you weren't back, that we needed to go get you. Harry managed to heal your biggest wound, and the healers worked on you for a couple of hours, mostly replenishing your blood. They thought you would sleep through the night, but I wasn't going to leave your side until you woke up. Neville smiled at this and nodded, remembering the promise Harry had made before he'd left to meet his destiny. A letter from Gringotts arrived at dinner. Hermione said, reaching over to the bedside table and handing him an envelope with the bank's seal. Neville held it for a moment but placed it at his side and turned back to Hermione. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry that I put you through that. Hermione quickly brought her fingers up to his lips, silencing him and shaking her head. No apologies, she said. I told you last night I understand. I didn't agree with it, but I understood. It's over now and we can move forward. No, we can't. Neville shook his head slowly. Not until the war is over and you know who is dead. Then we can move forward. We can finish school and... Hermione had suddenly pressed her lips hard to Neville's. She clutched his shoulders as she couldn't get a good grip on him from the angle she was at. Do you mean it? She asked when she pulled away from him. You'll finish school with me. Of course, Neville said, a bit surprised. He realized in that second that they had never actually discussed what they would do when the war was over. He had always assumed that they would return to Hogwarts for their 7th year and finish their education, and take the newts before heading out into the world for real. He had always known just how important education was to Hermione, and had never questioned that that was their plan. Given her reaction, Hermione was extremely pleased by this. "And when are you going to propose to me?" she asked, tears still falling down her cheeks, though clearly they were happy tears. "Just as soon as I get a ring for you. A proper proposal, that's what you wanted, so that's what you'll get." He smiled, taking her in his arms and pulling her across his lap. Hermione didn't fight, she just simply wrapped her hands around his neck, smiling brightly at his words. They held each other in silent joy for a few minutes before Hermione spoke again. "Harry's been locked in his room ever since we found out you'd be okay." "That can't be good." Neville sighed into her hair. He felt Hermione nod at his statement. "I agree. I think he might try and ask us to leave. After all we've been through, he might try and get us to go and try and have some sort of life that our part in this war is done." "Well, that's not going to happen," Neville said firmly, pulling back to look in Hermione's eyes. She nodded. She slipped off his lap but stayed close to him on their bed. "We're so close to ending the entire war, there's no way we can walk away. We all started this together. It would be wrong if we all don't see it to the end, no matter what happens," Hermione said. She turned her eyes to their entwined hands. "I'm scared." "About what?" "After we get the last Horcrux, we'll have to fight him. The final battle. I hate that I keep thinking about it so negatively, but I keep wondering if we'll all make it." "We're trained," Neville said flatly. "But you know as well as I do, things happen. If we keep our heads, trust in each other, I believe we'll make it. Look what we've done already, all we've done and seen." "I love your optimism," she sighed, curling up in his arms. "You should try and get some rest. The healers will check on you in the morning, and then we can figure out what needs to be done next." "I don't know if I can sleep," Neville said, though he yawned, betraying himself. Truth was, he was afraid that this was all a dream, and when he closed his eyes, he'd learn he had not survived his battle at all. Hermione seemed to know what he was thinking. "It'll be okay, love. I'll be right here when you wake up, right by your side where I've always been." She softly kissed his lips and curled next to him. Slowly, he closed his eyes, and sleep claimed him much faster than he would have liked, and despite everything, he slept very peacefully. Diagon Alley was all but a ghost town these days. Very few of the shops had managed to remain open after the coup of the Death Eaters, and only those that had been able to pay the new taxes. Florian Fortescue's ice cream shop was boarded up, as was Ollivander's, Aeolip's, and the apothecary. Flourish and Blott's was still open, though it appeared they were close to closing up, as was Madame Malkin's. There was a large store that had been burned down, leaving the charred ruin behind. "I never even got to see it when it was up and running," Harry murmured, looking at the ruin of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. He, Daphne, Hermione, and Neville were glancing around the alley on their way to Gringotts. It had only been a day since Neville had been deemed fully recovered by the healers, and though he hadn't admitted it, Neville still felt tired. He still had to take potions, but he was told only for a few more days. "Come on, Harry," Daphne said sadly, with a bit of trepidation in her voice as well. "Let's do what we got to do." Harry tugged his hood a little, making sure his face was pretty well covered as they approached the marble stairs leading to the Wizarding Bank. There were 4 hulking trolls stationed around the doors, sniffing the air suspiciously and watching the 4 teens as they approached. 2 large pikes fell across the doors, barring the youngsters' access to the bank. Neville stepped forward, dropping his hood. "I am Neville Longbottom, and I wish to visit my vaults." One of the trolls gave a low grumble and bent forward, sniffing the boy. Neville took out his vault key and held it up, and the trolls snorted and stood up. The pikes came up and Neville and his friends entered the bank. "Gotten a bit paranoid, haven't they?" Daphne said. Harry felt her hand shivering just a bit in his hand. "Can you blame them?" Hermione asked as the great doors shut behind them. "I've no doubt that you know who's been leaning on them. Let's keep focused. We've got a long day ahead of us." Neville sighed, heading to one of the many open counters. "Good morning," Neville said. The irritated-looking goblin looked up, folding his long fingers over his other hand. His piercing black eyes appeared to be trying to see through Neville, who ignored the attempt at intimidation. After facing down all the Lestranges, Neville didn't think he'd ever be intimidated by anyone ever again. "I am here to claim the Lestrange vault," Neville said, handing the letter he'd received to the goblin, who raised an eyebrow. The goblin took the letter and quickly scanned it before eyeing Neville again and snapping his fingers. "Bloodfang will help you," the goblin said simply, handing the letter back to Neville, who bowed at the neck and spoke in gobbledygook, which made the goblin's eyebrows raise up in surprise. Neville turned and saw another well-dressed goblin heading towards him and his friends. "What did you say to him?" Hermione asked, still looking at the impressed-looking goblin. "I thanked him and wished him great fortune. Gran felt it wise to respect the goblins, and part of that respect was learning the language. She made me take lessons since I could speak English." Neville shrugged. "My parents did too," Daphne said flatly. "Dad always said that if you want them to really help you, show them proper respect. Good morning, young wizards." Bloodfang snarled as he approached. "How might I be of service to you today?" Neville handed the letter to the little goblin and repeated his request to take control of the Lestrange vault by right of retribution. Bloodfang read the letter and read it through. He eyed Neville for a moment, and then asked the identities of his companions. Once Neville introduced everyone, the goblin nodded. Though his eyes remained on Harry, Harry tensed, though he had no clear reason to feel anxious. "Follow me," Bloodfang said, handing the key back to Neville. Neville pocketed his key and they followed the goblin to the carts. He told the teens to wait there for a moment and he headed into a small round door. After a few minutes, the goblin returned with 3 very large ledgers tucked under his arm. He guided the teens into a cart and waited for them to get settled. Without warning, the cart shot off, and the 4 teens barely managed to hang on. Hermione began shrieking in terror as the cart made several death-defying hairpin turns and long steep drops. Harry felt Daphne gripping his arm, her face buried in his chest. All Harry could think was that he hoped that Daphne didn't throw up. Neville and Harry, in contrast to their girlfriends, were all smiles. For Harry, this was very close to how he flew. Neville, on the other hand, had always loved riding the carts. As he had come from a very old family, his family vault was in one of the deeper parts of the bank. He had often begged his grandmother to join her whenever she had bank business, just in the hopes that he would get to ride the carts. "Harry!" Neville yelled over Hermione's shrieks of terror. Harry turned to look at Neville, and had to laugh at Hermione's stark white face and bulging eyes. "Is it true Muggles have rides like this in their amusement parks?" Harry nodded, and Neville's eyes lit up in excitement. After another 5 minutes, the cart finally came to a stop and the goblin climbed out of the cart, turning to stare at the teens with mild contempt. Bloodfang was always annoyed by humans' reactions in the carts. He waited as patiently as he could for the young humans to collect themselves. "It's okay, Hermione," Neville grinned, trying to pull her hands off of the bar in front of her. "We're stopped." "I've never liked these things," Daphne panted, loosening her grip on Harry. "So you're saying you wouldn't go on a roller coaster with me?" Harry asked, smirking as he rose from his seat. Daphne scowled at her boyfriend, who would not stop smiling. Neville turned to Bloodfang, who looked as if he was getting more and more perturbed. He wasn't worried about the goblin. He knew the attitude was going to change in a few moments. "Vault 109, formerly belonging to the ancient and most noble house of Lestrange," Bloodfang said clearly. Harry looked and saw that they weren't in front of a vault, but rather the mouth of a cave. He could hear something coming from the dark of the cave that sent the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Bloodfang went back to the cart and pulled out a chain with 2 large metal blocks on them and turned back to the cave. "This way." The group started heading into the cave, while Bloodfang shook the chain, causing the metal block to slam together loudly. "What's going on?" Hermione asked. The older the vault, the more protections placed on them. Many of the ancient and noble houses have a dragon guarding the vault itself, on top of all the other protective charms and whatnot. Neville said matter-of-factly. "We have a dragon in front of ours. The chain makes it back away from the vault," Neville pointed out. As soon as Neville finished his sentence, the cave opened up and Bloodfang gave a wave of his arm, lighting several torches. Harry, Hermione, Neville and Daphne caught a glimpse of a very large white tail slipping around a corner and into another cave. "Whoa," Harry said, fighting a chill. The tail of the dragon was incredibly huge, and Harry wondered how much bigger the Gringotts dragon was in comparison to the Hungarian horntail he'd flown against in his 4th year. "I have here the Lestrange ledger," Bloodfang said, holding out one of the 3 ledgers to Neville before going to the vault door and opening it for Neville. Neville led his friends into the vault, where they all immediately began looking for the cup of Helga Hufflepuff. "Bloodfang?" Neville asked, inviting the goblin inside the vault. "Yes, Master Longbottom. I'd like all of the gold moved into the Longbottom vault immediately," Neville said, glancing at the goblin before scanning the vault for any sign of the cup. He caught Harry going deeper into the vault, while Daphne and Hermione were actually examining items closely. All the weapons and armor I'd like to have returned to the Goblin Nation. Bloodfang nearly dropped the ledgers he carried at this statement, and Neville saw Hermione turn and look at Neville strangely. I'd also like anything else that was forged in the Goblin Nation returned as well. Young Master is very generous. May I inquire as to why? Bloodfang asked, looking with deepest suspicion at Neville, who looked back at the goblin with confidence. I have no use for these items, and I would rather see them back in the hands of those who truly appreciate their craftsmanship than in other vaults lost for eternity. I have dealt with wizards for many years, Master Longbottom, but still, some of you managed to surprise me. Harry was now quite deep in the vault, his eyes half closed. He was allowing his senses to guide him to the Horcrux. Slowly he walked, turning at the waist almost as if he were a walking radar. He'd felt the sickening pull of the dark object almost as soon as the vault opened, though it was quite weak. But with every step he took, the aura of darkness grew. He knew without a doubt that he was nearing Voldemort's Horcrux. The aura made him sick to his stomach, and he felt inexplicably dirty, like he needed 10,000 screaming hot showers to boil off several layers of flesh just to be clean once again. He vaguely wondered if all dark wizards' magic signature felt this wrong. Following the pull of the dark aura, Harry finally stopped at a large pile of trunks in the furthest corner of the vault. He opened his eyes fully and looked up. There were at least 6 trunks, similar to the ones he and his friends used at school, stacked on top of one another. Harry saw bits of cloth hanging out of 2 or 3 and guessed that they might have had ancient gowns or some such nonsense in them. Next to the stack was a rather regal suit of gold armor with what looked like runes etched into it. There was a jeweled scabbard at its side, though there was no sword in it. Harry's eyes scanned over the mounds of gold and jewels and saw a few paintings and what appeared to be books, though he couldn't tell for sure. He closed his eyes and centered himself to make sure he wasn't mistaken, and was pleased to find that Voldemort's signature was strongest here where he stood. "Guys," he called, "I think it's over here." Hermione was the first to reach him, followed by Neville, Bloodfang, and finally Daphne. "I don't see it," Neville said. "It's here. It might be in one of those trunks, but it's here." "Right then," Neville said. With a flick and swish, the topmost trunk hovered down in between them all. To their surprise, sitting on top of the trunk was a single gold cup emblazoned with a badger. "We found it," Hermione sighed, clasping Neville's arm and kissing him on the cheek. Harry reached out and plucked up the cup, handing it to Daphne, who shoved it into a small handbag. Neville turned to Bloodfang and bowed. "Good sir, I have one more request of you before I conclude my business." Bloodfang arched an eyebrow and waited for Neville to make his last request. "I would very much like it if you would honor my family and become my personal account manager. Once you've accomplished all that I have asked of you, I would like it if you would liquidate all remaining assets formally of House Lestrange and keep the profits for yourself personally." The goblin's eyes bugged, and he actually fell to the floor, clutching his chest. "Master Longbottom, you should be aware that after the gold and goblin-made items, there is still well over 300 million galleons worth of equity." "Really?" Neville looked at the goblin, then shrugged. "I hope you find a very good use for it. It is my sincerest wish that with you as my account manager, our fortunes will flourish. Of that, I have no doubt, Master Longbottom." Bloodfang bowed low and then handed Neville a second ledger. "This is the current status of the Longbottom fortune, now including the gold which has not yet been moved from this vault. I also took the liberty to retrieve the Potter ledge," Bloodfang said, looking to Harry, whose eyes went wide. "Your investments have done very well over the last 16 years, and I think you'll find your family holdings quite to your satisfaction." Bloodfang had been correct. Harry hadn't thought about his money situation since Dumbledore had retrieved him from the Dursleys that last time and indicated that Harry was quite wealthy. According to the ledger, Harry's trust vault was still well over 300,000 galleons. His family vault, which he had not yet seen himself, was bulging at nearly 700 million galleons. That wasn't even counting real estate and business investments. "Wow," was all Harry could say at the moment. "Listen, you too," Hermione said, snapping her fingers and getting both Harry's and Neville's attentions. "I'm sure this is all very interesting and will need addressed at some point, but we do have some things to finish before that can happen." "The girl's right," Daphne said, closing Harry's ledger. Harry nodded solemnly and handed the account book back to Bloodfang. "Sir, I would very much like to go over everything with you so I fully understand it all." As my very esteemed friend, Mr. Longbottom has entrusted you with his accounts. I would also like to retain your services, though at this moment, I do not yet know what I can offer you. As Master Longbottom has pretty much assured my fortunes, I will be most willing to help out Hose Potter. I have no doubt your noble house will remember my efforts in the future. Harry saw Neville's eyes widen in surprise, but felt it would be smart not to ask just yet. I thank you, Harry said, giving a bow to the goblin, who returned it. They then left the vault and headed back to the cart for a very fast and loud ride back to the bank's main office. They headed out to the alley where they could apparate a way back to the Flamel house to await word for the next part of their plan to be able to move forward. Just as Harry and his friends had finally laid hands on the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, Sirius stood in a forest clearing about 70 miles outside of London. His group was finalizing their preparations and getting themselves situated under cover so they wouldn't be seen when their guests arrived. Sirius checked his watch to make sure they weren't running behind. Let's move it, people. 10 minutes. Mad-Eye Moody unsheathed his wand and gave it a flick. Pleased with the gold sparks, he gave a smile that looked to the casual observer like a grimace of pain. The old Auror shouted at one of his Bulgarian charges to make sure he was ready to throw up the wards as soon as their prey entered the clearing. Moody pulled out his ancient pocket watch and nodded. Just 8 minutes to go. Remus Lupin gripped his wand, making sure he had a clear line of sight while keeping himself out of sight. He wished they could move farther away from the Muggle neighborhood, but there should be little notice, thanks to the wards he and some of the others had placed, to keep the Muggles away. 7 minutes, he whispered to himself, watching as the volunteer stepped into the open, taking in his surroundings. Bill Weasley crouched next to his beautiful fiancée, wondering for the millionth time how he had managed to get so lucky with the attractive French witch. Fleur had told him it was his boyish charm, though he suspected that he was not affected by her Vila charm as other men were. Yet another perk from being a curse breaker, he reasoned. He did a quick check to make sure all his charges were in place. He knew they were going to have a very easy time of it. There weren't many places to run off to in this old automobile graveyard. He did think it was a good idea that his father had been sent to the shoreline up north. Mr. Weasley would never be able to stop inspecting the old wreck. 5 minutes, my love, Fleur said softly. Bill took a deep, calming breath and kept his eyes on their man who was to be the bait. Victor Crumb shouted last-minute orders to his group and rolled his shoulders in preparation. He looked at Ivan and gave a wry smile, which his lifelong friend mirrored, and they both turned to watch as their triggerman took up position next to the cliff edge, broom at the ready. How much time? Ivan asked. 4 minutes, Crumb said. Tracy, I need more blood replenishes over here. Mrs. Weasley pointed to a spot near her. Susan, you and Astoria be ready with fresh towels when any of us calls for them. Make sure no one is blocking the flue or the front door. Tracy shouted to 2 third-year boys who brought all the potion vials they could carry and set them on the small table next to Tracy, who was organizing them for easier access for the healers who were preparing the rows of beds. 3 minutes, Mrs. Weasley whispered as her eyes caught sight of the clock above the mantel. Tonks readied her wand to cast the anti-apparition wards. She saw Sebastian de Lacquer making one last sweep of the area. She felt truly lucky to be partnered with the Frenchman, who was not only quite charming, but very funny. She just could not wait until the day was over. Sebastian had promised to tell her a very funny tale about his first assignment, where he'd ended up with a transfigured horses behind which could not be reversed for several weeks. 2 minutes, folks. This is it, she shouted as Fred Weasley gave her a tap on the shoulder to signal the time. Amelia could feel the tension building. They had scouted the areas, planned the strike to its finest detail. But the truth was, no one was sure that this was really going to work like Harry Potter seemed sure that it would. Yet she had to hope. If they pulled this off, the war was all but over. 1 minute to go. George Weasley smiled, raising his wand and aiming it from behind the boulder he shared with Amelia. The former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement closed her eyes and took a deep breath, wishing again that Sirius was at her side for this one. It had been so long since any of the Death Eaters felt the twinge and pull on their magic of some rebellious usurper who dared utter their lord's name in defiance. As such, they had grown complacent and soft. No one was exactly sure how their master had managed such a feat, but he'd made his own name a taboo. A curse of sorts. If the name was uttered by someone who did not bear his mark, those Death Eaters closest to the position could use the mark as a sort of portkey, and deal with the upstart. The Dark Lord had made it clear that if you felt the alarm, as he called it, you should go at once, no matter how many of them felt the pull. The more of his soldiers there to deal with the problem, the farther the fear of using the name would spread. No one dared question the order, especially not when there was a sudden surge of alarms throughout the country. At once, over 300 faithful dropped what they were doing and immediately apparate away, leaving their posts at the ministry and Hogwarts. Weeks later, and for years after, those left behind not associated with the Dark Lord and his ilk would swear they knew that the tide turned in those moments after the Great Call. Sirius cringed when he made the first count. They hadn't expected so many, though they should have. His group was closest to London, after all. In all, Sirius was sure that they had at least 70 of the Dark Lord's forces. The Death Eaters surged into the forest clearing, just as had been hoped by the Order leaders, himself included, and after the last crack of apparition, and a slow count of 20, Sirius felt a small sense of relief when the wards went up, and the battle commenced. The trigger man, the volunteer who had uttered the name of Voldemort at the appointed time, had easily gotten under cover just as the first Death Eaters arrived. The Dark Lord's sheep herded themselves into the Order's trap and found themselves in a crossfire. Sirius saw the idiots try and apparate away only to look shocked that they were stuck. Sirius himself fired the first bone-shattering hex which signaled the fight was on. The Order gave no quarter to the Death Eaters, and in just minutes, half of their force was dead or dying. The Order remained under their cover, popping up and firing from their hiding spots. Some would cast Confutus charms, while others shot to kill. The Death Eaters were so overwhelmed by the Order's guerrilla tactics they had no real response. One by one they fell until in only 10 minutes, the battle was won, and the Order began to crawl out of their hiding spots to police the battle zone and find any survivors that might be willing to trade information for their lives. Bill Weasley ordered the darkness powder, and his forces pelted the narrow corridor between wrecked autos with chunks of instant darkness powder provided by his twin siblings. Bill had counted only a handful of Death Eaters, 10 at most. When the bombardment spells ceased and the smoke cleared, Bill knew that there was no one left to question. In fact, there was hardly anything left that could be positively identified as human. Tonks had not been able to get the wards up as they had planned. 4 Death Eaters had apparate right on top of her and Fred Weasley. Tonks had managed to hold them off for several moments, but then things went pear-shaped as more and more Death Eaters appeared. Her troops had to break from their positions to try and contain their foes, but the Death Eaters, though taken by surprise, seemed to fight together well. Tonks avoided a killing curse and managed to save Fred from one as well. "I think we stuck our foot in this one," Tonks yelled over the chaos at Fred, who was rummaging in the large rucksack he'd brought with him. "What are you doing?" she screamed as a flash of purple sheared off a large chunk of the boulder they'd taken refuge behind. "Back up," Fred called, holding up a galleon. "Now that's how it's done," Moody hollered triumphantly as he stood over a gasping Death Eater. Moody stomped his fake leg down on the wand lying beside the robed figure and ground his heel into the splintered wood. He looked every which way to make sure that other than his new prisoner, the rest of her fellows were dead. His team of 40 had easily dispatched the 50 or so Death Eaters who'd fallen for their trap. Moody was going to buy that Potter kid a whole case of Ogden's finest just as soon as the war was over. The plan had been one of the best Moody had heard in quite some time, and with the help of the Order, and by and large the Bulgarian contingent, it had been executed perfectly. Now, so far as Moody was concerned, they only had to find that snake-faced bastard and let Potter have at him. "You too," Moody bellowed, motioning for 2 of his Bulgarian troops over. "Bind this one and get him ready for interrogation." Moody bent down and tore the mask away from the Death Eater's face. "So good to see you, Electo. I'm looking forward to chatting with you." Moody laughed, though it sounded like a growl. He gave a quick motion of his head, and the 2 strapping Bulgarians dragged the stocky woman away. At that moment, Moody felt something warm on his thigh. He fished in his pocket and pulled out the fake galleon that Harry Potter's brilliant little witch friend had provided them all the day before. "Damn it, Nymphadora," Moody snarled before calling some of his troops to him. "That's all of them, I think." Laurent Butin said in a thick French accent as he and his assigned partner walked up to Remus Lupin, who was surveying the bodies as they were brought together by his troops. There had been so few. Remus wondered if the other teams had been as lucky. "Any survivors?" Remus asked, and Lawrence shook his head. "We overwhelmed them. Between the bombardments, blasters, and confounds charms, they were all but defenseless. We have gathered all the wands, Mr. Lupin," a tall, barrel-chested man said, his fist full of wands held out for Remus' inspection. "Burn them," Remus said with a nod. "Burn them in the bodies, then when it's all done, we'll head back to the island." He stopped as his chest grew warm, or more specifically, the galleon he'd placed in his chest pocket grew warm. Remus threw his hand into the pocket, fishing for the communication device. He read the edge of the gold coin, his heart beginning to beat faster. "Laurent, gather everyone. We've got to go help one of the groups. We need to go right now." Arthur Weasley had been utterly beside himself with fright before the battle had been started. He kept praying that he would make it through the battle unscathed. When it was all said and done, not only had he only cast a single spell, a reducto, but he was quite literally in the very same condition that he arrived in. Not only that, but the rest of his team was just fine as well. Perhaps it was the fact that only 10 Death Eaters had shown up. His force was coming out of hiding and quickly relieving the dead of their wands. "Well," he sighed, "Molly will be pleased. I might even get lucky tonight." He chortled as he headed over to meet up with his second-in-command to get a report. "All dead," the man with the thin beard exclaimed as Arthur toddled up. Arthur felt awful that he couldn't remember the man's name, though he was sure it was something like Stan, or Stern, something like that. "Very good. Police the bodies, burn the wands." Arthur felt his leg grow warm, and he remembered the emergency communication galleon Hermione had handed out the night before. Ingenious, that young lady. The wizard world sure had been given a gift when she had come to Hogwarts, of that Arthur had no doubt. Fishing out the galleon, he read the edge, frowning at once. "Stan," he called out to his second. Stenson, oh bother. My name is Volkov." The Bulgarian sighed, and Arthur's face grew red. "Sorry, my friend, I promise I'll remember this time. Gather everyone. Tonks needs help." "How quickly is that thing supposed to work?" Tonks screamed as another spell exploded behind her. She shot a glance over her shoulder to where Sebastian de Lacquer was pinned down with one of the French hit wizards. "Instantly," Fred shouted. "But if they're all still engaged..." A scream sounded shrill over the explosions, and Tonks saw a young Bulgarian woman, who she was sure couldn't have been more than 20, fall dead. "They're closing the circle," someone shouted. "Blast you, Remus. If you ever want to see me Starkers again, you'll get your furry behind here now and save me." Tonks thought as she tried to fire a hex around the boulder, only to very nearly lose her hand. "How many of them do you think there are?" Fred asked. "I have no idea. Let me ask them to stop fighting with us so I can count." Tonks snapped. "Crack. Oh gods, I hope that not more of them." Tonks thought to herself. "Crack, crack, behind us. They've got reinforcements." "Who said that?" Tonks asked, but Fred only shrugged. The battlefield suddenly came alive with the cracks of apparition. That was followed by more explosions and screams. The Death Eaters that had been keeping Tonks and Fred at bay stopped firing on them and seemed to be distracted. Tonks and Fred both took advantage, popping up and hitting the two closest robed figures with bone-breaking hexes. It took another 20 minutes until the last spell was fired. But it became apparent quite quickly that backup had arrived for the order, and the tide of the battle changed almost at once. Slowly, as silence began to fall, Tonks rose from her hiding spot along with Fred. They were greeted at once their friends and allies. "Dora!" It was Remus. He was running through the trees looking for his lover. "Remus!" she shouted, running to her werewolf lover and leaping into his arms. "They came from behind us," she said, kissing him hard. "We never had a chance to get the wards up. We expected them to come from over there. We were all turned around." "Start gathering the bodies," Moody shouted, coming from the forest. "Anyone still alive, tie 'em up and bring them to me." "How'd you fare, Mad-Eye?" Arthur Weasley asked as he came closer. "We got 50 of the blighters. They came in right where we predicted they would." Moody grinned. "We had to adjust our tactics, but we only had 10 to deal with." Arthur nodded. "We took 70 ourselves." Sirius smiled, clapping Remus on the back. "Any prisoners?" "Electo Caro." Moody was practically bouncing on his feet. "We got 20 ourselves," Bill Weasley said as he and Fleur, walking hand in hand, approached. "Anyone heard from Amelia?" There was silence as everyone stared at each other. "Should we go check on her?" Fred asked. "She might need our help," Bill remarked. "Orders were pretty specific," Moody said. "Don't come unless called. We do better to finish up here and get our wounded back to the island." "I don't like it," Sirius shook his head. "It's war," Moody snarled. "We follow orders." "Get back to the island. Wait for word." Moody said, clapping Sirius on the shoulder. "I've seen the woman fight, you have too. Until we know for sure, we shouldn't worry ourselves." "Easier said than done," Sirius grimaced, holding his own communication galleon tightly in his hand. "Come on, Sirius," Remus said, grabbing his old friend by the shoulder. "She might already be waiting for us." Amelia Bones could not believe her luck. Not only had her team managed to take on a force twice their size, but they had managed to capture Yaxley, Rowell, and McNair. She watched with her wand aimed at McNair. They had been relieved of their wands and forced to watch as they were snapped. "You'll get nothing from us, bitch," Yaxley spat. Amelia shook her head. "Well, see what you have to say after a dose of Veritaserum." Amelia smirked. She turned to George Weasley. "Any word from the other teams?" "None since the galleon heated up." "Okay, let's get these three to the rendezvous point, and then we'll figure out what's next." George nodded and turned to order their wounded back to the island. Several of the troops snatched up their prisoners and apparate away. Amelia followed shortly after, making sure that each and every one of her people headed back, before she allowed herself the privilege. She arrived at the agreed-upon point just after the prisoners had arrived. She was greeted by Sirius, who swept her up in his arms and spun happily. "I was so worried," he said into her hair, holding her tightly. She felt the same and kissed him to show her relief. "How many did we lose?" she asked when Sirius allowed her to pull away. "I know Tonk's team got hit hard. We couldn't get free to help." "It's all right. She's fine. She's in the tent with Moody and Remus. Moody's team got Electocaro. We lost a total of 6. 5 were hurt and are already back on the island. I lost 1 and 3 wounded," Amelia sighed. "Any word from Harry? I was just about to check." "Go ahead," Amelia said, kissing Sirius once again. "I'm going to assist Moody with the interrogations. I want to get all the information we can before we make our final strike." Amelia smiled at Sirius as he turned to make contact with Harry. She met with the other leaders, including Tonks, and got the final reports. They had decimated the Death Eaters. The tide had turned significantly. It was hard not to be excited. The end to their terror, to their war, was so very, very near, and they still had much to plan. Lord Voldemort arrived back at Hogwarts angrier than he'd ever felt in his life. Every single one of his Horcruxes was missing, at least those he could check on. The locket was gone. The ring as well. He knew that the diary had been destroyed. He'd learned of that upon his resurrection. He was on his way to the room of requirement to check on the diadem. So far as he knew, the cup was safe, deep inside Hogwarts, and he knew of no way the brat would get his hands on it. Yet the Potter boy always somehow managed to accomplish the impossible. He was met by Snape, who looked quite grim. "My lord, I'm afraid I have some very disturbing news." "What is it, Snape?" "There was a battle with the Order." "How many did we kill?" Voldemort asked, walking swiftly. "So far as I'm aware." "None," Snape said. Voldemort stopped in his tracks. He turned his cold red eyes on the defense teacher, who cowered a bit under his master's eyes. "What?" Voldemort hissed. "I am unclear on the details. Only 3 returned, and they are being treated currently in the hospital wing. According to Flint, the Order was waiting for them. An ambush. Go to the hospital wing and wait for me there." Lord Voldemort snarled. He turned and moved off to finish his task. Somehow, before he even opened the hidden entrance, he knew. He had known when he went to the old shack. He had known when he returned to that ancient cave. And now, as he entered the cavernous room filled with hidden, broken, and lost objects, he knew that he would not find the diadem. He roared in frustrated anger when he'd come upon the bust of the ugly wizard. His protections were lost, destroyed. Rage filled his veins, boiling his blood. He stormed his way back to the hospital wing, students scattering before him, hopping to avoid his ire. "Snape!" he bellowed as he slammed open the doors of the hospital wing. Snape bowed at once. He was standing beside the bed of a young man, one of the newly initiated, who looked as if he'd been hit with a very nasty bone breaker. Blood was slowly flowing out of a large wound where bone was sticking out of his thigh, and the man shivered. Lord Voldemort stepped over to the young soldier and stared into his eyes. Through the connection, the Dark Lord saw battle. His Death Eaters fought brilliantly, and it appeared that they were winning, and then the Order suddenly had reinforcements, and the coward was hit and apparate back to Hogwarts. "They are emboldened," Voldemort snarled. "We need to prepare. They will try to attack again. Snape, give me your arm." Snape rolled up his sleeve and presented the dark mark for his master. Voldemort touched the charmed tattoo. He then went to the Great Hall to await his followers, and then he would find the Order and wipe them out. And then he would hunt down that accursed Potter boy and rip his body to shreds. but not until after he brutally slaughtered the boy's friends and made him watch. The Dark Lord known as Lord Voldemort was overcome by an emotion he found both irritating and disturbing. An emotion he'd spent years cultivating into the ultimate weapon was now being turned back onto him, and he hated it. It had been decades since he'd felt the cold, paralyzing grip of fear. Not since he'd been a boy of 8. On the very same day he'd first discovered he had the power to control those hags at the orphanage. His world was crumbling around him, and worse than that, he had lost the keys to his immortality. His enemies had discovered his great secret and destroyed most of his Horcruxes. After going to visit all of their hiding places himself, he was certain they had all been destroyed. He was unclear if he could make any more. With so much of his power gone, he was sure that what remained of his soul would not make it through another separation. Nor did he have the time to find something suitable to hold his fragmented soul. However, he still had hope that he might still be triumphant in the end. Lord Voldemort had finally learned the full extent of the Order's push earlier that day. Some 200 plus of his faithful had been slaughtered. The Order had used the taboo in their favor and wiped out half of his forces. The Dark Lord had removed the charm upon his name at once. He couldn't risk another ambush like that, especially considering that all that remained of his army were children who were not properly trained, and wizards who were just above squib status. It was clear that the Order was preparing to make a full push on Hogwarts, and when they did, the Dark Lord would unleash his trap. Over the last 2 hours, since returning to the Great Castle, Lord Voldemort had pulled in every single loyal follower, as well as calling in every manner of creature that he could control or who he'd promised to glory to in his new world for their undying loyalty. They had all come. Fenrir Greyback led a massive contingent of bloodthirsty werewolves. The Giant King, Grimskull, brought 30 giants and had hidden themselves in the Forbidden Forest, waiting to be called to service. The Acromantulas were easily swayed with the promise of food, as had been the Dementors. The Dark Lord had also freed every soul in Azkaban so long as they swore fealty to him. The Centaurs had refused the Dark Lord's offer of peace, but had said they would not interfere in the affairs of wizards. Lastly, his remaining Death Eaters heeded his call and came to the castle to fortify it for the attack they all knew was coming. This had left the Ministry without any of his agents, but the Dark Lord was not worried about the Order trying to seize the Ministry. The real power lay at Hogwarts. Should they try, HHE would simply overthrow whomever was foolish enough to name Th Selves Minister of Magic. The faithful were busy preparing the young prisoners, all of whom had been students only minutes ago, the first in what was supposed to be his new world order. The ones that were supposed to hail him as a god. Now they would be fodder for slaughter. Protection to keep the Order of the Phoenix at bay while he decimated them from his throne. But Potter he would deal with directly. In fact, if the Order was willing to give up the boy once and for all, Lord Voldemort would contemplate letting some of the young return to their families, at least for a time. Eventually, they would have to return to Hogwarts for their education. The Dark Lord allowed his mind to wander over the problem of his lost protections. The diadem was gone, as was the ring and the locket. Voldemort knew that it had been that old muggle-loving fool Albus Dumbledore who had found them and likely destroyed them. The dairy he knew was lost. Lucius Malfoy had practically handed it to Dumbledore, and for what? To embarrass an already worthless waste of magic in Arthur Weasley. Voldemort smiled at the thought of what had become of Lucius, burned with his traitorous wife and child. Pathetic. The cup was safe in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Voldemort suddenly remembered that Rudolphus was supposed to have faced the Longbottom heir that morning, to end that feud once and for all. He'd not seen Rudolphus. The Dark Lord sent for his most trusted servant, and was pleased when he barely had to wait before the black-haired man came slithering into the Grat Hall and bowed low before his master. "Where is Rudolphus?" Snape's head looked up, confusion in his eyes. "My lord, I have not seen him since he left this morning. Surely he should have been back by now. He was only to dispatch Longbottom." "Fetch Wormtail. Order him to Longbottom Manor and check what has happened, then report to me at once." "By your leave, my lord," Snape said reverently before hurrying out to carry out his orders. Voldemort was seething with anger as the minutes passed. He kept telling himself that Potter had not gotten all of his Horcruxes. He just couldn't have done it. Yet, if Dumbledore knew of them, he must have certainly told the boy about them. He'd felt a significant drop in his core the day before. But surely Potter hadn't gotten the cup. Yet, if Longbottom managed to kill Lestrange, was it not possible that he would allow Potter into the vault to find the cup of Helga Hufflepuff? Of course, Longbottom wanted revenge for what had been done to his pathetic parents, and the boy would surely lay blame of the Dark Lord. He worshipped Potter just as the others did, blindly following the boy like some sort of god, the way they should have been following him. Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard ever known, a herd of sheep that obviously needed thinning out. "Master!" a quavering voice called out from the large oak doors of the great hall. There stood a stooped, heavy-set, balding man with watery eyes and the aura of fear. "Come, Wormtail, what have you to report?" Voldemort beckoned the traitorous man forward. It had been over an hour since the Dark Lord had spoken with Snape. Apparently no one wished to incur the wrath of their master. My lord, Longbottom Manor is little more than ashes. Most of the grounds are scorched. I suspect someone used fiendfire." "What of Lestrange?" Voldemort asked impatiently. Wormtail, the man known once as Peter Pettigrew, held out his hand to offer the remains of a wand. "He was stabbed through the throat by a very large, edged weapon. He'd also been burned, though I am unsure if it was during his fight or after." Voldemort rose from his seat and stepped forward to claim Lestrange's wand. When he spoke, his voice was low, barely a whisper, but it held unmistakable malice. "Return to your duties in preparing the castle for war." Wormtail practically sprinted from the great hall, leaving his enraged master to stare at the broken wand handle. He needed to find Nagini at once. He had to protect his familiar at all costs. Deep in the Scottish Highlands, a sprawling camp had been set up, and wizards and witches were moving back and forth preparing for battle. The Order had set up the camp 2 days before in preparation for the end of the war. From here, they would be apparating to Hogwarts itself with the full intention of ending the Dark Lord's reign. "I'm so disappointed." Amelia smiled as she left the tent with Sirius. "Why?" Amelia turned to look over her shoulder. "Yaxley swore I'd get nothing from him. I couldn't shut him up in there." She had the faintest hint of a smile on her lips while Sirius was laughing next to her. "Well, you did give him an entire vial of Veritaserum," Sirius chuckled. "Plus, he likely thought he might get a reprieve if he coughed up all Hogwarts secrets." "Not hardly." Amelia shook her head. She and the rest of the Order had taken a very firm, no mercy stance when it came to those who bore the mark. There came a flash of purple and a short scream from the tent behind them, followed immediately by Moody's shouts to get the scum out of his sight. Sirius wasn't sure he liked this cheery version of the old Auror. Whenever the man smiled, it made Sirius and more than a few others shiver with apprehension. There was 4 cracks, signaling apparition, and Amelia and Sirius turned to see Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne appear near the interrogation tent. "Harry!" Amelia called out, waving to the ebony-haired teen who waved back. He and the others made their way over to Sirius and Amelia, each smiling triumphantly. "Did you?" Sirius began, and Harry held up a small bag. "No problem, we're ready to go now." Harry nodded. Each of the 4 teens had a rucksack slung over their shoulders. Harry, Neville, and Hermione each had swords sticking out the back, Hermione's being the sword of Gryffindor. Each of them had a determined, anxious look on their faces, and Amelia felt she knew exactly what they were feeling. "How'd we do?" Harry asked, looking about the camp. "We saw the wounded. Mrs. Weasley and the healers finished treating them, and everyone's okay. She said that she and the rest of them will be here before sunset." "Your plan went brilliantly." Sirius smiled, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "We even caught some prisoners and got some really good intel," Amelia said, motioning for them to follow her to a large tent that had become command center. Inside was a large table with a detailed map of Hogwarts and the surrounding area. Amelia went to the head of the table and began pointing to the map. "We have to think that he knows what's happened and how bad we've hurt him. He'll begin to pull all his resources close to him, so we can pretty much expect that the Dark Lord will have called in as many reinforcements as he can. Dementors, giants, werewolves, maybe even vampires, though since we'll be attacking in the daytime, they should be a non-issue," Amelia said. "What about the students?" Hermione asked. "We've got people making portkeys." Sirius smiled. "The plan is to get them in the hands of as many students as possible. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait until the battle commences." "Not necessarily," Neville smiled. "We've been talking about things since we got back, and I think we might have a solution." "Well, don't keep us in suspense," Amelia said, folding her arms. "Having everyone storm the gates will likely get more people killed than we'd like," Daphne said, looking at the map. We think we should split our forces into 4 groups and come in from different directions. Like you said, he's going to have reinforcements waiting and likely hiding in the forest, but they'll be close to the castle. If 2 groups come in from here and here," Hermione said, pointing at the map, "we might just be able to thin out some more of his troops, though the giants might be a bit of a problem. In the meantime, we'll give him something to distract him, namely me. If the 4 of us show up at the castle, appearing to be alone, it's likely that old Snake Face will leave the students out of it and come out on his own. The teachers, the ones that are on our side, can protect the students," Harry said, folding his arms. "Yeah," Sirius nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, this could work. Once I have his attention, the rest of you can come in and take out his forces." Harry smiled at his godfather. "Very good, Harry," Amelia said proudly. "Very well thought out. I think that's the way to go. We'll need to discuss it with the others, but I can't find any fault in your plan. There's one other thing, the snake. It needs to be found and destroyed. It shouldn't be too hard to find a giant asp," Harry said pointedly. "If that snake gets away, then this is all for nothing." Amelia and Sirius nodded. "We'll get the snake, Potter," Moody said as he stumped in. "All the prisoners had been dealt with and their wands have been snapped." "Good. I want everyone in here in 10 minutes so we can finalize everything. Then we eat, and then everyone needs to rest." Amelia ordered, and Moody nodded as he turned to carry out her orders. 10 minutes later, the command tent was filled with all the commanders. Harry sat between Victor and Daphne, while Hermione and Neville sat in front of them, watching Sirius and Remus talking to Mrs. Weasley, who had just arrived along with Tracy, Susan, and Shacklebolt, who had just come from Hogsmeade. "Let's settle down," Amelia said, causing everyone to turn and look at her. "I want to congratulate you all on a very successful attack today. We did what we had set out to do, and nearly everyone came back. But it isn't over just yet. We have one major battle left, but if we win, the war will be over, and we can go on with our lives at last." There was a round of cheers, and Amelia allowed them a moment of reverie before calling for their attention again. "Settle down." She smiled softly. "Now, we have 3 objectives. One is to get as many of the students out of the combat zone as possible. Before we leave, everyone will be given 3 portkeys. Should you manage to get hold of a student and get them clear of the fighting, give them a portkey, and they'll be taken to the island to wait until we are finished." Heads nodded in understanding, and Amelia continued. "The second objective is to keep all Death Eaters and everything else away from Harry. He will be fighting the Dark Lord, and that bastard doesn't need any help, so we will make sure that no one will be able to assist their leader. We know that he's got giants waiting in the forest, and it's likely there are werewolves as well. Fenrir Greyback has been stirring up his fellows for months, and they're itching for a fight. Watch your backs out there. Finally, anyone who sees a very large serpent, kill it by any means. The Dark Lord's familiar needs to be destroyed." "Why is that, ma'am?" someone asked, but Harry couldn't see who it was. "I'm unclear on the facts. But it doesn't matter. Harry has asked that it is found and destroyed, so that's our job. Now, Sebastian Delacour will lead one of 4 teams. They'll apparate on the edge of Hogsmeade here." Amelia pointed her wand to a point on the map. Harry saw it was the road that led to Hogwarts. "Shacklebolt's team will apparate to the Hogsmeade station and take the boats across the lake. If all goes well, they should be able to enter the castle from the docks while the rest of us have the Death Eater's attention. Moody's team will arrive at the Shrieking Shack. Word has it that the secret passage Sirius and Remus told us about has been caved in, but they'll go through the forest. My team will arrive here." Amelia pointed to a spot in back of Hogwarts. Harry wasn't even sure what was in that area, but according to the map, it was still a part of the Forbidden Forest. "Everyone's to stay at their apparition point until Harry's signal." "What will that be?" Tonks asked, looking to Harry, who stood up. "Myself, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne will be going in first. You're not leaving me behind this time," Tracy said from where she sat next to Susan. "I'm going to be there with you all. We started this together, we'll finish it together." Harry thought about arguing for only a second. After a quick glance to Daphne, who was beaming, Harry shrugged and continued on. "The Dark Lord is obsessed with me, so having me show up at the gates should make him rush out to get me. We might even be lucky enough that he forgets everything else. Once he and I get into it, the others will fire red sparks into the air. Once you see them, come running." "That's everything," Amelia said when Harry sat down again. "We're heading off at 5 a.m., so get some food and get to bed." Everyone stood at once and began to exit the tent. Daphne took hold of Harry's hand and began leading him away from the others, telling them they'd see them in the morning. Before they could say anything further, Daphne had slipped out of the tent with Harry in tow. "Hey, where'd Daphne run off to?" Tracy asked as she finally managed to get near her friends. "The night before what could be the final battle," Neville smiled, arching an eyebrow. "She has the same idea I'm sure a lot of people around here have." Hermione smiled, tugging on Neville's arm playfully. "Right." Tracy smiled as she turned and saw Tonks and Remus sharing a moment in the corner, while Amelia finished rolling up the maps as Sirius came up behind her, wrapping her in his arms. "Well then, I'll see you bright and early then. I'm going to go find Susan." Tracy grinned. She slipped out of the tent, followed by Neville and Hermione, who were holding hands and smiling. "Hungry," Neville said, starting to guide her to where food was being cooked up. I got us some things." Hermione smiled shyly, tugging his arm towards their tent. "I thought we could get away from everyone." Neville smiled and allowed Hermione to lead him towards their tent. Their tent was 3 down from Harry and Daphne's, and they heard Daphne giggle as they reached their own. They stopped and sent appreciative looks towards the sounds of their friends. "I hope to put up silencing charms," Hermione remarked as she ducked into the tent. Neville followed, immediately turning and casting the privacy charms, just to make sure neither of them forgot. He turned and smiled at his girlfriend who was standing next to the small table which was set for a romantic dinner for 2. Candles had been lit and 2 plates were set with chicken and pasta. "Dobby helped out and it had warming charms," Hermione smiled. "But don't eat anything yet. I need you to sit here for a minute." She smiled shyly and went into the bedroom portion of the tent, pulling a flap down to give her some privacy. Neville sat down and smelled the wonderful food. It had been a while since he'd even smelled something so delicious. His mouth began to water as he sat down in front of his plate. "Okay," Hermione said as she re-entered the main room. Neville's mouth dropped open at once as he beheld the sight before him. Hermione had changed into a very simple yet elegant blue dress with matching high-heeled shoes. It had thin shoulder straps which left her sweet creamy shoulders exposed. Neville rose at once and came over to his lover, taking her hands and looking her over hungrily. "Wow," was all he could say. "I found it in my old room at Flamel House. It never got packed when we went back to school. I didn't think I'd get a chance to wear it, but well." Again, wow. Neville said, causing Hermione to smile brightly. She leaned in and kissed him softly. Neville slid his hands up her bare arms, caressing her flesh and loving how she broke out into goose flesh at his touch. She shivered a bit and she smiled at him, her own hands slipping up and resting on his chest. "Neville," Hermione whispered, looking into her lover's eyes. Neville returned her gaze, his hand going to her hair, his fingers entangling themselves in her soft curls. "What is it?" he asked as her eyelids fluttered. "I'm afraid," she whispered. "We all are," he said. "We're going to face you-know-who at last and end this war for good one way or the other. Then we either get our lives back or—" Neville didn't have to finish. Hermione nodded and pressed herself closer to him. She felt his strong arms wrap around her waist and squeeze her comfortingly. She held on to him tightly for a few moments before she pulled away to look him in the eye. "Will you stay with me?" "At my side no matter what happens?" Hermione asked. Neville gave a soft smile and brushed a lock of her hair behind her ear. "Things will likely get chaotic and I can't promise that we won't get separated," Neville said flatly. Hermione's eyes held his for a long moment, and Neville could see that she obviously knew that anything could happen. She just needed to hear the words from him to ease her fear. Neville nodded slowly, his smile growing. "I promise that I will not leave your side, no matter what," he said. Hermione's eyes brightened and she kissed him hard. She pulled away again and started pulling him to their bed. "Don't you want to eat?" Neville asked, glancing at the table. "It'll keep," Hermione winked. "When this is all over, I think you and I should go somewhere far away," Daphne sighed. Her head rested on Harry's chest, their naked bodies tangled together under a thin blanket. "Where would you like to go?" Harry asked, kissing the top of her head. "I don't really care, so long as it's far away and we're together. We'll come back for our last year at Hogwarts, but I just want to get away from everything." "Well, I think we should have some idea of where we're going to go." Harry grinned, running his fingers through her dark hair. She stretched a bit and rose up to look at him. "How about someplace warm? Some tropical island where we can lay in the sun, swim in the crystal blue water, and make love all night under the stars." "I'm in." "Maybe we can ask Sirius. He hid out someplace tropical a few years ago. My parents talk about the Caribbean a lot. I think they honeymooned there when they first got married. Mum always gets this funny look when they talk about it, like she'd like nothing more than to return there." Then it's settled. As soon as we finish tomorrow, you and I will run away for the rest of the summer. We'll go to the Caribbean and hide out there away from everyone until it's time to return to school." Harry smiled, and Daphne grinned widely, leaning down to kiss him hard. "Then we'll finish school, get married, start jobs, and start a family. I'm so glad we're together. I don't have to worry about a thing. You've got it all covered." Yeah, Slytherin, remember, we're ambitious, and my ambition is to finish this war and start my life with you." Maybe I'm feeling a bit Slytherin-like as well, because that's my ambition as well." Daphne laughed and settled back into his embrace. "Are you afraid?" she asked after a long silence. "Terrified," Harry said at once. "It's a strange feeling, really. It feels like my whole life has been leading up to this, and I'm not sure what's going to happen when it's all over." "I thought we just discussed that." Daphne's head snapped up. "We're going to a tropical island. Weren't you paying attention?" Harry laughed, and Daphne did as well. She tugged the blanket a little tighter around them as she settled down again. "I've faced him a bunch of times now, but this time feels different. For one, I'm going after him. I'm challenging him on my terms this time. Before, he always just showed up, caught me unaware, but this time, the tables are turned," Daphne said softly. "Exactly," Harry smiled. "Do you think he's weaker now? I mean, since we've been destroying the Horcruxes and all." "I hope so, but that doesn't really mean much. He still knows a lot of really advanced stuff. I'm no slouch. But he's got years of knowledge over me, but none of it may occur to him. From what I've seen, he's pretty dependent on the torture curse and the killing curse. That might change when we start exchanging spells." "I'll be there with you. Hermione, Neville, and even Tracy will be too." "I know," Harry smiled. "And knowing that makes me feel better, stronger. It makes me remember exactly why I'm fighting." "Well then." Daphne gave a sultry look as she rose up, her bare body sliding up his until she was straddling him, her womanhood pressing into his groin. She began rolling her hips slowly, smiling as she felt the effect she was having on her boyfriend. "Perhaps I should give you a bit more incentive, just so there's no chance you forget." "I doubt that would happen, but better safe than sorry." Harry grinned, his hands running up her sides and cupping her breasts, loving the way Daphne sighed at his touch. Daphne fell forward and captured Harry's lips. Daphne hadn't spoken it aloud, afraid that by speaking it, she might jinx them. But if this was to be their last night together, she had every intention of making it the fondest memory either of them would ever have. Tracy and Susan finished their dinner and were taking a walk around the camp. They hadn't made their relationship public, so they weren't even holding hands, but they were walking very close together. They kept stealing glances at each other, and Tracy could tell there was something Susan wanted to say, and what was more, she felt she knew what it was about. "You don't want me to go," Tracy finally said. Susan turned to look at Tracy, her face blank for a moment, but after a second it melted to a mask of concern. She nodded slowly, and Tracy smiled softly. "I understand why you want to go. You've missed them all this time, but I don't think you should. You'd rather I stayed here with you." "In all honesty, I think I would," Susan admitted. Then she surprised Tracy when she reached out and took the girl's hand. "I know that's selfish, but I'm terrified." "I am too," Tracy smiled. "What if this is the last night I'm going to be alive? What if I die tomorrow? Will my life have mattered?" "It would to me," Susan said. "I've been thinking a lot of how different my life would have been if we hadn't become friends or, well, whatever it is we are now. I hate to admit this, but I've been fighting my feelings for you, but I can't do it anymore." The redhead stopped and turned to look Tracy in the eye. "I don't think I want this to be just a casual thing or a let's see what happens thing. You're so incredible, and the thought that you could get killed tomorrow." Susan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "It's breaking my heart." Tracy felt like someone had just slapped her in the face. Susan stepped closer and slid her arms around Tracy's neck before slowly, sensually kissing her. When she pulled away, she stared at Tracy and sighed. "I think that I might be falling in love with you," Susan said nervously. Tracy could only stare at the redhead, trying to get her brain to re-engage. Susan waited patiently. She knew she had just overwhelmed the other girl with everything she had admitted, but as she had told Tracy, she couldn't fight her feelings any longer. "I don't know what to say," Tracy began after several minutes. Tears began to slip from her eyes. "I honestly didn't think that either of us would ever admit to our real feelings. Because we were afraid of scaring the other person off," Susan asked, cocking her head to one side, a bit of a grin on her face. "Partly, but partly because I was afraid of getting hurt again. I mean, we've had such a great time together over the last few months, but I just got it in my head when the war was over you'd run off with Justin or something. I'm not saying that it's not a possibility," Susan sighed sadly, But you've become so important to me, and I feel so safe and comfortable around you. I don't feel like I need to impress you to get your attention. You understand me. So what do we do now? Tracy asked, leaning her forehead against Susan, who shrugged slightly. Is there any way I can convince you not to go with Harry and the others tomorrow? Sorry, Tracy sighed. I have to. I swore to see this to the end with them, and I haven't been able to keep my promise. I swore on Ron's grave that I would make sure that Harry and Daphne would not have to be torn apart by that psycho. I understand, Susan said, looking into Tracy's eyes. And I'm not angry, but I feel like we need to do something here. Something that will, solidify things between us. Tracy's head shot up and her eyes went wide with shock. Are you talking about sex? She hadn't meant to be so loud, and Susan's face burned crimson as she looked around. You don't need to tell the whole camp, but yeah, would it be so bad? Susan asked. No, Tracy stammered, still trying to get her brain to comprehend everything that was happening. No, I know it would be the single most amazing thing to ever happen between us, but are you sure? I mean. Tracy wasn't allowed to finish her thought. As in front of the gods and anyone who happened to be looking their way, Susan grasped Tracy, pressed her body into Tracy's, and kissed her hard. Tracy's mind shut down at once, and instinct took over completely. Her hands ran up Susan's sides and grasped her waist, allowing the redhead's tongue to slip between her lips and begin one of the most elegant dances Tracy could ever remember. It might have been a few seconds or an entire hour, Tracy wasn't sure, but when Susan broke the kiss, her eyes were glazed and she had a very decadent smile on her face. Come on, Susan said softly, tugging Tracy along. I think we need to go back to our tent. You need to lead them, he said with that lopsided smile that she had missed so terribly. They're going to need someone strong, and there is no one stronger than you, Jin. But what am I supposed to do? She asked confusedly. Just do what you do best. They'll follow you. They want to fight, they're dying for payback, they just need someone to show them what to do. You just need to wait for the right moment. He grinned, leaning against the door frame, starting to fade. Wait, don't leave yet, Ron. How will I know when it's the right time? What do I do? There was a frantic pleading in her voice, but the boy kept fatting, his eyes bright and happy. You'll know. In fact, it's going to happen sooner than you can believe, he said before fatting away completely. Ginny Weasley sat bolt upright, her flaming red hair sticking out everywhere. She looked around the dorm and saw that she wasn't alone. Many of the girls were sitting up in their beds sleepily, while others were beginning to stir. She glanced at the large clock on the wall and saw that it was just after 6 in the morning. How any of them could be up at this hour was beyond her. The day before, Ginny and the rest of the student populace had been run ragged, learning drills. The rumor was that they were being trained for some kind of precautionary measure to protect the Death Eaters from attack. Ginny felt there was something more, but hadn't really had time to think it over. They had all been sent to bed very late that night after a rather meager meal. Just par for the course as far as Ginny was concerned. The truth was that the students had been so beaten down over the last few months. They had all been willing to fight in the beginning, but the Death Eaters had quickly suppressed those feelings, after being forced to watch friends being executed for nothing more than their speaking up. There had been other things as well. The 4 houses had been eliminated. Now they were separated by age and sex. Girl had been divided into 2 dorms, one for girls over 14, and then one for girls under. The boys had been separated similarly. Once again, they knew there was a reason for this, but no one had been able to suss it out yet. Ginny brushed all those stray thoughts out of her mind, as more and more girls in her dorm were rioting up in the beds. What's going on? Parvati Patil asked, looking at Lavender Brown. Do we have to run those stupid drills again? Before Lavender could answer, the castle shook, not from spells or explosions, but a single amplified voice. Almost instantly, Ginny recognized it, as did many of the other girls. There was a sudden dash to the windows, which looked down onto the grounds. Ginny was very thankful her bed was right next to a window, as she got a great spot to look out without have to shove or elbow other girls. From her vantage point, Ginny could see the ruin of what had once been Hagrid's hut, burned to the ground 2 days after the siege. And just beyond, the gates of Hogwarts sitting wide open. Ginny found that strange, as the Dark Lord seemed so damned paranoid. For all his bravado, Ginny noticed that the Dark Lord was extremely suspicious and mistrustful of everyone. She couldn't understand him at all. But then again, she didn't really care. All she wanted was to get out of this castle and see her family again. As she stared down on the grounds, she was having trouble comprehending what she was seeing. She was convinced she must still be asleep, because it just made no sense at all. Once again the castle shook slight as one of the 5 figures spoke, and Ginny felt a shiver run down his spine. "It can't be," someone said. "What's he doing? He's going to get killed." Another girl said. Ginny just smiled as her heart soared. He'd actually come. She had hoped, as did many others, that he would come and the war would be over. And it was happening. It was really happening. All at once her dream came back to her. They would need a leader, he had said. They would need someone to show them that it was time to fight. "Everyone!" Ginny shouted, getting the girls' attentions. "Get dressed and grab your wands. He's going to need help." Harry, Daphne, Neville, Hermione, and Tracy had apparate just outside of Hogsmeade at a little before 6 in the morning. They then marched up to the gates of their school. They had not spoken a single word as they marched, each of them mentally preparing themselves for what they were about to do. Harry glanced at Hagrid's hut as they passed through the gates, and his heart sank a bit. He knew Hagrid was hiding in the mountains somewhere, but seeing his friend's home as nothing more than ash made him both sad and angry. They reached a place where they could be seen clearly, and Hermione had summoned a large stone, which she then transfigured into a marble pedestal upon which Daphne placed the cup of Helga Hufflepuff. Hermione then handed Harry the sword of Gryffindor and took her place next to Neville. Each of them took out their wands and steeled themselves for what was to happen next. Harry raised his wands and aimed it at his throat, uttering the charm he needed. "Sonorus Maxima." He glanced at Daphne, who gave the slightest of nods. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry said, his voice booming over the grounds. He waited for a few moments before repeating the call. Again he waited for a few moments and made another shout. Neville had taught him exactly what to say to invoke the ancient laws. The hope was that Voldemort would want to save face in front of his followers and accept the challenge of a wizard's duel. Harry and the others believed that the Dark Lord would succumb to his obsession of killing Harry in front of a large audience of potential followers and to prove his superiority once and for all. Not only that, but there was no way he would walk away from a challenge. He'd never be able to keep the followers he had left if he showed weakness. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, your time is at an end. I have come to make you pay for crimes against my family and the magical world," Harry said, watching the giant oak doors of the castle for any signs of movement. "I, Harry James Potter, challenge you to a wizard's duel to the death." Lord Voldemort's blood was boiling with rage. That the brat had dared to challenge him, even more so that the child had the gall to come to the doors of his castle and issue the challenge in front of his children. It was time for him to face his destiny. After all, the boy had finally been gracious enough to present himself before his better. Harry Potter had come to die. The Dark Lord strode from his chambers, which had once been the headmaster's, off down to the entrance hall, and just when his skeletal hands reached out to open the great oak doors, his brain finally re-engaged and overrode his pride enough to remind him that the boy he'd so greatly underestimated all these years had eliminated nearly all of his Horcruxes. In fact, only his precious serpent, Nagini, remained. What was worse, Nagini had not yet returned from hunting. Yet he was sure she had not been killed. He would have felt it just as he had the other Horcruxes. "Tom Riddle, come and face me, coward." Potter's voice rumbled against the castle walls, causing Voldemort to cringe and snarl. He began battling with himself. "I'm surely still more powerful than the boy." He began, but his rational side argued back. His fingers stroked his wand sensually as he glanced at the doors. "He's been extremely lucky, though. All he needs is one good shot at me. But he's too noble for his own good. He'll likely try to take me alive so I may face justice. But he's challenging me to a duel, not asking for surrender. He wants to fight. He wants to kill, but I can kill him. I must kill him. Quick, do not prolong it. Do not gloat until he is dead. Focus and kill him. He is weak, and nowhere near as knowledgeable as I. He has no hope. I will kill him, and they will all see once and for all that only it is only I who deserve their respect." His pride and anger overrode his fear, and at once the Dark Lord pushed open the great doors and strode out onto the grounds. He could see the boy and 4 of his friends standing around what looked to be an altar of sort, and Potter held a sword in his hand, his eyes cold and focused. The Dark Lord kept his eyes on the boy until he was closer, and then he was suddenly overcome by fear and regret as, before he could even react, Potter drove the blade of the shining sword right through the gold of Helga Hufflepuff's cup. "No!" Voldemort cried out just as a similar scream of agony issued from the broken cup. At once he felt the now familiar weakening of his core, and his knees buckled, though he did not fall. He glared hard at the boy who was handing the glimmering sword of Gryffindor to the girl with dark hair. Greengrass, if he wasn't mistaken. "You dare!" the Dark Lord hissed. His gleaming red eyes focused on the girl, and he smiled a cold, sinister smile. He tried to hide his weakened state, desperately trying to remain on his feet. "Very well, Potter. You have destroyed my Horcruxes. I shall take your friends from you." At once, the Dark Lord's wand sprang up, the all-too-familiar green spell blasting out of the end, heading right for Daphne's head. Daphne took an involuntary step back, though she hadn't need worry. The boulder that the Horcrux had been destroyed upon rose up and took the spell, cracking in two by the force of the spell. Daphne looked to Harry, who was looking appreciatively at Hermione, who was turning to look at Voldemort, who was standing much steadier on his feet. "You can't kill us all at once," Harry said smugly. He glanced at his friends on either side of him. "And if we all acted together, we'd kill you before you could flee. Fortunately for you, I'm a man of honor. I will abide by the ancient laws and face you on my own. But I wonder if you can do the same, coward." "Very well, Potter." Lord Voldemort gave a very sickening smile, raising his wand in salute, as was the custom. "I will abide by the old laws and kill you myself. I shall end your life, then. I will take care of your friends." Voldemort said this last word with as much venom as he could muster. He and Harry began circling one another while Harry's friends spread out, encircling them. As one, Hermione, Neville, Daphne and Tracy raised their own wands and fired bright red sparks into the air, then stood with their wands at the ready, in case the Dark Lord decided to try something dirty. Voldemort fired 3 more killing curses at Harry, who dodged, very nearly getting hit by the third. "You have been a thorn in my side for far too long, boy. It is time for you to die," Voldemort shouted. There came several roars from somewhere in the forbidden forest behind Harry, but he kept his eyes on his enemy, firing 2 bone breakers which the Dark Lord batted away. "You took away my mother and father. You've cost me friends, and you've tormented me nearly all of my life," Harry spat. "By the time the sun sets, you're going to be dead, even if it costs me my life." Voldemort sneered and gripped his wand as Harry raised his own wand, and the 2 combatants circled. Harry noted the look of wild fury in the Dark Lord's malevolent red eyes as he stared back into Harry's own emerald green. It was as if the Dark Lord was trying to probe Harry's mind. Harry darted his eyes, not giving his enemy a clear window into his mind. Voldemort snarled, already tiring of this game again. He lashed out with his weapon, as Harry did the same. Spells collided in the air, and the wands locked, just as they had nearly 3 years ago. Moody waited impatiently until his captains reported that everyone had arrived. With a nod, he began leading his unit into the dark forest. Their primary goal was to ambush the giants and take them out of the fight before it began. Moody hated this. They had no intelligence. There was not even a guess on how many giants there could be, or even if there were any giants waiting for some signal to rush the castle. Still, he had a job to do, and he meant to accomplish it. He had reminded his people one more time before entering the forest about what spells to use. "Ropes around the legs to bring 'em down," he barked. "Once they're down, go for their eyes. Work in teams, and let's make short work of them." The sun was rising over the distant mountains, but after only a few minutes in the forest, it was like night once again. Moody silently cursed Amelia Bones for assigning him to do this, but he had to admit that her reason for doing so was pretty sound. He was their best, and if he couldn't accomplish this task, no one else would be likely to. Moody was a little perturbed that he was given nothing but Bulgarian and French volunteers. All the other Order members had been divided among the other teams. He didn't even have those petulant, but entertaining Weasley boys to lighten the mood. Deeper his unit moved into the forest. Picking their way through the dark, overgrown wood, Moody's ears perked up at a sound that made him pause. A deep, rumbling breath. Giving the signal for the unit to pause, Moody crept forward with one of his captains right behind him. A monster of a man with thick eyebrows and a square jaw. This guy made Crumb look downright attractive. Moody hadn't been able to pronounce the man's last name, so he'd been calling him by his first name. "Easy there, Daniel." Moody hissed as he stumped quietly around a large boulder. His suspicions were confirmed as he knelt. Using his magical eye, Moody peered through the boulder and saw the unmistakable form of a giant leaning against a tree, head hung low, snoring. "The sentry fell asleep," Moody whispered to his captain. "We might be able to take him out if we're quiet about it." Daniel nodded and gave a few hand signals. Moody kept both his eyes on the giant for any signs that it might be stirring as his men moved into position. Moody rose slowly up, preparing to signal his forces when there was a very loud snap somewhere to his left. Turning his head sharply in the direction of the noise, preparing to stare nastily at whoever had been so damn careless when he saw shadows moving. Big shadows. "Ah, shite!" Moody groaned as around 50 extremely large spiders became clearer among the dark. Hell had just erupted in the forbidden forest. "Gods damn it!" Sebastian Delacour shouted as he and his lifelong friend, Laurent Butin, stood back to back, their wands moving as fast as lightning. They had apparated into Hogsmeade at sunrise, just as had been planned, and began their march towards Hogwarts Castle. Halfway there, however, a very large group of men, women, and even children stepped out of the forest on either side of the road. When they found themselves surrounded, a tall, imposing figure stepped out of the crowd and addressed them, giving them one chance to lay down their wands. Sebastian recognized the man at once. He was wanted in 13 different countries for his crimes. Fenrir Greyback was the worst kind of terrorist. He was known to position himself close to victims on the full moon and turn everyone he could sink his fangs into. Then, he would visit the victim and present himself as a savior, showing the fledgling werewolf all the problems in their society and brainwashing them into believing he was going to lead them into a new dawn. Now, as he stood before Sebastian, the Frenchman felt his blood boil with fury as he bore witness to the army the werewolf had amassed in service to the Dark Lord. At least it was daytime. That was what Laurent had whispered just before the battle had started. The werewolves were not as dangerous during the day, and the full moon was a full 2 weeks away. But they were still wizards, well, most of them were. Spells blasted into trees, dirt, and human flesh. The more bloodthirsty of the werewolves fought with tooth and claw, so to speak, Fenrir among them. Sebastian wanted the great pleasure of killing that gargoyle himself and kept his eyes wide open for any sign of the fiend. He had a very special death in mind for the thing that had ruined so many lives. A body sailed over Sebastian's head and landed on top of one of the younger Bulgarians, whose screams echoed among the trees. The lycanthrope that had hurled itself at the man was vivaciously tearing flesh from the young man's throat. "Expuelso!" Sebastian aimed his wand, and the werewolf's head exploded in a shower of blood, bone, and brain. And here I was thinking it would be easy. Laurent tried to sound jovial as he banished 2 of Fenrir's troops. Sebastian could not help but laugh. Laurent said this every single time they met anything challenging in their lives, even at his own wedding. Kingsley Shacklebolt kept his eyes sharp as he and his unit crossed the Black Lake. The most difficult part would be climbing the stairs up to the grounds. If they could make it up without any trouble, they had a chance. They made it without incident to the boathouse, and everyone got out of the boats and prepared to make a very hasty dash up the staircase. "The signal," Bill Weasley said, pointing to the sky where red sparks exploded. "All right," Kingsley shouted. "Move it!" Kingsley led his group up the stairs as quickly as he could. They were exposed, and there was hardly room to maneuver if the Death Eaters decided to ambush them. Bill Weasley followed the dark-skinned Auror, and he was followed by his French fiancée, Fleur Delacour. Fred and George were the very last in the parade of soldiers. Bill glanced over his shoulder, still curious what the twins were carrying in those large rucksacks of theirs. The twins had had very scary grins when they had lined up that morning. Their objective was to get into the castle and try and free any of the young students being held within its great walls. Each of them carried 3 port keys, just as everyone else, but Kingsley's group was supposed to be the first to enter the castle. It felt an eternity climbing the stone steps to the grounds, but at last, Kingsley, Fleur, Bill, and the rest of them made it to the courtyard in front of the main doors of Hogwarts School. Steeling themselves for a real fight, Kingsley gave the signal to move forward. At once the 70 members of his unit moved into position to push into the castle. Bill used his wand to open the great oak doors, his grip on his wand tightening. Nothing could prepare them for what they witnessed when the doors opened wide. Amelia counted bodies for a 3rd time while Remus, Tonks, Sirius, and Arthur Weasley stood on the bluff, looking over the expansive grounds of the school that had been such an integral part of their own childhoods. "Can you see him?" Sirius asked of Tonks, who was using a set of modified omnioculars. "Could be there hidden by the castle." Tonks said resignedly. "There," Arthur said, pointing to the sky where 4 streams of red sparks appeared. That's the signal. That it is, Sirius grinned, unsheathing his wand and a short sword. Watch your spell work. Amelia shouted to the group as she took position to lead them. Make sure it's an adult. Keep your port keys handy for any students, cover your partners, and for the love of Merlin, stay alive. Her group marched down the hill away from the bluff. Their route was to take them into the castle from near the greenhouses. They would be coming from behind their enemy, and hopefully catch them in a crossfire. If all went well, the Dark Lord's forces would be occupied with Moody and Delacquer's groups, and not even notice the other two forces slipping around them. It took no time at all to reach the wall that signaled the border to Hogwarts grounds. In pairs, Amelia's group launched themselves of the low wall, being led by Sirius and Tonks. Once everyone was over, Remus and Sirius led them into the castle. There was no one on this side of the castle, but they could hear the bangs and screams of fighting. Nearly at once, Sirius and Remus led a full charge into the castle to fight the Death Eaters and rescue the children. Their charge came to a screeching halt as they reached the Transfiguration courtyard, however, when they beheld the oddest, most unexpected sight any of them could imagine. I think we'd better help them, Fred Weasley said. I'm just not sure which ones we should help, George replied. Kingsley had to nod in agreement as he and the rest of his unit stared into the entrance hall at the battle being waged before them. Hogwarts students were united against the few Death Eaters remaining in the castle. Kingsley was sure he saw tiny Professor Flitwick at the top of the steps that lead to the Great Hall. What are we waiting for? Fleur shouted, tearing everyone out of their shock. The silvery-haired blonde raised her wand and charged into the fray, followed closely by Bill, and then others. Fred and George rushed off up the marble staircase, not bothering to explain their plan, while the Kingsley shouted orders for some of his people to form a line to begin pushing back the Death Eaters. Hi, Bill! Ginny shouted. Bill turned to find his baby sister at his side, her wand flashing furiously, spells shooting from its tip with a blinding quickness that left Bill gaping. Ginny. What are you doing? I think it would be obvious. Ginny smiled as she flourished her wand, hitting a Death Eater in the chest and slamming him into a stone pillar, knocking him out cold. I figured since Harry was taking on the Fart Lord, me and the rest of the students could get rid of the trash. McGonagall and the other real teachers seem to like the idea as well, so they've been showing it how it's done. Ginny nodded towards Flitwick, who was taking on 3 Death Eaters by himself, and appearing to be doing quite well, not to mention really enjoying himself if the wide smile was any indication. Was that Fred and George I saw heading up the stairs? Ginny asked. Oui, Fleur nodded, casting a shield charm that absorbed a nasty-looking yellow spell from hitting Ginny. They are preparing a little surprise for Z giants in Z Forest. Thank you. Ginny smiled and sent a powerful bat bogey hex at a cloaked woman who ran screaming, waving at the winged slime balls before running headfirst into the great oak doors, cracking her skull. Nice one, Firefly, Bill nodded approvingly. Why, thank you. Ginny, Parvati Paddle came running up to them. We've got them all wrapped up here, but I think we need to send people to help McGonagall in the Transfiguration courtyard. You've done enough. Kingsley smiled proudly. Stay here and rest up, gather the wounded and take them into the Great Hall. Bill, gather our people and let's go help Minerva. Minerva McGonagall had never been prouder of the students of Hogwarts. She was witnessing her lions fighting side by side with the Slytherin students, even many of the ones who had pledged themselves to the Dark Lord. Clearly, they had learned the hard way what it meant to be subservient to that scaly-faced bastard. But never had she been prouder than when Ginny Weasley led students into the Great Hall and began firing spells at the remaining Death Eaters. She and the other teachers that remained loyal to the late Professor Dumbledore had jumped right in and assisted the young warriors in seizing the castle. She shouldn't have been surprised at how well the Death Eaters fought, even though they were outnumbered. She had helped to divide the forces, and she, along with a great number of students, had beaten back at least half of the Dark Lord's force into the Transfiguration courtyard. However, the Death Eaters seemed to finally get their heads out of their arses and had begun fighting like a true army. McGonagall was forced to watch in desperate horror as several students were struck dead. McGonagall looked to Professor Sprout, who was also fighting nearby, and was just about to surrender in order to save the students when 6 Death Eaters fell. Looking beyond the line of black-robed Death Eaters, McGonagall's spirit soared at the sight of 2 men she'd been very fond of since they had been students so many years ago. Her smile widened when she noticed that these 2 weren't alone by any means. Sirius Black swished his wand while Remus Lupin slashed his own. Just behind them, more and more people spilled into the courtyard. Filled once again with determination, McGonagall unleashed spell after spell, pushing Voldemort's followers back towards the oncoming reserves. The Death Eaters, seeing they were about to lose, became frantic. Someone amongst them shouted to give no quarter, and then a storm of killing curses erupted from the diminishing ranks. Sirius rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding a curse. He shot back to his feet and whipped his wand, taking the legs out from one Death Eater and blasting the shoulder off another, forcing him to the ground. A quick glance showed him that Amelia was still on her feet, her lightning quick spell work making fast work of their foes. He looked to his other side where Remus had been, and his heart sank when he didn't see his friend at his side. Sirius turned back to the battle, not wanting to allow some ruddy Death Eater a chance to kill him because he lost his focus. Thankfully, with the combined forces of the Order and the Hogwarts loyalists, the battle was ended quickly. Sirius didn't have to look hard to find his friend. Tonks was kneeling on the ground, and Sirius ran to her side as he recognized the shabby-looking robes. "Remus!" Sirius slid to his knees and clutched Remus' cold hand in his own. Tears stung his eyes, and he threw his head back in a howl of misery, just as Tonks leaned forward to grip Remus' neck, her own heart broken at the loss of her lover. Elsewhere in the courtyard, McGonagall found a very saddened-looking Amelia Bones, watching her lover's misery, confused as what she should do. "I should have known the Mr. Potter wouldn't be so stupid to come here alone," McGonagall said as she turned to see the scene before her. She felt her heart sink and had to grasp Amelia's shoulder to keep from falling to her knees as well. "Minerva," Professor Sprout said, rushing over. "Minerva, it's not over. We've got to secure the castle." Amelia was brought out of her sorrows by Pomona's declaration. "She's right. We need to get the student to safety, and then we need to regroup with our other teams and finish this damned war once and for all," she said with the deepest conviction. "And what of you-know-who?" McGonagall asked, her voice shaky. "Harry's handling that," Amelia said simply. Amelia," a tall Bulgarian by the name of Ivan said, sounding confused. "What?" Amelia turned and saw nearly every student that was still alive standing defiantly behind Ivan, who looked truly flabbergasted. The kids don't want to go anywhere." "With all respect, ma'am," Seamus Finnegan said, stepping forward, a bit of blood smeared on his face. "We'd like to fight. This school is special to us, and we don't want it tainted by their filth any longer." Dean Thomas said, stepping forward. More and more students stood, ready for more fighting. Amelia turned to Sirius, who was walking towards her, a look of deepest anger and resolve on his face. He now had 2 wands in his hand, and Amelia was certain that the second belonged to Lupin. "All right," Amelia said flatly, reaching out to grasp Sirius' shoulder firmly. She then turned to McGonagall. "Let's finish this. We were just coming to help you," Kingsley Shacklebolt said as he met Professor McGonagall and the Order in a corridor. "Is the castle secure?" Amelia asked. Tall black man shrugged. "We hold the Great Hall and the entrance hall." "Where's Harry?" Sirius asked, but Kingsley had no answer. "I haven't seen him. What about the other teams?" Amelia asked. "We came in with no resistance," Bill Weasley said, looking at them all in turn. "But we haven't seen or heard from Moody or Sebastian." "Okay," Amelia said as she began walking again. "We'll send the student to check out the castle while the Order heads onto the grounds to link up with our other teams." Amelia began issuing orders to the older-looking students to break into groups and start searching the castle to make sure that all of the Dark Lord's followers had been vanquished. Sebastian cried out for his people to move forward as they'd finally managed to tear a hole in the werewolf ranks. Laurent was leaning on his shoulder as they moved towards the castle. The damned werewolves were fighting really dirty. Apparently many of them were wizards and loved using spells to tear open their quarry, making it easier to feed on them. Sebastian looked around. He'd give anything to kill that psychopath Greyback, but there was no sign of him. What was worse was half his force had been slaughtered. The werewolf numbers was grossly underestimated. That or Fenrir had been working overtime to expand their numbers. Sebastian hoped Moody and Amelia were doing better than he was. Moody knew that he was not going to live past this day. He'd known it the moment he saw the swarm of acromantulas pouring into the clearing. The screams of his unit had awoken the giant sentry, who had alerted his friends. Moody's team was fighting hard, but they were getting wiped out. But Moody was smiling despite the obvious outcome for this situation. Even though he knew he was going to die, Moody knew he would be remembered because at that very moment, he was facing off against Grimskull, the king of the giants. Grimskull was getting angrier with every swing of his great club. Moody kept shielding himself from becoming paste by using a banishment charm on the club. He wasn't ever going to be able to rip the club from the giant's hands, but it was working as a very effective shield. The truth was, Moody was feeling like he was 20 again. As Grimskull raised his club again, Moody continued weakening the giant's ankles by blasting them with as strong a reducto curse as he could manage. The giant's ankles were bleeding in rivers now, but he'd hardly stumbled. Yet this time, Moody managed to sever the giant's Achilles tendon, and the giant roared as he began to topple. Moody was so pleased, he almost forgot about the club. Casting another banisher, the club was pushed away and came down with a heavy crash just to Moody's left. Moody saw that Grimskull's face was much closer now, and took advantage. Taking aim, Moody fired 3 spells at the giant's eyes. Grimskull howled with rage and pain, his massive hands going to his face to stem the blood flow. Moody knew he could do no more while the giant had his hands up, and looked about to see if he could help any of his fellows. His captain was nearby, finishing off one of the larger spiders. Moody found it interesting that the giants and the spiders weren't working together. The acromantulas, obviously attracted by the smell of the humans, must have thought the giants would be much tastier or something, because they started attacking the giants almost as soon as the giants appeared. This had the nice effect of the giants stamping out many of the spiders for the order. That still left the giants, enraged and quite bloodthirsty. Moody fired off several spells at a few acromantulas that were cornering some of the Bulgarians, nearly forgetting about the giant king. Grimskull roared and brought his hands together over his head, bringing them swiftly down on Moody, who managed another banishing spell. Moody breathed a relieved sigh when the giant's hands smashed a large tree instead of himself, and cursed himself for losing focus. He had to bring down the giant, then he could help the others. Moody began firing spells at the giant's face again, hopping to take out the other eye, or kill the damned thing once and for all. With every spell that made contact with the giant's flesh, Grimskull's anger grew until he was simply smashing his fists down, trying to hit the annoying insect. Moody began laughing softly as he kept up alternately using the banishing charm to defend himself and blasting holes in the giant. Then his world got turned upside down, and his prediction that he would not live through the day came true. As Grimskull raised both fists in the air, giving Moody another shot at the giant's eyes, something came crashing down on him. A second giant, that was fighting 3 of the Order's volunteers, was caught in ropes bound around its ankles. Unable to move and caught off balance, the giant fell, landing right on top of Aleister Moody. Moody had suffered many aches and pains in his long career, but nothing compared to having nearly all his bones smashed to dust. Moody's vision blurred, and he couldn't breathe at all, as his lungs had been smashed. Yet, he knew the battle was all but over, when the last thing he would ever see was Hagrid leading a herd of centaurs into the clearing. Ginny Weasley raced up to the astronomy tower to check on her brothers. Fred and George. She knew that not all the Death Eaters had been dealt with, and she wanted to make sure that the twins were okay. She was very glad that she did. Fred and George had come upon a small nest of the few competent Death Eaters remaining in Hogwarts, led by the cruel and merciless Yaxley, whom Ginny knew through reputation. He tortured several students for speaking out and was said to be unrelenting. Ginny. George asked when he saw Ginny burst into the stairwell leading to the astronomy tower. "Get out of here!" Ginny just aimed her wand above the Death Eaters and threw several bombardment spells above the Death Eaters, raining stone and dust down upon them. The movement of the Death Eaters ceased, and Ginny smiled smugly at her twin brothers, who looked quite taken aback. For a moment, no one said a word, then the 3 Weasleys began laughing hysterically. Fred reached out and hugged his sister tightly before allowing his twin to do the same. "Well, would you like to help us set up a surprise for the giants?" Fred asked. Ginny agreed, and the 3 began making their way through the ruined staircase. It took only a few steps when they made out a shadowy figure rising up. "You little bitch," Yaxley snarled. "Die, Avadakedavra." Ginny froze. They were so close, and there was nowhere to go. Her life was over, and she would never see her mother and father again. She wouldn't ever get married or have a family of her own. She had led the students to victory, but she would not be able to celebrate with them. She wouldn't even get to take another breath. And then her vision blurred, and the poisonous green spell disappeared, and something heavy fell into her, knocking her to the ground. She heard the screams of rage from Fred, but she didn't hear George's voice at all. But as she regained herself, she saw the reason. George's lifeless body lay on top of her. He had put himself between her and the killing curse. He had laid down his life for her. Tears filled her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. She grasped George's arms and shook him angrily, begging the gods to make it not real, begging George to stop fooling around and get off of her. So lost in her grief was Ginny that she didn't even see Fred Weasley attack Yaxley. Throwing aside his wand, Fred leapt into the air, coming down fists first on top of Yaxley. The two fell to the ground, Yaxley taking most of the punishment as his back hit a large chunk of the ceiling that had fallen. Yaxley lost his grip on his wand, and with Fred's full weight on top of him, he was unable to do nothing. In fact, it felt as if the redhead had taken a strengthening potion, as Yaxley couldn't even throw him off. Fred just kept punching the man with all his might. All he felt was wild, untamed rage. That was how they were found several minutes later, as a few of the students McGonagall had sent came up the stairs. At once they began pulling Fred Weasley away from the bloody mess that had once been Yaxley. Fred had literally beaten the life right out of the Death Eater. Fred had to be stunned in order to calm him down, and a message was sent for help bringing the body of George Weasley down to the Great Hall. Sebastian Delacour made it to the gates of Hogwarts, his friend Laurent leaning heavily on his shoulder. Only a few others had made it along with them, and as he cast a glance over his shoulder, Sebastian could see the werewolves regrouping for a second assault. So great were their numbers that Sebastian knew they could not hold them off. Reaching into his pocket, Sebastian clutched the charmed galleon coin and tapped it with his wand. "Sebastian," Laurent said weakly, and Sebastian laid his friend down heavily. "Tell my wife," Laurent began to say. Blood poured freely from the gash in his side, and Laurent looked very pale and his eyes were looking distant. "Tell her," he reached out to grip his friend's hand. Sebastian took it, holding it firmly, trying to will his friend to hang on. "You'll tell her, mon ami, you'll tell her yourself." "Non," Laurent shook his head. "You have been a brother to me." Sebastian bowed his head, gripping Laurent's hand tighter. "Do not forget. Never." Sebastian said reverently as he felt Laurent's grip slacken as his life fade away. Standing slowly, Sebastian squared his shoulders and faced the werewolves who were now beginning to rush towards the castle. He raised his wand and prepared to begin firing when the charging werewolves began screaming, howling, and stumbling. In groups of 5, 6, and more, they all began to fall, clutching various parts of their bodies. Sebastian stared in wonder until the sound of a horn blast to his right made him look away from the slaughter. There, standing just outside of the tree line, were 100 or so centaurs, unleashing silver-tipped arrows into the horde of werewolves. And then Sebastian saw a few very battered and beaten-looking Bulgarians along with a very large man, who reminded Delacour of Fleur's head mistress at Beauxbaton Academy of Magic. "Monsieur Delacour." Gruff-looking man with a very tidy thin beard came rushing over and grasped Sebastian by the shoulder. "The giants have been dealt with. This is Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper. He brought the centaurs to our aid." "Where are the others?" Hagrid's voice boomed. "Where's Harry?" "I do not know," Sebastian said softly as he turned back to see the centaurs closing in around the remaining werewolves and taking them down. "He was to face the Dark Lord himself. I do not know if they are still in combat." "Blimey," Hagrid said, and then made off towards the castle to find out what was going on. Hermione and the others watched in rapt attention as Harry and Voldemort fought for control. The spells kept pushing one another in sparks, and what reminded Hermione of molten steel spilled onto the ground, melting away grass and stone. She, Neville, Daphne, and Tracy were unable to help Harry in his battle. They had been sworn not to interfere unless the Dark Lord attacked one of them. They were there simply to make sure no one else tried to hurt Harry. They could hear other battles and occasionally see spells above the tree, but no one else appeared, and so the four friends watched, each of them silently hoping that the battle would shift, and Harry would at last put an end to this. There was yet one other reason for the four of them to be there. The snake, Voldemort's familiar, and what they all believed to be the last Horcrux had yet to be found and destroyed. They knew it would be near, but they had no idea where to look for it. Hermione, though, several times about just summoning the damned thing, but she knew it would be protected from that sort of thing. And then, as Harry's spell made a strong surge forward, Hermione spied something slithering towards the castle. "Neville!" she shouted, pointing towards the unmistakable form of a nearly 20-foot-long serpent heading for the castle doors. Neville spun and took aim with his wand, a spell blasting the ground in front of the serpent, causing it to turn and slither a different way. "Nagi," Voldemort yelled, nearly losing the battle with his foe, before concentrating again and focusing his magic, causing the spells to shift and head back towards Harry, who was sweating profusely and gritting his teeth with effort. Tracy and Daphne saw what Neville had done, and both of them shot towards the serpent. Daphne still had the sword of Gryffindor in her hand, and as she neared, brought the blade above her head. However, the snake proved faster and darted out of the way, nearly catching Tracy with his fangs. The serpent turned to run away, and the four friends tore after it, firing spells, trying to keep it from getting away. "It's heading for the Whomping Willow," shouted Hermione. "If it gets in the tunnel, we'll lose it." Neville pulled the sword from his back where he'd been keeping it and sprinted as fast as he could before leaping in the air and bring the blade straight done into the snake's tail, anchoring it to the ground only inches away from slipping into the tunnel hidden under the Whomping Willow. The serpent reared up, coiling itself around Neville's sword to protect itself, hissing at the four teens. "Here," Daphne said, handing the glimmering sword to Tracy, who looked puzzled. "You haven't had half the fun we've had, and I think you should be the one to destroy the last one." Hermione and Neville nodded, and Tracy took the jeweled hilt of Godric Gryffindor's legendary sword. She looked to the snake, which was hissing menacingly, and raised it up. She took a step forward, and the snake struck out. Tracy stumbled backward to avoid being bitten. "Gods damn it!" Tracy snapped, raising the sword a second time. Carefully, she moved around, looking for a vulnerable spot, but the serpent watched her, somehow knowing that she was the biggest threat. Tracy had an idea of what to do now, but wasn't sure if she could pull it off. Yet with no other alternative, she took a quick step forward, feigning a strike. When the snake lashed out again, Tracy dodged to the side and brought the blade down on the snake, severing its head. There was a blast, and Tracy fell hard to the ground as black smoke erupted from the snake's open wound. "Harry!" Daphne shouted, and as one, the four teens ran back to their friend. They only made it a few steps before they were blinded by a bright flash of green. The sensation had started familiarly. Harry's wand had begun to vibrate the moment their spells collided. It was clear this wouldn't be a battle of strength or knowledge, but a battle of will. Harry locked his gaze upon the cold red eyes of his enemy and swore that he would not allow Voldemort to walk away, even if he were to lose his own life in the undertaking. Lord Voldemort must have had the same thought. Their wands, locked together, began to shake and vibrate just like the night that the Dark Lord had returned to a body. Yet, this time, Harry's mother and father didn't come out of Voldemort's wand tip. In fact, all that Harry could see was green. Still, Harry kept his wand locked with the Dark Lord's. As the battle went on, Harry's wand shook more and more violently. Then Harry felt something. Something he'd never felt, but that actually made his heart jump. Not wanting to look away, but filled with a need to know what was happening, chanced a glance down at his wand. He nearly lost his control when he saw that there were the tiniest lines of red light appearing in his wand. "Nagi," Voldemort shrieked, and Harry redoubled his effort, trying to push his magic at Voldemort. For a moment it looked like he might be getting the upper hand, but after a few seconds, Voldemort pushed back, and Harry dug his heels into the grass. His wands shook more violently, and he heard and felt it crack in his hands. Panic began to creep up on him as he tried to focus more of his now waning energy. Harry began to emit a long battle cry as he pushed his arms forward, pouring every last bit of strength he had into his magic, forcing it to push the Dark Lord back when there was a blinding flash, and his wand exploded in his hands. "No!" Lord Voldemort shouted in rage. Harry saw that the Dark Lord's wand had exploded as well. Harry took a great gulp of air, nearly falling to his knees in exhaustion. He stared at the Dark Lord, who was wobbling on his feet, clearly as exhausted as Harry felt. Yet, Voldemort was clearly not finished. Reaching into his robes, Voldemort produced a small silver dagger and began to rush at Harry, who drew the sword from his rucksack. Harry shot to his feet and ducked low under Voldemort's arms before spinning around and driving his sword trough the Dark Lord's back and through his heart. Voldemort gave a strangled scream and fell to his knees. Harry pulled his sword free and raised it up before swinging it as hard as he could, taking Voldemort's head right off his shoulders. Harry fell down, his exhaustion overwhelming him all at once. Harry stared up at the clear blue sky. He didn't even register the calm, quiet surrounding him. All he could do was stare up and try and catch his breath. "Well done, mate." Ron smiled from across the chessboard. Harry looked a bit surprised to find himself in the Gr. Gryffindor common room with his fallen friend. "I never had any doubt that you'd pull it out of the fire, but still, pretty damned brilliant." "Am I dead?" Harry asked, looking a bit worried, but Ron simply shook his head, laughing. "Far from it. You pretty much passed out after you took that bastard's head off. I figured I'd take advantage and tell you how proud I am to have been able to call you my friend, and also to tell you goodbye. You don't need me anymore." Ron's smile slipped a little, and Harry felt his heart break. He was about to protest when Ron stood up and began making his way to the portrait hole. "Watch out for Ginny for me. I know she can take care of herself, but, well, it's a brother thing." "Wait," Harry said just as Ron slipped out of the common room. Harry reached the entrance and stepped through trying to catch his friend and tell him how much he missed the redhead and so many other things he'd never said. He just needed Ron to know. He pushed open the portrait and stepped through after Ron. "Harry!" Someone called his name. A familiar, gruff voice that Harry hadn't heard in a very long time. Harry's eyes had fallen closed, though he hadn't even realized it. He heard footsteps running towards him, and he opened his heavy eyelids and saw Daphne's face come into view, tears falling down her face. Harry, please don't be, I'm okay," Harry said very softly, and Daphne fell on top of him, sobbing. "Is he?" Harry heard Tracy ask. "Oh gods, no, not Harry," Hermione began to cry. "Harry," came the gruff, deep voice, which Harry suddenly knew to belong to Hagrid. There were a few other voices calling his name, though they were very far away and he couldn't recognize them yet. "I'm all right," Harry said a bit louder, though it was clear that no one could hear him over Daphne's sobs. Harry took a great breath and struggled to push Daphne up so that he could sit up. Daphne got the message and helped him to sit up, and there was a chorus of relieved sighs. Sirius was running towards them and fell to his knees and grasped Harry in a bone-cracking hug. "You did it," Sirius said, sounding like he was about to start crying. "You did it! Damned if you didn't actually do it." "I love you," Daphne said through her tears and gripped him tightly. All around them, cheers were becoming louder and louder, and Harry was pulled up to his feet so that everyone could see that he was indeed alive and he had won the war for them all. Harry gripped Daphne's hand tightly as he was pushed through the crowd back towards the castle. Harry saw that Daphne had hold of Tracy, who had Hermione, who was linked to Neville. Hands reached out to clap his back, while others actually hugged him. Harry noticed that the huggers all seemed to be students who had been trapped in the castle during the Dark Lord's reign. Soon, Harry found himself in the Great Hall with his friends and the other fighters. The bodies of the dead had been moved, waiting to be taken care of properly. Those who'd been wounded were now being treated in the hospital wing, and healers from St. Mungo's had been brought in to help. "You look truly awful, Harry," Sirius said as he sat down, giving the 5 teens tankards of butterbeer. "I heard that there's people from the Ministry on their way, and I have no doubt they'll be followed by reporters from every wizarding publication in the world." Harry groaned, and Daphne's hand began rubbing soothing circles on his back. Hermione sighed heavily, and she leaned on Neville, who looked to be almost asleep. Tracy suddenly excused herself and ran off. Daphne watched as her best friend ran into the arms of Susan Bones, who was just now entering the Great Hall along with a few others who'd not been involved in the battle. "I don't think I've got the energy to talk to reporters, or anyone else for that matter," Harry whined. "Kingsley's already talking about an award ceremony for you lot," Sirius said, taking a long gulp from his tankard. "Order of Merlin, first class." "What about you?" Hermione asked, suddenly looking up. "Aren't you still wanted? Pardoned by our new minster?" Sirius smiled. Harry's head rose up, and huge smile on his face. "Really?" he asked. "Just now, Kingsley's first official order." Sirius smiled. "But that isn't important. What is important is protecting my godson, which I haven't really been able to do. So I'm going to cover for you so you can get out of here, all of you." Daphne brightened up and leaned forward. She clasped Sirius' hand and smiled. "I'll make sure he writes to you," she said. Sirius looked confused for a moment, and as Daphne rose and brought Harry with her, he cocked an eyebrow. "I meant for you to go back to Flamel House." "I was thinking someplace more private," Daphne grinned. "Don't worry, he'll be safe and we'll be back eventually." "Wah, wait just a minute," Sirius said, starting to get to his feet, but Daphne was already dragging Harry out of the Great Hall and out onto the grounds. Harry barely knew what was happening before he felt himself being apparate away from Hogwarts and the end of the war. Astoria Greengrass was brimming with anticipation. She had been extremely tired and had been looking forward to going home after her shift at the hospital ended and slipping between the sheets with Zach for an hour or two before he had to get up and go to work. Maybe she'd even wake him up for a little playtime. Tori truly loved her life. How could she not? She was on course to become a first-rate healer and had a wonderful family. Okay, yes. She had done it a little backwards from what she'd planned, but she just hadn't been able to resist Zach Smith. He was just everything she had ever wanted in a husband. Good-looking, intelligent, and quite aware that she ruled the roost. They had met in healer school, even though they had attended Hogwarts together, their difference in age at the time, not to mention their houses nearly guaranteed they ran in very different circles. Yet after Hogwarts, houses stood for nothing, and Zach felt free to court the stunning young Greengrass. Their romance was nothing short of epic, though not even close to her older sister's tale. Tori was very happy with her own love story. Upon his graduation from healer school, Zach had proposed and even said he'd wait until Tori finished school on her own. That had pretty much sealed it, and Tori and Zacharias Smith were married a year later. He hadn't even cared that she chose to keep her own last name. Tori had a much tougher time getting through school, however. Having 2 children will do that. Still, Tori never complained. As she knew all too well, life happens. No matter what your plan is, life loves to throw little curves at you just to watch you squirm. But she loved her life, and looking back, she wouldn't change a thing. Not a single one. That's where she had found herself at the end of another long graveyard shift at St. Mungo's when her world got thrown about, and she found herself making a list of contacts and preparing to contact them all and tell them to get to the hospital. The first couple to arrive were Sirius Black and Amelia Bones. Sirius led the way, leaning heavily on his cane. His long curtain of black hair was only now starting to gray. If pressed, Astoria would have said that Sirius Black's life had changed the most after the war. With the body of Peter Pettigrew being submitted, having been found among the fallen Death Eaters at Hogwarts, as well as pensive memories submitted by himself, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, not to mention the fact that Sirius had played such a pivotal role in the war and the final battle itself, the Ministry declared Sirius free and gave him a very hefty sum of gold in reparation for his imprisonment. One of Minister Shacklabolt's finest acts, Astoria had felt. Sirius was asked to teach at Hogwarts by Headmaster Flitwick, which Sirius accepted. Astoria remembered fondly her classes with the old marauder and how much fun it was to learn defense with him. He was nearly as good a teacher as Harry Potter had been in their secret classes during her 3rd year. Sirius had also gone in with the Weasleys and rebuilt the Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes, which had quickly outstripped Zonko's as the finest joke shop in all of Europe. However, there were still people who refused to believe that Sirius Black was the upstanding gentleman that he was. 2 years after the war, Sirius had been attacked while he was attending some formal function with Amelia Bones and Harry Potter. That was how he'd ended up using a cane, though the attacker had lost his life. Not a very fair trade in Astoria's opinion. Sirius shouldn't have been forced to rely on a cane. Amelia had chosen the quiet life. Though she had been offered the post of Minister of Magic following the final battle, she had refused. She and Sirius had been together since the end of the war, and even before that if the stories were true. Astoria had been there, but had been far too preoccupied to really notice. Though she was always seen with Sirius at functions, Amelia was said to be very happy at home. Far away from admirers 20 minutes later, Nymphadora Tonks arrived, her hand gripped tightly around a little boy's as she entered the hospital. The head of the DMLE sat her son in a seat next to Sirius and hugged Amelia before asking about the situation that had made her rush here instead of going into the office, as she had been about to. Tonks was an inspiration to Tori. After losing her husband-to-be, Remus Lupin, that fateful day, Tonks had learned a few days later that she was pregnant. Over the next few years, she split her time being an Auror and her firstborn. Tonks was very happy in her life, and despite advice from friends and family, she never dated. So far as she was concerned, she had found her great love, and it had been more than enough. It was Tracy Weasley and her husband Fred who arrived next. Astoria still had difficulty in figuring out how it had all happened. Tracy never gave too many details on their romantic life. Well, if you didn't count the sexual exploits. According to Tracy, Fred was an animal in bed, and the floor, the counter, the night bus, Astoria shivered slightly. Tracy's relationship with Susan Bones had fizzled almost immediately when they had returned to Hogwarts for their final year. Tracy often said that she wasn't surprised, but Astoria remembered how sad Tracy had been that year, almost like she was lost. Though Tracy and Susan remained friends, so far as Tori knew, it had really hurt Tracy deeper than she had let on. It was through Daphne that Astoria had learned of Tracy's engagement to Fred Weasley. Tori remembered Fred as being very upbeat and humorous, but the loss of his younger brother had changed him. He still joked and made people laugh, but there was always a hint of sadness in his eye. Tori had not seen it, but had heard how George Weasley threw himself in front of a killing curse to save his brother. No family had sacrificed more than the Weasleys. As far as Astoria was concerned, 3 of their children had died, 2 of them at Hogwarts just before Voldemort himself fell under Harry Potter's blade. Tracy and Fred were followed closely by the elder Weasleys. Arthur was much balder than he had been nearly 10 years ago, and Molly was a bit heavier, but she was still every bit the motherly woman she had been. Tori hadn't seen her too often since the war, but always kept up to date and tried very hard to make it whenever the woman invited her to any function. Tori had felt very fond of the elder Weasleys. They had been a surrogate family for her when she hadn't been able to be with her own. Molly was the one who had gotten her interested in medicine. Seeing the woman heal cuts, bruises, and broken bonds, all while doing her best to keep her patients' spirits up, was awe-inspiring. It was that woman who Astoria thought of whenever she met with her own patients. Plus, Molly had really twisted sense of humor that she very rarely let out, but when she did, it was clear where Fred and George had inherited it from. Tori remembered hearing her sister talk about the year after the war and how relentless Molly had been in convincing Harry that she wanted him to be a part of her family, that he had not been the reason she had lost several of her children. Harry had eventually given in, and Daphne always speculated that it was the Weasleys who had shown Harry what family was really about. Her own parents arrived and greeted her warmly. Her father was now retired, and her mother was in the middle of her latest book, which Tori was quite anxious to read, especially her parts. This was to be the most complete book on the fall of Lord Voldemort. Mrs. Greengrass had interviewed absolutely everyone who had survived that day, including the remaining Death Eaters who were locked in Azkaban. Not only that, but she had been given notes from Harry written by Albus Dumbledore himself. Tori only hoped she'd look quite heroic in the book. Finally, the Longbottoms arrived, with Hermione waddling to a seat. She was very nearly ready to pop, if her belly was any indication. Everyone came around to say hello to the former bookworm and greet Neville as well. Both Neville and Hermione had gone into law, though different careers. Hermione had found her way into legislation, and with hard work had worked with the control and regulation of magical creatures to repeal some very old and restrictive laws and make life better for werewolves, house elves, and centaurs, among others. Neville, on the other hand, had gone into the Auror Corp. Neville had become a legend quite quickly among the Aurors, and had even been asked to train Aurors in America, Sweden, and France. He decided, however, to remain in England and train the future law enforcement agents. Hermione had been pleased, as she preferred not having to worry if he'd be coming home at night. Astoria felt that Neville lost his taste for chasing dark wizards before he'd even entered the Corp, though he had yet to realize it. "Has there been any word yet?" Sirius asked, stepping over as Hermione and Mrs. Weasley began talking about Ginny Weasley's upcoming season as captain of the Holyhead Harpies. Rumor had it Ginny was a shoo-in for the English national team this year. "I haven't heard a thing yet." Tori smiled at the older man who looked like he was about have kittens. Amelia came up and guided him back to a seat close to Hermione. "Healer Greengrass." Astoria turned around to see a young nurse smiling at her. "Yeah, they're asking for you." "Me?" The nurse nodded, and Astoria informed the group she'd be back in a few moments. Tori followed the nurse down a hall and into a room where the patient was screaming at the top of her lungs, while a thin man with unruly black hair was trying to calm her down. "What have you done?" Tori asked loudly, yelling over the woman's shrieks. "I think she's having second thoughts," the man said, looking tired and exasperated. "A little late for that, isn't it?" Astoria asked wryly. "She nearly hexed the healer. Luckily, I was able to disarm her. I don't think he wants to help us anymore, so I asked for you. I figured she'd feel a little better if it were you." Astoria shook her head and stared at the woman, grinning. "Ever the princess, Daphne? I've changed my mind is all, Daphne Potter said flatly, terror lacing her voice. I'm not ready yet. I don't think you're going to get any more ready. It's not that bad, Tori said, coming around the bed to have a look. You told me that it hurts worse than getting. I was having you on for Merlin's sake. Stop being such a coward and lay back down. Astoria smirked and waved her wand at her sister to get a diagnostic reading on how things were progressing. Haven't you been telling me for years you wanted children? A lot of children. Not all in one go. I was hopping to spread them out. It's his fault, Daphne shouted, pointing to her husband who was shaking his head and coming around to take her hand. Him and his super magic. Hey, as I recall, you were involved too. In fact, I distinctly remember you ripping my clothes off and begging me to. Okay, I think I've heard enough, Astoria shouted, placing her hand on her own stomach and making a sick face. I wanted one at a time, Potter. One at a time. Spread them out over a few years' time. Daphne snapped, her face pale. The next one will be just one, I promise, Harry Potter said, looking deep into his wife's eyes. Daphne looked scandalized. What on earth makes you think I'm ever going to allow your wand near me again? That's funny, Astoria grinned from her position. I said the same thing to Zach when Emily was born. And then you went and had Griffin. Harry smiled and Tori nodded. What can I say? Zach just does it for me. Oh, stop it, Daphne whined. I don't want to throw up and give birth to triplets at the same time. Then I suggest we focus on what we have to do. Now, Daph, for once in your life, I'm begging you to listen to me and do exactly as I say, because these kids want out now. Tracy was the first to see him coming down the hall. She was leaning into Fred's arms, taking in the scene of so many old friends together again. They hadn't all been together like this since Susan and Justin's wedding 4 years ago. Though Ginny and Bill and Fleur had been there as well. Still, Tracy couldn't help thinking how nice it was. She turned when she saw him. He looked tired but proud, happier than even on his wedding day, the secret wedding on that island 7 years ago. Tracy had to admit the Potters knew how to have a wedding. Harry, she asked, and somehow that single word brought a tense silence down on the formally boisterous waiting room. Harry Potter smiled at each and every face, his eyes sparkling with joyful tears as he nodded, trying to find his voice. Everyone is perfect, he said after several moments. Daphne's extremely tired, but she, James, Ron, and Andrea are all in perfect health. My gods, Harry, triplets? Amelia asked, breaking the silence. You never do anything by halves, do you? Harry simply smiled softly as he allowed himself to be hugged and kissed by his extended family. Upon returning from their getaway, Harry and Daphne finished Hogwarts with their friends, and Harry contemplated entering the Auror Corps as had been his dream. But both he and Daphne felt they had given enough of themselves fighting the dark arts altogether. Daphne's father had even asked that Harry consider something else altogether. So it was that Harry and Daphne began working with orphans and underprivileged magical children. He, Daphne, and Tracy helped establish a school for young magical children to better prepare them for Hogwarts, which Tracy now headed. Daphne and Harry found they enjoyed their life, free of schedules, and thanks to their vast wealth, gave them the freedom to do as they pleased. It was how they had managed to pull off the great wedding caper, as Sirius liked to call it. Inviting their friends to what was supposed to be a celebration on a faraway island in the Caribbean that turned out to be the union of House Potter and House Greengrass. Though they had talked about having children for years, Harry and Daphne kept putting it off, though they never had a real reason to do so. It wasn't until Daphne had decided that she was ready that they truly discussed it. Daphne felt they needed a few years to themselves. They had given up a good part of their youth, Harry especially for war. Daphne felt they needed the time to have a sort of youth, but when she felt they had been selfish enough and the desire for a baby became so strong, Harry and Daphne started to make their family. Had Daphne known what she was getting herself into, she may have thought about it a little more. Though not much more. Tired and weak, Daphne looked at the 2 little miracles in her arms as her younger sister cooed to the 3rd, smiling proudly at Daphne. In all her years, Daphne was sure she had never seen anything more magical than the 3 brand new lives before her. The lives she and her husband, her truest love, had made together. Harry stepped into the room and took his daughter from his sister-in-law and sat next to Daphne, stooping to kiss her ever so gently. Tori smiled and left the new family alone, deciding she should go talk with the crowd in the waiting room, who was likely frothing at the mouth for all the details. Knowing Harry, he'd only told them everyone was all right and came back. Daphne sighed with exhaustion and real contentment. As she smiled at the two sleeping boys in her arms, she knew in her heart that this was real magic. This was what it was all about. This is what the prophecy had been talking about all those years ago. This was the power he knew not. This was love.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.